Chapter 1651. New Predator. And in fact, that form was suited for Sunny's goal much better than the Mountain King. However, Serpent had to maintain the transformation with its own essence, and could not sustain such a powerful shape for a long time, let alone constantly. Once the Shadow's essence was exhausted, the effects of those powers it had assumed would be gone. In other words, if Sunny had ordered Serpent to turn into the harrowing Sibyl and enthrall a swarm of nightmare creatures, those abominations would have been released from the mind hex before too long. The Mountain King, meanwhile, was merely an awakened tyrant. As a transcendent terror, Serpent could maintain that form almost indefinitely, especially after Sunny augmented it with the Shadows. That was exactly what he needed in order to collect a small army of abominable thralls. It was funny, the larvae the Mountain King spawned were dormant beasts. Therefore, his first thrall was also a dormant beast, but one wearing a fallen monster's corpse. What exactly did it make him, Sunny did not know. Nor did he care that much. Come to think of it. Sunny glanced at the towering figure of the Soul Serpent, then at the hideous creature laying obediently on the snow. He sighed. By now, Serpent had to possess at least 2 new abilities, since it had risen in class twice while following Rain, and in rank once. But without the spell conveniently informing Sunny about what these abilities did, he had no way of knowing what they were. There had not been a lot of time for research and experimentation either, while he was traversing the toxic wilderness of the northern quadrant and fighting his way through the depths of the ocean. All he had was a suspicion that one of these abilities had to do with Serpent's weapon form, while the other one had to do with souls and spirit essence. However, he wasn't sure. Well, I'll find out later. Once the winter beast was dead, there would be no serious threats left in the Antarctic Center for a while, at least until the powerful abominations in East Antarctica sensed its absence and crossed the half-frozen strait. One more reason to kill that cursed thing. Not that Sunny needed more reasons. Looking at the lava with contempt, he remained motionless for a few moments and then turned away. The desolate landscape of the Antarctic Center stretched in front of him, tall mountains rising from the snowy plain in the distance. The chilling darkness in Sunny's eyes stirred. Time to hunt. Asterisk. There had been 3 most powerful nightmare creatures in the Antarctic Center during the Chain of Nightmares: the fallen Titan Goliath, the corrupted Terror Sibyl of the Fallen Grace, and the corrupted Titan Winter Beast. Sunny had killed the first 2, while the last now ruled this land. Which was to say that Sunny, now a transcendent terror, was the second most terrifying creature in the frigid mountains of the abandoned landmass. He remembered vividly the dreadful gauntlet of the Southern Campaign. Back then, the Antarctic Center was like a merciless death trap, with harrowing abominations waiting to ambush him and his soldiers on every turn. He had crossed it once with the first evacuation army, and the second time with a convoy of refugees, each time struggling desperately just to survive. But things were different now. Now, Sunny was the harrowing predator, while the abominations dwelling in the mountains were his prey. He slowly moved south, retracing the steps of the army. It was already winter in Antarctica, but the sun had not fallen beyond the horizon yet. There was twilight and darkness dwelling in the deep canyons between the snowy peaks, so he could remain unseen, moving from shadow to shadow like a stalking beast. Wherever Sunny passed, the snow was painted crimson with blood. The corpses of the nightmare creatures were brutally torn apart, and their carcasses littered the slopes like morbid gardens of mangled flesh. He appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by a tide of shadows, and butchered the abominations with cold, ruthless determination. He even started to enjoy the slaughter after a while. Not all of them died, of course. From time to time, he chose a nightmare creature to be infected with a Mountain King's larva. Slowly but surely, his swarm of thralls grew, which made it harder to hide them. Eventually, he had to abandon stealth and advance forward openly. Sunny hoped that a horde of nightmare creatures would attack him, but sadly, the number of abominations seemed to have dwindled under the winter beast's reign. The great hordes of nightmare creatures were nowhere to be seen. Some must have migrated south, some had succumbed to cold, and some could have even crossed the strait to East Antarctica. Only the strongest and most resilient abominations remained, and these were the abominations Sunny hunted. There were creatures of all kinds following him now. He did not choose the most powerful monstrosities or the most lethal to enthrall, so their combat power was not that impressive. What he pursued was variety of types, shapes, forms, elemental affinities, and resistances. These thralls were not meant to kill the winter beast, after all. They were only meant to help Sunny find a way to kill the creature himself. The further inland he went, the colder it became. There were less nightmare creatures around, too, since fewer and fewer of them could withstand the dreadful cold. Even Sunny himself was starting to feel uncomfortable, hiding from the cutting wind and wearing an Auntie's mantle to warm himself. By the time he reached the ruins of Erebus Field, the cold was almost lethal. Here in the vicinity of Mount Erebus, though, Sunny could at least breathe easily. The siege capital that had once stood at the foot of the volcano was destroyed by Goliath. The ruins were mostly drowned in lava. The lava had long turned to stone, of course, which was now buried by snow. Still, the heat coming from below the ground made this area a little bit warmer. Standing on a cliff above the snowy plain, Sunny took a deep breath and studied it carefully. It will do. There was no better battlefield in the Antarctic Center if he wanted to kill the winter beast. Chapter 1652. Terrible Challenger. This was the place where Sky Tide, Wake of Ruin, and Dire Fang had battled the three emerged titans, Whispering Legion, Goliath, and Winter Beast. The Whispering Legion had been slain, while the other two calamitous abominations drove the saints away. An entire span of the mountain range had been demolished in the process. There were nightmare gates hidden under the crushed stone, without a doubt, or maybe above it. Sunny could not see, because most of the valley was hidden by a raging blizzard. This blizzard was the very same that had once enveloped Falcon Scott, sapping the lives of all its remaining inhabitants. It was the manifestation of the winter beast's authority. The air was so cold that each breath Sunny took felt like he was swallowing a scattering of sharp knives. Not paying it any attention, he was gazing down with an expressionless face, his eyes drowning in deep darkness. His gaunt body was encased in fearsome onyx armor, and that armor was shrouded in darkness. Out there in the valley, far below, a long line of nightmare creatures was advancing into the blizzard. Their movements were still and unnatural, as if they were corpses animated by some unknown force. But, at the same time, none of them showed any fear or hesitation. Neither did they show the demented frenzy inherent to most abominations. They just slowly marched into the snow, stretching into a wide line that seemed to encompass the front of the blizzard. A few moments later, the first of the nightmare creatures collapsed, its corpse swiftly becoming encased in ice. Standing on the tall cliff, Sunny pursed his lips in disdain. Weak. Not that he needed these useless things to be strong. No, their purpose was different. It was to show him which type of nightmare creature was the most resistant to the winter beast's cold. From what he could tell, the cursed thing was not that powerful physically, at least as far as titans went. It did not rule a legion of powerful minions, either. What made the winter beast so lethal was its uncanny ability to freeze everything around it to death, corporeal or incorporeal, weak or strong, pure or corrupted. Close to the heart of the blizzard, even time itself seemed slower, as if the chilling cold could freeze the very laws of existence. Sunny might have been burning with murderous hatred, but he had not lost his reason. If he wanted to kill this corrupted titan, he needed to understand it first. Only after dismantling the secrets of the winter beast's power would he be able to slay it. And these thralls were the sacrifice he had prepared to throw into the deathly cold to comprehend it. Soon, they disappeared from sight. Sunny could not see his sacrificial pawns anymore, but Soul Serpent still shared a connection with them. Therefore, he could know if the larvae were still moving or had fallen still. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures under his command, and by studying which ones lasted longer, he would be able to determine a few things about the lethal cold. Come on. Die for me. And yet, in the end, Sunny was disappointed. Because none of them lasted long. The small army of thralls he had so laboriously created in the past few weeks was obliterated in mere minutes, none of them making it that far into the snowstorm. The cold did not differentiate between large monsters or small, those with affinity to ice or those without. All of them were drained of warmth or frozen solid, dying a meaningless death in the embrace of the winter beast's unholy power. Sunny cursed, then sighed with regret. No matter. The absence of a result was a result in and of itself. The fact that there did not seem to be a kind of resistance effective against the authority of the winter beast's profane domain told Sunny a lot, as well. He had contemplated several strategies for just that kind of outcome. These strategies were risky, yes, but actually, he did not feel regretful. Because they were also much more direct and brutal. Killing the wretched Titan in such a fashion was bound to be much more satisfying. Down in the crumbled valley, the blizzard suddenly expanded, as if coming to life. A terrible wind blew, crushing into Sunny with a chilling force. The wall of swirling snow and ice particles slowly advanced, moving in his direction. A dark smile split his face in half. Look at that, Serpent. We seem to have been spotted. He had hoped that hiding in the shadows on top of a distant mountain would be enough to throw the Titan off his scent, but he had been wrong. Perhaps the creature had been aware of his presence all along, but did not bother to react until he dared to challenge it directly. In any case, the corrupted Titan, Winter Beast, was finally rising to deal with the transcendent terror, Sunless. Sunny let out a sigh, then moved his shoulders to stretch his stiff muscles. I guess I'll have to finish the preparations faster. With that, he glanced at the towering figure of the Mountain King that stood in the darkness behind him. Under his gaze, the tyrant suddenly turned into a torrent of black liquid, which then reformed itself into a different, equally ghastly abomination. A spire messenger now stood on the edge of the cliff, its terrifying black beak cutting the wind like a dark blade. The creature's once pale body was now utterly black, and its many powerful limbs pierced the ice with long, sharp talons. Throwing one last look at the approaching snowstorm, Sunny jumped onto its back. In the next moment, the mighty wings of the creature raised a hurricane, and it shot into the air, carrying him back in the direction of Erebus Field. The snowstorm followed. Chapter 1653. Erebus. There was a gaunt figure kneeling on the back of the flying monster, clutching at its black feathers with an onyx gauntlet. Sunny did not look back, knowing that Serpent was much faster than the pursuing Titan. In that, at least, they held an advantage. It will catch up soon enough, though. He was contemplating the results of sacrificing his swarm of thralls. None of them had been able to withstand the lethal cold of the winter beast's domain for long, which meant that there was no type of resistance that could help Sunny survive there, at least none he could find in a short amount of time. The thralls had perished swiftly, sapped of warmth of life. Their bodies fell into the snow, slowly turning into ice sculptures. The conclusion, then, was that Sunny had to use something other than a living being to reach the heart of the snowstorm. That would suggest that an undead creature would fare better, but that was not true. There had been a few gals among the thralls, and they died just the same. But there is a much simpler solution. He didn't have to enter the heart of the sinister blizzard himself or send one of his shadows. He could simply use an inanimate object. A projectile. Indeed, the simplest solution was most often the correct one. The best way to kill the winter beast was to simply bring down a deluge of ranged attacks on its head, or whatever it was that it had instead of a head. Sunny had not been able to do something like that in the past because there was no telling where the Titan's actual manifestation hid within the vast snowstorm. Now, however, his shadow sense could extend across many kilometers. Even if he failed to find the winter beast's precise location, he could at least pinpoint the general area. That is if that thing even has a physical body. For all I know, it could be a sentient storm. That was one of the risks he had to face. The other problem was actually delivering a ranged attack across such a vast distance. Not only was it physically hard, but the fatal cold and the hurricane wind raging within the snowstorm would become an obstacle. The closer one got to its heart, the worse they became. But where there was a will, there was a way. And if that will was killing intent, someone was going to die by the end of their battle, one way or another. Leaning forward to resist the frigid wind, Sunny smiled. Asterisk. Some time later, he was sitting on the snow, shielded from the wind by a wall of onyx scales. That wall, of course, was Serpent's side. His shadow's soul beast form had grown truly immense now that it was a transcendent terror. Serpent was still far from reaching Darren's size, of course, but it was rather daunting nevertheless. Its maw looked like it could swallow an entire military APC whole. The two of them were in the middle of the icy plain that had been Erebus Field once. Most of the destroyed siege capital was buried under lava rock and snow, with only a few ravaged structures protruding above it like skeletal remains. Sunny was sitting with the tall peak of Mount Erebus behind him. In front of him, far in the distance, the world was slowly disappearing beneath a veil of swirling snow. The already dismal temperature was dropping by the minute, and the winds were growing more violent. He looked disinterested, staring at the snow with a frozen expression. The deep darkness of his eyes was cold and placid, like the surface of an ocean ready to explode into a raging storm. It has finally arrived, who? Sunny took a deep breath and finally looked up, studying the distant snowstorm. Its approach was deceptively slow, but he knew that the wall of snow would consume everything around him very soon. Serpent hissed, the deep sound of its voice reverberating across the icy plain. It's time to start, then. Sunny's words hung in the frigid air for a moment and were swiftly swallowed by the howling of the wind. A split second later, though, the world shook. Cracks formed on the vast field of snow, and far behind him, the mouth of Mount Erebus suddenly exploded with a gargantuan pillar of ash. A terrifying gust of hot wind rolled across the desolate landscape, pushing back the cold for a moment. Then, the volcano shone with an angry red glow, and a fountain of incandescent lava shot skyward with a deafening roar. Mount Erebus was erupting. Of course, it did not just happen to erupt precisely when Sunny needed it. Instead, he had sent Fiend into its depths to find a ripe magma chamber and cause an eruption when the time was right. With Goliath having already destabilized the entire region, doing so was not too hard. And with Fiend's robust steel carapace and fire affinity, he could survive inside a volcanic explosion without much trouble. Granted, the little hoodlum would not be happy with its master once he returned. If both of them survived what was coming next, of course. As the wall of swirling snow approached Sunny from the front, devouring the world, a rolling cloud of ash spread from Mount Erebus behind him. The stench of sulfur permeated the frigid air, cold wind crashing into a wave of heat in an invisible collision. Sunny's hair danced as a vast darkness swallowed the sky, plunging the icy plain in its shadow. As everything around him became enveloped in shadows, a sinister smile appeared on Sunny's pale face. He stretched, and then slowly rose to his feet. The cold darkness dwelling in his eyes finally exploded, turning into vicious glee. Looking at the approaching storm, Sunny raised his fist and said, his voice trembling with barely suppressed rage, "Hey, Winter Beast, do you remember me?" Then, his voice grew calmer and colder, full of murderous wrath. "Probably not. But I remember you." Chapter 1654. Opening Salvo. He was still unaccustomed to how vast his sight was now. Of course, he didn't actually see anything, but after years of perceiving the shapes and movements of the shadows, it was not much different. Sunny had tested his limits while relying on his shadow sense to stay alive in the ocean, but the dark depths were different from land. They were unfathomable and empty, with nothing but the cold currents to see. Here in the Antarctic center, though, there was almost too much to sense. Further, and further still. Sunny filtered out the useless data to keep his transcendent mind from overloading and reached across many kilometers of cracking ice toward the approaching snowstorm. Soon, he sensed the shadows trembling from the lethal cold. Even they were not spared from the cruel tyranny of the winter beast. Somewhere between 40 and 50 kilometers, this is as far as I can reach. His shadow sense reached further than his actual sight, which was limited due to the curvature of Earth. And yet, it wasn't enough to find the heart of the vast blizzard, at least not until it got closer and enveloped him. Still, it is already close enough for the initial greeting. Sunny extended a hand. A thin pillar of darkness rose from the ground, growing to stand at almost twice his height. Then, it solidified, turning into an inky black javelin with a needle-sharp tip. He grasped and weighed it, looking at the towering wall of swirling snow with a cold expression. He had created the javelin in the image of the siege souvenir, a similar weapon he had once fashioned to slay Goliath. the original souvenir had been made from the quill of a corrupted abomination, while this one was merely a manifested shadow. However, that shadow had been suffused with his transcendent essence, and was thus equal to a transcendent weapon. A uniquely powerful one at that, due to the fact that his soul had been altered by soul weave. Sadly, the shadow javelin lacked the powerful enchantments that the real siege souvenir had possessed. Still, it was not bad for an opening salvo. Exhaling slowly, Sunny took a step forward. Using the full augmentation of his 5 shadows, he infused a torrent of essence into his muscles and tendons, pushed against the ground with his feet, and strained his entire body to whip his hand forward and send the javelin into the dark sky. The moment he threw it, the world quaked again. A cloud of ash and snow exploded from under his feet, and a thunderous boom tore through the roaring of the eruption. There was an invisible shockwave that pushed the snow and the falling ash away, creating a sphere of clarity around his ominous onyx figure for a few fleeting moments. The javelin was like a black comet as it shot across the lightless sky, its speed immeasurable. However, the actual process was rather dull. It actually took it an entire minute to reach the wall of snow and disappear into it. 20 or so seconds later, Sunny felt his connection to the infused essence disappear. At the same time, he sensed the javelin plummet into the snow and shatter into countless shards of ice, which then dissolved into an intangible shadow. The corner of his mouth twitched. Not enough. With the volcano erupting behind him and the gargantuan wall of snow that connected heavens and earth racing to swallow him from the front, Sunny stared forward with a dark expression and did some mental calculation. I am no better than an artillery cannon, distance-wise. Granted, that javelin of mine was about 25 times heavier than an average artillery shell. Still, I would need to be inside the storm to reach its eye. He grimaced with displeasure. All these mathematics was not exactly what he had wanted. What he had wanted was to get up close and personal with the winter beast and feel its blood flow down his hands. However, reality was never what one wanted. Well, maybe not, considering that Sunny had gotten exactly what he wanted. He had gotten his freedom. And everything else that had come with it. In any case, the distance was not that important. Much more important was the fact that the javelin had been able to survive for more than 20 seconds in the outer reaches of the snowstorm. That was something Sunny could work with. Of course, he still did not know how long his missiles would last in the inner hell of the winter beast's domain. He shook his head, let out a resentful sigh, and glanced at his shadow. War is a boring affair, isn't it, Serpent? Serpent raised its gargantuan head into the air and hissed, perhaps expressing its solidarity. Sunny smiled. Let's make it a bit more exciting, then. As the first torrents of snow swirled around him and plunged the world into unbearable cold, Sunny raised his head to the dark sky and laughed. A few moments later, his laughter disappeared abruptly, and his face suddenly turned still. Only his eyes gleamed with a strange, dark excitement. Something stirred in their depths. And at the same time, the darkness around Sunny stirred, as well. Dozens of inky black pillars rose from the ground, followed by dozens more. They rose into the swirling snow like the fangs of a dragon, their needle-sharp points parting the wind with shrill whistles. Then, just as many tendrils of darkness wrapped around the shadow javelins, turning into inky black hands. Each hand had 7 fingers, ending with sharp claws. Sunny raised a hand, and at the same time, the shadow hands raised the great javelins. He stared into the swirling snow with a cold smile. He was not satisfied with being a transcendent siege engine. To welcome the winter beast, he was prepared to summon forth an entire division's worth of devastating artillery. I'm going to drown you, bastard. Letting out a low growl, he waved his hand forward. The world seemed to shatter from the thunderous roar when countless black javelins tore the swirling snow apart and shot into the depths of the raging blizzard. Chapter 1655. Reign of Destruction. But much more important than the kinetic force they carried was the mystical force of their transcendent nature. In the world of the nightmare spell, there were rules and laws that trampled reason. A corrupted titan like the winter beast could shrug off a railgun shell, but it couldn't ignore the blade of a saint. Sunny had always known about this odd dichotomy, but only now that he was a transcendent had he gained a hint of understanding regarding it. He had vaguely sensed on many occasions the world pushing against him, and his will pushing back against the world. The higher one's rank was, the more they were able to resist the pressure of the mundane and forcefully exert their will upon the world, as well as other living beings populating it, when two transcendent wills clashed. That was why, perhaps, a powerful abomination could survive a nuclear blast, but not a blow delivered to it by an awakened such as him. Because an explosion did not carry an awakened's lethal will. In any case, the winter beast was going to have a problem dealing with the black javelins, both because of the mundane force they carried, and the mystical force infused in them. That was if Sunny could actually hit the creature, of course. Blinded by snow, he closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the shadows. His body was assaulted by unbearable cold, the crushing wind trying to bring him down. The wind was growing more ferocious, and the cold was becoming more calamitous by the second. The waves of heat rolling off the exploding volcano lessened the cruelty of the snowstorm a little, but not by much. Counting the seconds, Sunny concentrated on the distant place where the cold was the most terrible. Out there, even shadows could not withstand it, becoming frozen and still. There was a vast blind spot in his field of perception, so, even though he could not sense the body of the winter beast, he knew where to aim the javelins. Come on! There were almost 15 seconds left before his missiles reached the target area. Which did not mean that Sunny would simply wait patiently. Serpent! Responding to his voice, the giant creature turned into a tide of darkness and flowed under his armor. A few moments later, it had already turned into a serpentine tattoo. As it did, Sunny sensed the amount of spirit essence he could absorb from the surrounding darkness increase dramatically. He suspected that it was either because of Serpent's new ability or because of its shadow guide attribute having undergone an evolution. In the past, that attribute allowed Serpent to help Sunny control his shadow essence better, so who was to say that it couldn't guide the ambient essence of elemental shadows into his soul as well? Thankfully, Sunny was currently shrouded in darkness. The twilight sky was obscured by the cloud of ash that had mixed with snow, so no light reached the plain. Even the red glow of the erupting Mount Erebus had been swallowed by the raging snowstorm, drowning the buried ruins of the destroyed siege capital in deep shadows. The lightless world was full of spirit essence. Which was a good thing, considering that he was not holding back and burning through his own essence recklessly. More! Long before the first salvo of the black javelins reached its target, the second salvo flew into the seething veil of snow. The world shook and quaked from the deafening roar of their passing, and from the aftershocks of the continuing eruption, as well. The third salvo was sent into the storm not long after that. For a while, Sunny was surrounded by a thunderous cacophony of violent shockwaves and the pained howling of the ravaged wind. A dark smile appeared on his face, and he basked in the cataclysmic fury that devoured everything around him. It was a shame that he could not use Serpent better in this fight. There were many forms that his shadow could assume, but none of them would really counter the profane power of the winter beast. On the contrary, all of them would be vulnerable to it. The same went for his avatars. Facing an enemy like that, his best strategy was to consolidate all the power available to him in one source. In himself. Still, it's not too bad. Sunny found the way the battle was developing rather exciting. That was until the first wave of javelins finally reached the heart of the snowstorm, though. His smile dimmed a little. Curses! The very first javelin had survived more than 20 seconds in the snowstorm. But the force of the wind and the fatal cold were much more dire. Close to the area where the winter beast was hiding, some of the shadow projectiles were thrown off course by the hurricane, falling into the snow with thunderous explosions. The rest were swallowed by the cold and sapped of power, turning dead and brittle. Despite how much effort Sunny had poured into them, the speed and power of the black javelins ended up being insufficient. Even if they struck the body of the Titan, they would just shatter into ice without leaving a mark on it. As the fourth salvo shot into the snowstorm, Sunny dismissed the shadow hands and opened his eyes, looking ahead grimly. There was still hope. The winter beast was drawing closer with each second, so the second and third salvos would have spent less time in the blizzard by the time they reached its heart. And yet, Sunny felt pessimistic. Just as he had expected, the second salvo only managed to devastate a swathe of the plain in front of the Titan's intangible fortress of fatal cold. The third one was swallowed without leaving a scar on the storm. He grimaced. No, it's for the better. Sunny had been afraid that there would be no chance for him to clash with the wretched creature face to face. No, it seemed that his worries had been unfounded. If he wanted to kill something well, he had to kill it with his own 2 hands. Was that the saying? As he sighed and took a step back, the fourth and final salvo hit. However, it did not strike the heart of the snowstorm. Instead, each of the javelins struck a particular spot on the vast field of snow, producing an earth-shattering explosion. And in response to that devastating attack, the snow split open across the entire region, unleashing a torrent of angry red glow. Chapter 1656. Into the Storm. At the same time, the fissures glowed with angry red light, and torrents of lava shot from them, devouring the plain. The world was enveloped by a raging blizzard, so no one would have been able to see the awesome spectacle of the fiery cataclysm. Sunny himself only saw flowers of orange glow blooming here and there in the howling darkness. He swayed, struggling to stay on his feet. The chain reaction of chaos and destruction that the fourth salvo of the black javelins had caused was his measure in case a melee clash with the winter beast seemed unavoidable. The terrible heat of the molten lava was not going to put a dent into the titanic snowstorm, of course. In fact, the lava was already turning into volcanic glass. However, more of it shot from underground. An immeasurable amount of snow had been instantly turned into great clouds of boiling steam, which then swiftly turned into a torrent of hail. The whole world was torn apart by the clash between the incinerating heat and the obliterating cold, becoming consumed by chaos. The cold was winning, of course, but it was also being weakened, even if not by much. Considering that Sunny was about to face the very worst of it, though, every little bit counted. As for the sudden collapse of the snow field, that was Saint's doing. Fiend had been responsible for starting the volcanic eruption, but Mount Erebus was at a distance. If Sunny wanted to drown the winter beast in lava, he had to make sure that the whole region would crack open. That was not that hard to achieve, considering that the ruins of the siege capital buried under his feet were already unstable. With Saint creating channels for the lava to flow and deepening the already existing caverns, all Sunny had to do to cause a cascading collapse was deliver powerful shocks to shatter the meticulously prepared weak points in the icy crust. After that, nature would take its course. Of course, it was a bit degrading to use a great warrior like Saint to dig glorified trenches. But that was what made the winter beast so vile. Its cold countered most of Sunny's powers and made it impossible for his subordinates to fully exert theirs. I'll just have to make sure it pays for that affront, as well. As he felt the very life being slowly sapped from his body by the killing cold, Sunny took a few more steps back and then inhaled deeply, ignoring the feeling of his lungs being cut by icy blades. Not that far, now. The darkness around him surged, shrouding his figure in a vast mantle. He allowed himself to turn into an intangible shadow and then manifested himself back into the world, building a towering shell around the dark incarnation. This was the safest shell Sunny could create, one that posed no threat of his mind being pulled into the abyss of formlessness. Because it was created in the image of himself. Slowly, a dark giant rose above the quaking plain. It was gaunt, with long hair that billowed in the wind like a sable waterfall. His eyes were like 2 abyssal wells, and the expression on his inky black face was both cold and savage. The hurricane wind crushed into the immense chest of the shadow colossus and was repelled, howling mournfully as it died. Vast plates of stone-like metal encased his gaunt and muscular body, creating a fearsome onyx carapace. As the heart of the snowstorm drew nearer and nearer, the dark giant slowly lowered himself, his knee sending a net of cracks through the thick layer of impenetrable ice. Then, he leaned down and supported his immense weight with both palms. Finally, the colossus grew still, his head lowered. His pose was like that of an athlete preparing to explode into a run. 20 seconds, whew. Sunny felt darkly fascinated by the immediate future. That was how long his javelins had been able to survive in the outer reaches of the snowstorm. Some had made it most of the way into the heart of the profane blizzard before turning into shattered ice. He was much more powerful than a manifested shadow, though. He was a transcendent terror, both his body and his onyx carapace augmented 5 times over by the shadows. Sunny was willing to bet that his shell would survive long enough for him to witness the true appearance of the winter beast. He would probably have mere seconds to live after that, though. So, something had to happen in those seconds to end the battle in his favor. "I like it!" A strange, sinister, thunderous noise suddenly resounded in the raging blizzard. It was the sound of the Shadow Colossus laughing. Then, his laughter turned into a chilling growl, and the towering giant exploded forward like a dark tsunami. An entire area of the snow field was obliterated by his initial push. A crushing shockwave spread from the point where Sunny's foot dug into the ice, but he was moving faster than it. Faster, and faster, and faster still. The shadow giant tore through the snowstorm as he ran, effortlessly leaping over the vastest of fissures and sending fountains of incandescent lava into the sky when he stepped in them, as if stepping into puddles. His speed increased more and more, until it was as if a black meteor was flying above the snow, moving parallel to it. The bitter cold sank into the towering colossus, trying to shackle him and slow him down. But Sunny simply broke through the cold, even as he felt the outer layers of his shell turn to ice. The heart of the snowstorm was already in front of him. He dove into its terrible embrace, trying to accelerate even more. In the end, the cold was just too much. With his giant body impacted by its fatal force, Sunny couldn't keep up anymore. He lost his balance and fumbled, almost falling down. There was no time to take the next step. And yet, his speed was so great that he was carried forward by pure inertia. That inertia was just enough to bring him into the eye of the storm. There, Sunny finally saw the winter beast. The frozen lips of the shadow colossus shattered into pieces as he bared his teeth in a vicious grin. "Well, aren't you ugly?" Chapter 1657. Heart of Winter. Each of the countless shards of ice had been a part of someone slain by the blizzard once, perhaps. And yet, absolute peace reigned in the heart of the storm. A vast area beyond the invisible fortress wall of suffocating cold was entirely devoid of wind, snow, and ice. Everything was flawlessly still, as if nothing could move in this frigid kingdom, not even the winds of the blizzard itself. With the sky above shrouded by ash, it was dark here, with frozen rivers of lava glowing dimly as they turned to glass. The heat of the underground rivers of molten rock was powerless against the profane power of the corrupted Titan, and yet, it was enough to buy Sunny a second or two more. The winter beast itself was floating above the ground in the middle of its frozen kingdom. When Sunny first saw it, he was taken aback. The creature was eerie and grotesque, unlike anything he had ever seen. Just witnessing it made him feel appalled, as if his senses were trying to reject the existence of such a being. The winter beast could not be called a beast, at all. Instead, it was an expansive, ethereal structure made of ice, as if countless torrents of water had frozen when they exploded outward from a hidden source. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't so organic. Although the Titan's body was made of ice, it also looked like a living creature. The twisting pillars of ice vaguely resembled parts of a mangled body, limbs, organs, torn intestines, broken bones, and desiccated flesh. It was as though a giant being had been meticulously disassembled into countless parts, and then violently fused together in macabre disorder. There were dark shapes of other nightmare creatures fused into the ice here and there, as well, still and lifeless. The ice was pale and bleak, but the winter beast itself was nevertheless full of color. That was because numerous flowers bloomed on the ice, their petals an intense azure color. The contrast between their vibrant beauty and the appalling body of the creature beneath was hideously striking. Vast plumes of snow drifted from the flowers like pollen, shrouding the winter beast in a frosty haze. It was both beautiful and harrowing, but mostly harrowing. At the very heart of the eerie abomination, barely visible through the ice, a small shadow was encased in it. Sunny thought that it resembled the remains of a human being, but he wasn't sure. In any case, he was momentarily lost as to what to do. How was one even supposed to fight such a creature? But his hesitation only lasted for a split second. Still carried forward by inertia and having lost his balance, the shadow colossus fell and rolled over his shoulder. The ground quaked from the terrible force of the impact, and the thin layer of volcanic glass cracked under his weight, a fountain of molten lava shooting into the air, only to freeze a moment later into an abstract sculpture. At the same time, the frozen pauldron of the onyx mantle shattered into countless pieces of black ice, and the giant's shoulder beneath it became covered by a net of deep cracks. The outer layers of the shell had already been turned to ice, and were now fracturing under the strain of his movements. It seemed as though the giant's skin was peeling, revealing the black mess of firm muscles underneath. It did not matter. Sunny was already exiting the roll, propelling himself forward into a powerful leap. The winter beast moved slightly, the azure mountain of its body hovering above the snow. Some of the twisting, vaguely organic pillars of ice moved, as well, unfurling slowly, as if preparing to explode forward and receive the shadow giant into their embrace. Sunny shuddered as he flew through the frozen hell toward the harrowing creature. But it was too late for regret. Now that he had jumped, there was no turning back, and no choosing a different strategy. Die! A stifled roar escaped through the dark giant's bared teeth. Sunny fell on the winter beast from above, but just then, countless spikes of ice extended from the creature's body and tore through his armor, impaling the damaged shell. Not paying it any attention, he immediately grabbed the thickest of the ice spears and pulled himself lower across its length, leaving a trail of dissipating shadows behind. In the place where his hand touched the ice, the gauntlet of the onyx mantle disintegrated into a haze of ice, and 2 of his fingers broke off. Sunny sensed the twisted pillars of ice flowing forward to encompass him. The unbearable cold permeated the entire mass of the shadow colossus shell, sending waves of pain through his soul. His dark eye surged with murderous fury. In the next moment, the impaled giant slid low enough to reach the actual body of the abominable titan. His feet touched the ground. Crushing countless azure flowers, he stretched his hands and grabbed onto the grotesque shape of the titan, his claws digging into the killing ice. And then? Sunny pulled the winter beast into the shadows. "Let me help you off your throne, you abominable wretch." In war, the best advantage one could gain was fighting on a battlefield of their choosing. Sunny was currently in the very heart of the winter beast's storm, where his enemy wielded the most power. So, he was going to carry both of them away from this frozen hell. Shadow Step had undergone an evolution during his transcendence, so Sunny could carry living beings with him now. Sadly, he could not leave them in the dark realm of shadows, but he could very well transport them to someplace else in the material world. The range of his teleportation had also increased drastically due to how far his shadow sense could reach. Of course, teleporting a corrupted titan against its will, and over a vast distance, was going to burn an immeasurable amount of his essence. But it was more than worth it. Come with me, beast." He would have grinned if his lips hadn't been frozen and shattered already. Sunny exerted all of his power to pull the winter beast into the shadows. The titan tried to resist, but it was of no use. Perhaps if it had reacted sooner, or knew the enemy better, such an outcome could have been prevented, but not anymore. Even when the hands dragging the creature into the darkness turned to ice and shattered, it was already too late. In the next moment, unbelievably, the crumbling giant made of shadows and the appalling creature of azure flowers and pale ice suddenly disappeared from the frigid stillness of the snowstorm's heart. A split second later, both of them emerged from the darkness in the infernal depths of Mount Erebus, plummeting into a vast lake of incandescent magma. Chapter 1658. Burning Wrath. However, the winter beast had brought the cold, the snow, and the storm with it. The azure flowers growing from the corpses of the nightmare creatures that the ice had encased were still blooming with plumes of snow, and the creature itself was like the heart of an endless, empty, cold abyss. Several things happened before Sunny and his enemy plunged into the churning magma. First, the vast cloud of snow surrounding the winter beast instantly evaporated. Second, the surface of the fiery lake instantly cooled, turning into black glass. Third, the sudden changes in pressure and temperature, as well as the sudden expansion of a vast mass of boiling gas, caused a titanic explosion, throwing Sunny and the dreadful abomination apart. The explosion shattered the dome of the underground chamber and the crust of the recently frozen magma, which in turn started a chain reaction of devastating destruction. Far above and outside, the erupting Erebus shuddered and quaked, gargantuan stones exploding into the frigid air like cannonballs. A terrifying crack split one of its slopes, and after another cataclysmic quake, the entire side of the fuming mountain crumbled. Letting the wind, the ice, and the snow of the unholy storm pour deep into the interior of the erupting volcano, where the blizzard came into contact with the endless mass of molten rock. A secondary explosion tore apart the snowstorm and shook the very heavens, much more terrifying than the first. As indescribable destruction spread, a towering mushroom cloud rose above the frozen ruins of Erebus Field, dwarfing the first one. All across the Antarctic center, the ground shook. Avalanches rolled down from snowy peaks, and several mountains collapsed. The ice encasing the frozen ocean split open, and towering waves of black water rolled from below. Deep underground, Sunny felt like he was caught in the middle of a collapsing star. Bombarded by devastating concussive waves from all sides, wreathed in incinerating flames and suffocating cold, he moved his damaged shell to dodge the giant boulders that fell from above. The boulders crashed into the crust of frozen magma, breaking it and causing immense geysers of molten rock to shoot upward. Those geysers were immediately frozen, turning into glass pillars, only to be shattered a moment later and collapse in a rain of obsidian shards. It was a scene of absolute chaos, like a chilling glimpse of fiery hell. Sunny wanted to laugh. Did I complain that the battle was not exciting enough? In this life, it seemed, all his wishes were destined to be granted. The mangled colossus made of pure darkness lunged toward the grotesque shape of the winter beast. The shell was in poor shape. The onyx mantle was cracked and fractured all over. It was repairing itself, but not fast enough to make a difference. His face was missing most of its skin, revealing his black teeth and slightly protruding canines. In that moment, it resembled Weaver's demonic mask much more than his face. Both hands of the dark giant had turned to ice and shattered when he grabbed the winter beast, leaving him with no means of holding a weapon. But that was fine. Sunny himself was a weapon. Reaching the Titan in several ferocious leaps, Sunny used all of his mass and all of his momentum to deliver a devastating kick to the eerie ice creature. The blow was truly terrifying. Even though the winter beast had used countless tendrils of ice to block it, most of them were shattered and exploded into a barrage of deadly ice shards. A net of cracks spread over the innermost surface of its hideous body, as well. Much more importantly, the creature was thrown down, crashing through the crust of magma and plunging into the flaming depths of the hellish cauldron. Of course, Sunny was not unscathed, either. In fact, his entire left foot had turned to ice and broke off, taking with it the better part of the shin. He briefly thought that the sight of him would be rather comical if it wasn't so terrifying. Because losing 3 out of his 4 limbs did not quench Sunny's murderous wrath one bit. The crumbling colossus roared viciously as it fell. The winter beast was not damaged by the incandescent magma at all, even if it directly opposed the power of unholy cold. Instead, the entire lake of magma cooled, its very heart turning into a vast expanse of black glass. Thanks to that, the Titan was momentarily trapped in obsidian, fused into it like the corpses of the nightmare creatures were fused into the hideous ice of its body. Sunny was full of furious glee at receiving that moment. Using the feather of truth, trait of the onyx mantle, he turned himself as heavy as he could, and toppled straight onto the immobilized abomination. With no hands to deliver a blow, he brought his head down on the cracked ice. The force of the impact was so terrible that there was a flash of light, and the entire mountain shook. The dark giant skull cracked, but the cold carapace of the winter beast finally cracked, as well, a myriad of ice shards flying away. It moved, easily breaking free of the obsidian lake. The gargantuan stalks of ice moved as well, wrapping around Sunny and pulling him closer to the ice. At the same time, ice spikes formed below him, shooting forward to impale his mutilated shell. The upper part of his broken head was already fused with the ice, turning still and brittle from the frost. Almost immobilized, Sunny was being swiftly assimilated into the winter beast's body. All around him was pale ice, painted beautifully in shades of vivid azure. He was caught. Caught exactly where he wanted to be. Instead of trying to free himself from the icy tomb, Sunny used his broken limbs to push himself further down, into the fracture that he had created in the frigid carapace of the profane Titan. And there he snarled, and used his bared teeth to bite down ferociously on the vague shape at the heart of the eerie ice creature. Chapter 1659. Hour of Reckoning. But his jaws were still intact. With most of his limbs gone and his colossal body swiftly turning into ice, Sunny let out a frenzied growl as he opened his skeletal maw and bit down on the small silhouette encased in the heart of the winter beast's appalling vessel, slicing it in half. A moment later, his teeth exploded into a rain of ice. His mutilated shell was far too damaged, and would have already crumbled if it had not been fused into ice, becoming a part of it. His soul was cold, cold, cold enough that even the terrible pain ravaging it had been swallowed by a peaceful numbness. That peace was a herald of death. But none of it mattered. Because the moment Sunny destroyed the source of the winter beast, the abominable sculpture of ice that served as its body shuddered. And then, it started to crack. He heard a gleeful laughter ring in his mind, breaking through the haze of stillness that was consuming it. Glee, triumph, vindication, pain, sorrow, guilt, hatred, countless emotions were fused into that laugh, creating an eerily disturbing mixture. Sunny recognized the laughter as his own. Or was it a scream? He was laughing because the winter beast was dead. There was no nightmare spell to celebrate his kill, but Sunny had sensed a trickle of shadow fragments entering his soul. The harrowing titan, winter beast, the bane of the Antarctic Center and the executioner of Falcon Scott, the abominable horror that had stolen the lives of Sunnis soldiers and taught him how unbearably crushing a defeat can be, was gone. Slain by his own hand, no less. Vengeance was so sweet. But that sweetness was also so indescribably bitter, because it carried the memories of what it was exactly that Sunny had longed to avenge. Imprisoned in the depths of a frozen shell, Sunny cut off his senses for a fleeting moment. Left alone in the darkness, he whispered, This is for you. It was for Bell, Dorn, and Samara. For Professor Obel, Sergeant Gear, and Lieutenant Kerin. For numerous others who had perished in Falcon Scott. And for Sunny himself, who had to live with the scars that the winter beast had left on his soul. Now, let's finish this. The abominable titan was dead, but the ordeal was not quite over yet. Sunny was still trapped within the icy tomb of the winter beast's vessel, and the world was still quaking all around him. Fearing that the spreading cold would reach the very depths of the frozen shell and swallow his soul, Sunny dismissed the dark giant. However, the broken colossus did not dissolve into shadows, eerily enough. Those parts of it that had been turned to ice by the titan remained solid despite being released. All Sunny managed to do was create a sphere of empty darkness around himself, where the cold had not yet reached. He hesitated for a split second, then summoned more shadows from the lantern and swiftly built a new shell in the broken remains of the old one. The appalling figure of the winter beast was still half buried in obsidian, towering above it like a hideous masterpiece of sinister art. The azure flowers were wilting. A few moments later, they caught a flame and turned to ash, disappearing into the dark winds of the underground cauldron. A few moments more, and the cracks covering the carcass of the dreadful titan widened, and then exploded outward when two black hands tore through the ice from the inside. Sunny crawled out of the crumbling titan and allowed his second shell to dissolve. Now outside the body of the winter beast and able to use shadow step again, he instantly teleported some distance away, stepping on the black obsidian with bare feet. The damage to a shell was not transferred to the body, but the onyx mantle was truly in tatters. It was going to take some time for his armor to restore itself, so, for now, Sunny was left standing there in nothing but the rags of his military bodysuit. No different from how he had been when he returned to Antarctica. He took a deep breath. Somewhere outside, far away, the terrible snowstorm was dying down. The profane power that supported it was gone, and so, it was going to disappear without a trace before too long. The worst of the eruption seemed to have already happened, as well. Most of the lava that had flown from Erebus had been cooled by the blizzard, solidifying into glass and stone. That said, the volcano had been terribly damaged, an entire side of it having collapsed to reveal the fiery caverns within. Sunny suspected that, if not for the ash, he could have looked up and seen a fragment of the bleak sky even from these depths. The ground was still quaking, but not as much as before. He waited for a bit, ignoring the sweltering heat and holding his breath in the suffocating fumes of the active volcano. In front of him, at some distance, the corpse of the winter beast was slowly crumbling. The azure flowers were gone. The pale ice was shattering, unable to withstand its own weight anymore, and melting. The desiccated corpses of the nightmare creatures that had been encased in it caught flame and were scattered by the wind. Soon, it was all over. Full of an indescribable feeling, Sunny slowly approached the place where the winter beast had died. His enemy was gone, and all that remained was a scattering of shimmering soul shards, the fragmented remains of his frozen shell, and a barrow of pale ice. There was no sign of the vague silhouette that he had bitten in half anywhere in sight. It must have turned to ash like the rest of the corpses fused with the abomination. The remaining ice, what had been the innermost core of the Titan's body once, was not melting, but neither was it radiating a sense of fatal cold. That cold was there, still, but now, it seemed to be contained within the ice instead of spreading outward like a curse. In the flaming darkness of the obsidian lake, the mystical ice looked almost like frosty metal. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed, coughed violently, and summoned the covetous coffer. He placed everything inside, the soul shards, the fragments of frozen shadows, and the pieces of pale ice. It's over. The winter beast was dead. He had settled the score and avenged himself. He had avenged everyone else, as well. His business in Antarctica was finished. Suddenly, Sunny looked tired. He glanced around, his gaze a little lost, and then asked quietly, "Now what?" Of course, there was no response. There was no one to respond, either. In the silence of the obsidian lake, Sunny rubbed his face tiredly and closed his eyes. "I'm tired of this place. Not the depths of Mount Erebus. Not the ruins of the Erebus field, and not even the Antarctic center. Sunny felt tired of this world. Nothing was holding him back here anymore. And so, he decided to leave. A dozen seconds later, his figure disappeared from inside the broken volcano, and off the face of the earth. He would not return to the waking world for 3 long, lonesome years. Chapter 1660. Fragments of a fleeting dream. Were so unlike the frightening, unhinged demon she had witnessed in his memories. Witnessing one's memories was a strange affair, because what had been and what people remembered were usually 2 different things. Memories were vague, disjointed, and fragile, like the fragments of a fleeting dream. Some were vibrant and deeply etched, some were dull and shallow. Some were bright. Most were full of sorrow. But the shadow scent possessed an unbelievably clear memory. It was striking, second only to Cass's own now that she had transcended. It was as if nothing he had experienced were ever truly erased, at least not the details of the memory he had chosen to show her, which must have been important to him. What an irony, then, that his whole existence had been erased from the world. There was a problem with reading his memories, though. Firstly, the way the man who called himself Sunless perceived the world was simply too strange. Even Cassie, who was uniquely suited to having multiple points of view and had already experienced the way he sensed his surroundings through her ascended ability, found herself feeling dizzy from the avalanche of unfamiliar sights and sensations. Secondly, and more importantly, there were countless gaps in her recollection of what she had seen. Those were the moments where the young man pretending to be a humble shopkeeper thought, spoke, or felt something about the places and events that had been erased from everyone's memories. In the end, what she had witnessed, or rather, could remember witnessing, was even more disjointed than the memories of ordinary people. The chilling images. A young man with alabaster skin crawling from the black water on the cracked ice, his eyes brimming with unfathomable darkness. The eerie city where a terrible slaughter had taken place, but only emptiness remained. The days of slaughter across the desolate expanse of the abandoned continent, the snow turning crimson from the spilled blood. An aloof figure observing from a cliff as an army of enslaved nightmare creatures marched to their deaths into a raging blizzard. The furious battle under the slopes of an erupting volcano. The harrowing strength both the monster and the man had shown. The culmination of it all, and so much more. Cassie scowled. Why was it so hard to cling to the very idea of it? She had to know. Countless thoughts surfaced in her mind, clicking together as they assembled into chains of logic. The frozen siege capital, it must be Falcon Scott, the fallen bastion of the Antarctic Center. He had returned there as a former member of the 1st Evacuation Army. That winged beast he used as a mount was unmistakably a spire messenger. I was right, after all, he was with us on the Forgotten Shore. However, the Firekeepers only joined the southern campaign after the Antarctic Center was swallowed by the Chain of Nightmares. Which means that he was never one of us. What relationship did we have? This strength, was he one of Gunlorg's lieutenants? A prominent hunter of the outer settlement? Someone who paid tribute to live in the castle, like Kai and Aiko? He could have been sent to the Forgotten Shore the same year as Cassie and Nephis, but that was exceedingly unlikely. There had been only 3 people who reached the Dark City that year, Castor, Nephis, and Cassie herself, due to being dragged along by Nephis. Or, no, had there been someone else? Her memories were vague, which meant her train of thought broke apart and faded, even the memory of having such thoughts disappearing from her mind. She vaguely sensed what had happened and tried to retrace the steps of her logic, but to no avail. So, Cassie continued to think. And find more pieces to fill the void. Asterisk. Sunny allowed Cassie to contemplate what she had seen for a few minutes. He guessed that it was going to take her a while to come to terms with the winter beast's demise. However, she spoke sooner than he had expected. Turning to face him once again, the blind seer said evenly, "So, you are the Lord of Shadows." Sunny shrugged and smiled lazily. "What if I am?" She hesitated for a while. "I know that your second body is currently enjoying a tasteless theater play that we sponsored, while the third one is somewhere in Song Domain, hiding in the shadows. However, I can't sense the one in Godgrave at all." Curious. Cassie frowned. A powerful anti-divination memory, perhaps. Or maybe it's the nature of your citadel. Sunny tilted his head a little. "If you know that the play is tasteless, why sponsor it?" She shrugged. Tasteless things have their use, as well. How Machiavellian of her. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "In any case, I would prefer it if you didn't share the fact that the Lord of Shadows and me are the same person. Especially with Changing Star." Cassie's frown deepened. "You want me to deceive Nephis?" "Why?" He stared at her with no particular emotion on his face. "I get it that you are overwhelmed, St. Cassia, but think about it for a moment. Unlike you, she is unable to remember that she has forgotten something. So, she wouldn't know that the 3 of us share a connection. All she would remember is that there is a person pretending to be a master here in Bastion, who is actually a powerful and not entirely friendly saint residing in a death zone. Our relationship would become strained in that case, and it definitely would not become any better." Sunny smiled. "Plus, this incarnation of mine is really just a humble shopkeeper. It's like a vacation. I wouldn't want my peaceful life to be spoiled. Who knows what will happen to my mental state if my only source of peace disappears in a puff of smoke?" Cassie met his gaze with her unseeing eyes, then sighed. "Fine. I'll keep your secret. As long as you don't scheme to harm Nephis, of course. If you do." Her expression didn't change, but the air in the stone chamber suddenly seemed terribly cold. Sunna's smile dimmed a little. "Why would I harm Changing Star? She is the cornerstone of my survival, after all. And therefore, the integral part of my plans." The blind seer raised an eyebrow. "Your plans? And what are you planning exactly, Lord Shadow?" "Sunny." He laughed, then abruptly fell silent. After a while, Sunny spoke in a subtly insidious tone. "Well, the future might be unknown to me, but one thing is certain. Very soon, there will be a war for the throne of humanity. Anvil, Kisong, maybe even that third one. They will clash, and knowing Changing Star, she will insert herself into that clash, somehow. To slaughter them." He shrugged. "So, why not make sure that when the dust settles, she is the one sitting on the throne? That is my plan. To hand her the crown. No matter how I feel about changing star, I absolutely despise those 3 gals, not to mention that I absolutely do not trust them to keep me alive. So, there's that. Cassie remained silent, facing him with a frown on her delicate face. Eventually, she turned away. Time is short. The moon will disappear soon, so we must hurry to leave. I'll be waiting for our meeting next month. A crooked grin twisted Sunnis' lips. As you wish, Saint Cassia. He rose, ready to activate Shadow Step, but then stopped. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then coughed and asked awkwardly. Oh, about that memory you wanted to commission. I am really quite good at making those, you know. Cassie tilted her head in confusion, then blinked. Right, the memory. Of course. I'll send someone to you in a couple of weeks, with all the details. She took a step forward, coming practically face to face with Sunny, then placed her hands on his shoulders. Pleasure doing business with you, Master Sunless. He coughed. Ah, yes. Likewise. But why are you holding me? Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then elegantly raised an eyebrow. Because you need to teleport me out of this terrible place? You weren't thinking of leaving me here, were you? I hope not. Chapter 1661. Missing Light. In front of him, a frail tree was growing in the darkness, its branches brimming with wilting leaves. Sunny studied the tree and sighed. It's not doing well, despite my efforts. The tree was missing sunlight, what little of it there was in the outskirts of NQSC, from where Sunny had stolen it. But it was resilient, just like the people there were. It had clung to life for a long time in that godforsaken place, and now it continued to do so here, in Godgrave. Sunny felt guilty towards the tree. It was the one he had cut 2 lines into to mark the passing of his parents. After claiming the Nameless Temple and coming back to the waking world, Sunny visited NQSC and took the tree away from the pitiful park where it grew. Of course, he replaced it with a different one. People of the outskirts did not have a lot of vibrant things to look at, and he didn't want to rob them of another one. Not that it mattered too much. Most of the settlers who chose to pass through the dreamed gates were not citizens, but those who had been discarded by humanity and hoped to find a better place for themselves in a different world. As a result, the outskirts of NQSC were much less crowded than they had been in his time, and would only grow more desolate as time went on. In any case, the familiar tree stood in the courtyard of his citadel now, and Sunny often came to tend to it, or gaze at it as he contemplated various matters. It seems that Vela and Song have started preparations. It won't be long now. He sighed, then closed his eyes and dove into his soul sea. Such a simple thing, but it had taken Sunny more than a year to find a way back into the soul sea after being banished from the nightmare spell. Even then, he could only enter it after concentrating and meditating for a long time. At least for a while, he could do it on a moment's notice once again after another year of practice. The soul sea looked the same as it had before, but also entirely different. The vast expanse of silent water was the same. The 6 lightless suns hanging above it were also no different. However, now, a magnificent black temple stood in the middle of the lake, its pillars shrouded in darkness. It was a perfect replica of the Nameless Temple, which had appeared here on its own the moment Sunny claimed ownership of the ancient citadel. The Legion of Shadows, which had dwelled at the edges of the Soul Sea, were now gathered around the temple, just as lifeless and motionless as they had always been. Of course, there were much more of them now, with several giant figures towering above the rest. It almost looked as if they would come to life at any moment, ready to enter the temple to worship its master. Sunny did not know what, exactly, had caused this change, but suspected that the soul seas of all saints were somewhat different from those of lesser awakened. A soul sea was the representation of one soul, after all, and transcendence was all about the soul surpassing the limits of its mortal vessel. As such, he couldn't help but wonder what the soul sea of a sovereign would look like. What about a sacred being? Or a divine one? Would the soul of a deity contain an actual realm? He didn't know, yet, but maybe one day he would find out. In any case, for now, he had come here for a purpose. Sitting on the steps of the dark temple, Sunny sighed and summoned the images of his shadows. Soon, 5 figures appeared in front of him. Saint, Serpent, Nightmare, Fiend, and Mimic. He studied them silently. There was more than one thing he had to discover anew after losing the helpful guidance of the spell. Entering the Soul Sea was one, but nurturing his shadows was another. Only after being left alone had Sunny learned clearly where his aspect ended and the Nightmare spell began. Creating shadows was a facet of his aspect, making them stronger by feeding them memories, however, was a helpful tool the spell had graciously provided, building it around his innate powers. It was reasonable, in hindsight. Memories were born from the spell, after all, so it wouldn't make sense for shadow creatures to be dependent on them for growth. The same could be said about echoes, which were similarly of the spell. It wouldn't make much sense if the only way to create a shadow was through an echo. So, Sunny had to discover a new way, the true way, to accomplish both of these things. He had succeeded only partially. Sunny still had no idea how to create a shadow without an echo, but he had discovered ways to empower most of his shadows. Fiend was the easiest to deal with, in that regard. All he needed was to devour powerful creatures or potent mystical materials to grow. Granted, his stomach was truly bottomless. The rascal had been feasting on all kinds of dreadful nightmare creatures for many years, but only advanced to the supreme rank recently, after consuming that great demon some days back. All of his attributes and abilities had grown stronger, but Fiend had not gained any new ones yet. The secret to Serpent's growth was also rather simple, since that shadow had always been unique. Its rank depended on how well Sunny had mastered Shadow Dance, while its class was equal to that of its master. Sunny could not receive Aspect Legacy relics anymore, however, he could still advance in his mastery of it. When that happened, Serpent would become supreme as well. Granted, he was wary of diving deeper into Shadow Dance due to losing his true name. Meanwhile, Nightmare had already become a transcendent terror, reaching the same class and rank as Serpent. It had taken Sunny a long time to figure out how to make this shadow of his stronger in the absence of the Nightmare spell, but the solution was simple. Nightmare fed on the dreams of powerful creatures. He subjugated them, but could also consume them. That was how it could reach a higher rank, even though the process was slow and fraught with danger. The way for the marvelous mimic to grow was also not that hard. It could produce soul coins by devouring living beings. Those soul coins could be used by anyone to strengthen their soul, but if fed back to the mimic, they would strengthen it instead. However, Sunny did not really need mimic to rise in rank, for now. The most important traits of the marvelous mimic, the volume of its dimensional storage and the intricacy of the shape it could assume, depended on the potency of its master soul, not the shadow's own. And finally, there was Saint. Looking at her, Sunny sighed. She was the only one he didn't know how to nurture yet. In the past, Saint grew in rank by consuming memories with the help of the spell, but now, there was no way he knew of to strengthen her. As a result, his very first shadow had remained a transcendent devil to this day. Of course, as far as transcendent devils went, she was by far the most deadly one he had ever seen. But is it enough for what is to come? Sunny didn't know. Hearing someone walk across the marble floor of the dark courtyard, he dismissed the images of his shadows and left the Soul Sea. It seemed that he had a visitor. Chapter 1662. Bridge Builders. A moment later, the darkness of the courtyard was dispelled by soft light. Sunny did not move, waiting for Nephis to approach. Of course, he was observing her through the shadows. A dull pain suddenly pressed on his heart. She has changed. The source of light was Nephis herself, a ball of white flame dancing on her palm. He remembered that she had used a few memories to produce fire and light in the past, after returning from her second nightmare, to spare herself the pain of calling upon her aspect. But now, it seemed, that was not the case. She reached him and remained silent for a few moments, looking at the frail tree with a slight frown. Soon enough, her gaze grew a little confused, and then cleared. "Is that a mundane tree?" Sunny nodded. "Indeed. I'm afraid it is not doing well here, in the dream realm. Away from warmth and light. He had tried many ways to substitute both through sorcery, of course, with little success. Nephis remained silent for a moment. The aspect of one of my people, Shakti, has to do with nurturing plants. I can ask her to take a look. He turned his head slightly, staring at her with his own pair of eyes. That would be appreciated. She smiled faintly and looked at the wilting leaves. I must admit, though, I never imagined someone like you would feel sentimental about a tree, Lord Shadow. Sunny tilted his head. Someone like me? Nephis nodded. Someone who chooses to live alone in the middle of a lifeless death zone, battling hungry abominations. He stared at her for a few moments, then shrugged. This is the only tree in this lifeless death zone that has never tried to eat me. Of course, I am sentimental. With that, he rose to his feet and asked in a cold tone. You are ready, then? Now that the two of them had reached initial agreement, she had to go back to Bastion and report it to the elders of Clan Vela. However, Nephis and the Firekeepers were not going to repeat the long and perilous journey across Godgrave. Instead, it was much more convenient for them to place their anchors in the Nameless Temple. Once they returned to their tethered location in the waking world, another saint would bring them to Bastion. And once they were done in Bastion, Nephis would bring them back to the waking world. From there, all of them could return to their anchors in the Nameless Temple. The process was somewhat unwieldy, but effective. If Sunny allowed them to anchor themselves in the Nameless Temple, of course. But he had not. The Firekeepers believed that it was because he didn't trust them yet. Nephis most likely suspected that he didn't want another saint, and anyone sworn to a domain, to contaminate his citadel with Anvil's authority. The truth of the matter was that he simply didn't want to give Vela easy access to his temple. The harder it was for them to reach it, the less they would bother him. So, instead of allowing the Firekeepers to place their anchors here, he would play the role of the ferryman himself. He would deliver them to the waking world, and then meet them there at an agreed-upon time to carry them back. This way, Sunny would be the only one who controlled access to his citadel, and, therefore, Godgrave. Before Nephis and the Firekeepers left, however, they wanted to discuss the general points of their alliance with him. The better they knew what to expect, the more detailed the offer they would be able to bring back from Bastion. Let's go. Soon, the two of them entered the main hall of the temple from one of the side passages. The Firekeepers were already there, along with their annoying lanterns. Sunny sighed behind the visor of his helmet. It was so dark and peaceful here before. Apart from those brief few days last year when a handful of scared sleepers resided in the Nameless Temple, his life here was rather peaceful. It wasn't going to be peaceful much longer. Sunny moved a hand, and the shadows rose from the floor, forming a detailed terrain map of the known part of the Dream Realm. The Firekeepers stared at it for a few moments, then coughed and put the paper map they had brought away. Sunny approached the dark map and stared at it for a few moments. The hollow mountains rose like sharp fangs from the marble floor. Far to the south, a black castle stood in the middle of a black lake. A great bridge connected a tall peak to a formidable volcano, with a beautiful black palace perched at one of its ends. Below it all, a black ship drifted in a sea of darkness. Many lesser citadels were scattered here and there. He was looking at something else, though. A black skeleton with its head resting on the outskirts of the hollow mountains. Nephis studied the map, as well, then let out a barely audible sigh. Finally, she said in an even tone. The war between the Sword Domain and the Song Domain is inevitable. There is no connection between the two over land, and the House of Night is clinging to its neutrality despite the desperate attempts by both great clans to forge an alliance with them. Which means that a land bridge must be created, and will be created. She pointed to the black skeleton. That land bridge is Godgrave. The great clan that conquers it first will have the ability to launch an invasion into the territory of the enemy. Even if a full invasion is impossible due to how well fortified the enemy is, the side controlling Godgrave can harass the adversary, disrupt supply chains, conquer weaker citadels, and strengthen their domain while weakening the other. Nephis looked at Sunny. So, Lord Shadow, you must understand what it means. He remained silent for a few moments, then said with cold indifference. It means that neither side can allow the enemy to take Godgrave. So, this death zone will not be a land bridge to start the war, but instead the battlefield where the war will be fought. And therefore, his peaceful life was as good as over. Chapter 1663. Domain War. Fighting a war in Godgrave, what a brazen act of madness. Ah, but I did not expect anything less from the great clans. The firekeepers glanced at each other, sensing a hint of contempt in his cold voice. Eventually, one of them said stiffly, "We are representing one of the great clans too, you know." Lord Shadow. Sunny simply turned his head, staring at him. The firekeeper trembled under his gaze, looking away from the impenetrable darkness nestling in the visor of the onyx helmet. It was as if there was no person inside the fearsome black armor at all. Nephis, however, only seemed curious. She looked at him and asked, her voice even, "You have a relationship with the great clans?" Well, of course she was curious. Logically speaking, a saint like Sunny could not have appeared without brushing sides with at least one of the great legacy clans. It was much more likely that he had served either Valor, Song, or Knight directly in the past. He was independent now, and seemed to harbor resentment toward the great clans. Anyone would be curious to know the reason. Sunny shrugged. A relationship? I guess. Although it might be called a one-sided relationship by some. He turned his gaze back to the map and made the shadows move. The mountains crumbled, the sea of darkness vanished, and the black skeleton grew larger, reaching the size of an average human. Everything else disappeared, leaving only Godgrave and its vicinity in sight. So, how will the war start? Nephis remained silent for a moment, then turned to the map, as well. Clan Song is already building a road to the right hand. They will use it to scale the skeleton and establish a fortress on its right shoulder. Valor is also moving its forces, aiming for the left hand. They will be delayed a little by the need to build a bridge. The left arm of the colossal corpse was broken, a vast distance separating the ulnar and radius from the humerus. There was a significant difference in height, as well, so construction of the bridge would take some time. Nephis continued. In the end, though, it doesn't matter. There will be a fortress established on the left shoulder of the giant, and its ribcage will become a war zone. Of course, fighting under the open sky is dangerous. But the hollows are not something the soldiers of either of the clans can handle. At least not in the initial stage of the war. Sunny tilted his head. The initial stage. She nodded calmly, studying the black skeleton with intense focus. Yes. The initial stage will be about slowly conquering territory and positional warfare. Godgrave is a death zone, so claiming it won't be easy. But its fall is inevitable, because that is the will of the sovereigns. The armies will advance, sealing cracks in the bone to cut off the nightmare creatures from spawning on the surface. Nephis paused for a moment. The army of the Sword Domain will hold an advantage during that stage, firstly, because it has more experience in waging war against the Dream Realm. Secondly, because several saints who are uniquely suited for the task serve the king. Like Sky Tide. Sunny frowned behind the visor of his helmet. Saint Tyrris commanded wind and storm clouds. Her aspect would indeed be invaluable in Godgrave, where the veil of cloud stood between all living things and complete annihilation. That would undoubtedly make her a target. Already knowing the answer, he nevertheless asked, "When will the initial stage end?" Nephis glanced at him somberly. Once enough of Godgrave is taken for both armies to locate and conquer a citadel. The second stage will be about conquering more of them. And the last stage will be about pushing the devastated enemy off the skeleton and claiming it entirely. Followed by a period of consolidation and an inevitable invasion into the weakened enemy domain, no doubt. The firekeepers were strangely silent. They seemed to have known that a war was coming, however, perhaps it was their first time hearing someone talk about the inevitable so openly. Nephis lingered for a moment. "Do you understand why conquering that first citadel is so important, Lord Shadow?" Sunnis' mood suddenly plummeted. "I do. It was because the moment one of the armies took a citadel, the domain of their sovereign would enter Godgrave, as well. And that would allow that sovereign to exert their full power in a vast area around the citadel. Once that happened, the previously unapproachable hollows would not be that impossible to traverse, and the nature of the war would change. The more of these strongholds were conquered, the wider the domains would spread, eventually swallowing all of this region. Then, it wouldn't be just awakened, ascended, and saints spilling blood on the ancient bones. Anvil and Kisong could very well clash directly, splitting the heavens and shattering the earth. Sunny felt a hint of dread and smiled darkly, excited by that half-forgotten feeling. Nephis seemed to have noticed that the shadows drowning the great hall moved slightly. She shook her head. So, Lord Shadow, you must understand that maintaining the neutrality of your temple will be hard. Possessing a citadel at the very start of the war is too great of an advantage. No matter what else my elders might desire, they'll be most passionate about this point. Sunny laughed. Oh? No, actually, I think it won't be hard at all. He tilted his head a little. No matter how greedy they are to have my citadel, they are much more wary of seeing it fall into the enemy's hands. So, if they don't want to agree to my suggestions, why, I can just go and offer my services to Song. The Queen's daughters might prove to be more accommodating than your elders. Oh, and they are also very easy on the eye. One of the firekeepers coughed, prompting Sunny to wonder if there was something wrong with his lungs. Nephis tilted her head and stared at him, most likely considering the blatant threat. After contemplating for a while, she asked, "And I'm not?" Sunny froze. What? Nephis had a look of contemplation. You said that Kisong's daughters might be more accommodating and are easy on the eye, alluding to the fact that both of these factors are advantages Clan Song has over Valor. But I am also King Anvil's daughter. Meaning that I'm at a disadvantage in that regard. Are you hinting that Clan Valor should make more concessions in the negotiations, due to my poor looks? Now, Sunny felt that there was something wrong with his lungs. Desperately suppressing a cough, he tried hard to present a cold and aloof front. Damnation, is she having one of her moments? No, she must be teasing me, right? When he spoke, his voice was slightly dull. No. Your beauty is radiant and blinding, Lady Nephis. I wouldn't dare. She looked at him for a few moments, then smiled. Really? It's good, then but if you prefer, I can ask the elders to send Morgan here, next time. Chapter 1664. Search and Rescue. Someone else was cursing him, as well. The firekeepers were keeping their voices down, but they underestimated the hearing of a saint. That guy, who does he think he is, critiquing Our Lady's appearance? Says the man who hides his face behind a mask. He must be as ugly as a toad. Frivolous. And shallow. He gritted his teeth behind the visor of the onyx helmet. What toad? What the hell is a toad? My face is so handsome that it can fund an entire business, you good-for-nothings. What did these fools know? Outwardly, though, he remained cold and detached. Even if it took some effort. Having a secure base in an otherwise deadly region is already enough of a boon. If Valor wants to claim my temple, they can come and conquer it. Or rather, they can try. The last word sounded especially sinister. His tone didn't change, but it sounded exceedingly threatening all of a sudden. Nephis kept silent for a bit, then shrugged. I see. Do you know of any other citadels in Godgrave, then? Advanced knowledge of their locations can be just as important. Sunny glanced at the black skeleton. There are none on the surface. There are a few in the hollows, though. I've seen a couple from afar. As for the Sea of Ash, even I am not brave enough to descend there. She seemed interested in what he had said. You've explored the hollows? Sunny nodded. Somewhat, but not extensively. It is a deadly place. The firekeepers paled. If even a saint who lived in a literal death zone called a place deadly, then it had to be worse than hell. Nephis lingered for a while. Eventually, she nodded. I think I know enough to make a report to the elders. It's time for us to return. Before she could finish the sentence, though, there was a loud noise. Fiend shifted slightly, the infernal flames igniting brighter in his eyes. At the same time, a tall and graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the temple. It was Saint. However, right now, her dark elegance was nowhere to be seen. That was because she was carrying something on her shoulder. That something was resisting and cursing desperately, powerless against the shadow's stone grip. L, let me go, abomination. If you want to kill me, just do it quick. W, why are you tormenting me? Sunny blinked. Human language. Why was there someone cursing in human language here, in Godgrave? Nephis and the firekeepers were similarly stunned. Saint walked toward them and unceremoniously dumped her burden on the floor. The person rolled on the marble tiles and scrambled to their knees, crawling back in fear. Stay back, demon! It was a very young and very dirty youth, his face smeared in mud and dried blood. He wore a torn armor that seemed to be a dormant memory, his body riddled with deep lesions. A moment later, the back of his head crashed into Nepha's knees. He froze for a moment, and then slowly looked up, his eyes widening in terror. Then, an expression of utter shock appeared on his childish face. It was as if the young man's brain temporarily ceased all function. Ah! He blinked. S. Saint Nephis. She stared at him silently. The young man looked at her, then at the firekeepers, then at Sunny. Finally, his gaze was pulled back to Nepha's beautiful face. His cheeks blushed uncontrollably. W, what are you? Am I dead? Is this paradise? She tilted her head a little, then said neutrally. This is the dream realm. Are you a sleeper? Sunny had already guessed that the dirty teenager was a sleeper. Last year, he had discovered a handful after the winter solstice and sent them to Song. This year, though, he had not found anyone in the vicinity of his territory. He had assumed that either all of them perished in other parts of Godgrave, or the spell did not send anyone here this time around, to begin with. Sunny was unclear on what motive the spell had to send sleepers to Godgrave, really. They had absolutely no chance to survive here, the last batch had only lived because of him. But then again, it might have been precisely because of his presence that the spell threw them here. It was a bit strange to imagine that he was powerful enough to be a factor in the decisions made by the spell. In any case, the young man gulped. A sleeper? Yes, I am. Wait, you are Saint Nephis. Changing star of the immortal flame. Lady Nephis. What are you doing here? He paused for a moment, then added shyly. And where is here? Are we close to Bastion? She kneeled in front of him and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. A soft radiance enveloped them, spreading into the sleeper's body. The wounds covering it started to heal, and an expression of deep relief instantly appeared on his face. The sleeper stared at Nephis with wide eyes. His eyes were full of stars. Sunny shifted slightly. What is that bastard staring at, with that expression? But then, he had to mentally slap himself. Was he really feeling jealous of a poor sleeper? Nephis spoke in a tone that was considered soft, for her. We are in a distant and extremely dangerous region of the Dream Realm. My warriors and I are here on an important mission. You are fortunate to have met us, young man, otherwise, I'm afraid your fate would have been sealed. The young sleeper remained silent, looking at her with a strange expression. Sunny sighed. I did not think that any of the sleepers survived this year. Last solstice, I happened on a few and helped them escape. There seems to be just one survivor this time. His voice sounded cold and uncaring. Nephis spared him a glance, then turned back to the young man. Don't worry. The worst is behind you. You are safe now, we will take you back to the waking world. He took a shallow breath, closed his eyes for a moment, then desperately shook his head. No. No, you mustn't. I'm not the only one. There are others, as well. We hid ourselves and clung to life for many days, but then there was no more water. Someone had to go out to try and find help, and I volunteered. Sunny sighed behind his helmet, already knowing what was about to come. The sleeper grabbed Nephis' arm and said hoarsely, "Please, Lady Nephis. You are changing, Star. Please save the others." Sunny was indignant. The spell, it has some nerve. First, it had abandoned him. Now, it was using him as a babysitter for unfortunate sleepers. He shook his head slightly, then asked, his voice grim. "Those others you mentioned. Where are they?" Chapter 1665. Alone in the dark. In fact, it was miraculous that they had survived for so long. Too miraculous, maybe. While the firekeepers were calming the dirty teenager and giving him food, Sunny stared at him coldly. He had already studied the sleeper's soul, making sure that he was indeed a dormant human. But why were Nephis and her people so careless? He glanced at her, then asked, his voice emotionless. "How do you know that he's not one of Skinwalker's vessels?" Nephis, who was standing a few steps away from the sleeper, shrugged. "If he was an abomination, my flames would have burned him, not healed him." Sunny raised an eyebrow. It made sense, her soul was immune to corruption, so the flames of her soul did not tolerate it. Granted, Nephis had not yet mastered that aspect of her powers to such a degree in the past. All right, he's not Skinwalker. That didn't mean that the sleeper was harmless, though. He could still be a body Mordred decided to wear, granted, that was very improbable. It would be exceedingly hard to find a sleeper just a few days after the winter solstice, let alone drag one to Godgrave. And while Mordred was powerful, it would be harder still to traverse Godgrave in a dormant body, even for him. So why was this sleeper so strange? Sunny walked forward, and although he did not say anything, the firekeepers instinctively parted before him. The sleeper looked up, his eyes suddenly widening in fear. My lord." Stopping in front of the teenager, Sunny looked down without saying a word. How strange. Even though he could see the dirty young man, he could not sense him. It was as though there was no one there, there was no scent, no presence, not even a shadow he could perceive. Was that why he had not sensed what Saint was carrying until she was already in the temple? The corner of his mouth twisted upward. "Is that your aspect?" The sleeper flinched, then looked down. "Why, yes, my lord. I am not good at anything except for hiding." "But hiding? I'm really good at it." Sunny tilted his head. What a powerful aspect. It wasn't easy for a dormant ability to fool the senses of a saint. Perhaps it wasn't completely unreasonable for the spell to send this poor child here. In any case, that aspect of his could somewhat explain how the sleeper managed to survive a short trip across Godgrave. "What is your name?" The young man shivered. It's Ray, my lord." Sunny lingered for a bit, then nodded. "All right. I decided not to kill you, Dreamer Ray." Leaving the young man with his mouth hanging open, Sunny walked away. As he did, the firekeepers gave him a few dirty looks and returned to trying to calm the teenager down. Their previous efforts had been utterly invalidated by a few words from the Lord of Shadows. Nephis glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "Do you kill sleepers often, Lord Shadow?" Sunny contemplated for a few moments, trying to remember how many sleepers he had killed. In the end, he answered evenly. "Not often." Then, he turned to face her and asked in the same emotionless tone. "What about you, Lady Nephis?" She did not answer, instead changing the topic to the fate of young Ray's friends. "You are better acquainted with Godgrave. The two of us and my warriors, can we rescue the other two sleepers from the hollows? That is not the mission entrusted to me by Clan Valor, but still. If it is possible, I would like to save them." Sunny hesitated for a second. "Can we?" "Sure, it's possible. But your people, as skilled as they are, there is no guarantee that all of them, or any of them, will survive in the hollows. You and I can try it alone, though." She nodded simply. "Then that is what we'll do. If you are willing." He stared at her silently, pretending to be surprised. Are you fond of risking your life for strangers, Lady Nephis? Braving a death zone for a couple of insignificant sleepers, wouldn't it be a shame if someone as illustrious as you perished for no good reason? Why do it? She smiled faintly. Firstly, I'm not planning on dying here. Call me arrogant, if you wish. Secondly, aren't you being a little hypocritical, Lord Shadow? No one forced you to rescue the sleepers last year, and yet you did. Not only that, but you even escorted them all the way to the territory of Clan Song. So, please forgive me, but I know that you are not as heartless as you want to appear behind that mask. Am I, really? Sunny frowned, deciding to act more tyrannical in the future. She turned and looked at him, her smile widening a little. And most importantly, because I want to. That's the only reason I need. Sunny let out a chuckle. Ah, there it is. She doesn't change. He shook his head. What if all of this is an ingenious plot to lure you into the Hollows, alone, where I'll have an easier time disposing of you? What if I've already struck a deal with Clan Song? Aren't you afraid of following me into the darkness, with no one to cover your back? Nephis remained silent for a bit, then shrugged nonchalantly. Shouldn't you be afraid of following me into the darkness instead? This citadel of yours is very valuable. What if I already received orders from Clan Vela to eliminate you and make it my own? Sunny stared at her for a bit, then let out a cold laugh. Now that you mention it, I probably should be afraid. But, what a pity. I've been foolishly fearless as of late. There was a sinister note in his tone, as if he was inviting her to try something. Nephis smiled. Being enslaved by fear is more foolish. With that, she threw one last glance at the sleeper. Her expression changed subtly, switching from composed languidness to a state of cold focus. It might be for the better. I'll instruct my people to tend to your tree while we're gone. That said, time is of the essence. I suspect that these 3 sleepers only lasted that long because of this young man's aspect. He volunteered to venture out of their hiding spot thinking that he's the best person for the job, but the remaining 2 might be in danger without him. If they are still alive, we must find them as soon as possible. Sunny nodded. Fair point. Go talk to your people and find out what else they've learned from the boy. We'll leave as soon as that is done. While Nephis talked to the firekeepers, he lingered for a while, observing her. His mood was rotten. Damn it. I didn't want to reveal what is hidden in the Hollows to her so soon. Chapter 1666. Wandering Temple. Soon, they reached a set of stairs and descended underground. The nameless temple was larger than it seemed from outside, because it had a vast basement level. In fact, it was almost a perfect copy of the grandiose upper level, with its own great hall, auxiliary rooms, and inner sanctum. There were a few differences, of course. For one, there was no altar in the underground temple. There was no path to the courtyard, either. Instead, a towering gate was cut into the marble wall, covered by intricate engravings. When Sunny and Nephis reached the underground hall, it was bathed in impenetrable darkness. Even the radiant light of the flames burning on her palm could not dispel it. Sunny didn't want anyone to see what was hidden there yet, and so, he shrouded everything in the deepest of shadows. And for a good reason. As Sunny had found out after conquering the Nameless Temple, all citadels had something special about them. Some special qualities were minor, while some could do truly stunning things. Sunny called them components. He was not sure if these components were innate to the ancient strongholds or something added to each by the spell, like the gateways were. Perhaps it simply built upon what was already there, strengthening existing traits and making them easily accessible by humans. However, what Sunny did know was that only a saint that bound the citadel to their soul could command it, making use of the components. The spell made the process easier for them, most likely. As for Sunny, he had to sort everything out himself. Luckily, it had not been too hard. As far as he could tell, the Nameless Temple possessed 2 components, both of them rather powerful as far as citadels went, not on the level of the Great Citadels or the Ivory Tower, of course, but far more prominent compared to lesser ones, like the Sanctuary of Noctis. The first component of the Nameless Temple was rather straightforward. It was the invisible guardian. The creature, unseen and imperceptible, had been killing anyone and anything that tried to enter the temple before Sunny showed up, that was, walking across ancient bones. He suspected that it allowed him to pass because of his attribute, the flame of divinity. Just like it had allowed him to enter the temple in his first nightmare because his soul carried the mark of divinity. Indeed, his citadel was the very temple he had once used to sacrifice himself to the gods. Back then, Sunny had assumed that it was a temple of Shadow God, but now, he thought differently. After all, the timing did not make sense. At the time when the slave caravan perished while trying to cross the mountains, the imperial soldiers were actively destroying shrines and monasteries of the Shadow God. And yet, the Stygian edifice of the Grand Temple looked like it had been laying in ruins for countless years back then, already. And then there were the words the spell had spoken when he coughed up blood on the black altar. It did not say that he had offered himself as a sacrifice to Shadow God, instead, it said that he had offered himself as a sacrifice to all the gods. Shadow was just the only one who had listened. So, now, Sunny suspected that the Nameless Temple was much more ancient than almost anything else he had seen in the Dream Realm. If he was correct, it had been built at the dawn of time, during the early days of the Age of Gods, and was meant to worship the entire pantheon, including the seventh god, who had not yet been erased from existence and forgotten. Perhaps that was why this temple, and all the other temples built for the pantheon of seven, had been abandoned and lost. They had been forgotten, just like Dream God had been forgotten. As such, the Nameless Temple could as well have been the temple of the forgotten god. Perhaps it had always been, having been built by some heretics who worshipped the lost deity despite the will of the remaining gods. Whatever the case, the Nameless Temple had already been empty for thousands of years during Sunny's first nightmare, which took place at the very end of the Golden Age, just before the fleeting Age of Diamonds came to doom the world to destruction. In his first nightmare, it stood on the peak of a black mountain, desolate and forsaken. The only creature who ever visited it was the Mountain King, who seemed to have possessed a spark of divinity in its soul, as well. And yet, now, the Nameless Temple was somehow here in Godgrave. The reason for this discrepancy was the second component of the Nameless Temple. Out there, in the darkness of the underground hall, a vast mystical circle was carved into the wall opposite the towering gate. It was not comprised of runes, or elements of any other type of sorcery Sunny could recognize. The only thing he could think of that resembled the enchantment of the Nameless Temple were the knives Sun God had created alongside the Chain Lords. Perhaps it was divine sorcery, which followed no rules and bent the world to its will simply by virtue of existing. In that case, he wasn't sure that sorcery was the right word to describe it. A miracle fit such a feat much more. In any case, that mystical circle was the heart of the enchantment that allowed his citadel to wander freely across realms. As long as the master of the citadel flooded the ancient temple with an ocean of essence, it could vanish from one location and appear miraculously somewhere else. That was how Sunny had put his citadel in the very heart of Godgrave. He suspected that it had been wandering the realms long before being made into a citadel by the nightmare spell, as well. The wandering temple had not been built on the peak of that dark mountain, but instead appeared there one day, already in ruin. Sunny did not want anyone to know that his citadel could travel, yet. He would only be able to share this secret with Nephis once she trusted him enough to keep that information from the King of Swords. And so, they walked through the darkness until they reached the Great Gate. Nephis did not say anything, allowing Sunny to pull the heavy gate open. Behind it was a smooth surface of white bone. At first glance, it seemed that the gate did not lead anywhere except a dead end. However, there was actually a narrow crack in the ancient bone, just wide enough for a person to pass. The fissure was just as dark as the interior of the underground hall, and the wind blowing through it brought with it a sweet smell of rotting leaves. Nephis frowned. That fracture leads all the way to the hollows. Sunny nodded. Indeed. She hesitated for a moment. Won't your citadel be invaded from below, then? He walked toward the dark fissure and turned slightly to fit through. It won't, you'll see. Not satisfied with his answer but unwilling to ask further, Nephis sighed and followed him into the damp darkness. Chapter 1667. Disarmed. Her taciturn guide was calm and indomitable, seemingly unconcerned about entering the hollows. She was calm, as well. The part of her that would have been wary had been swallowed by the pain. A ball of white flames was dancing on the palm of her gauntlet, illuminating the path ahead. She was used to that pain. Bathed in the white radiance but drowning in darkness, the Lord of Shadows seemed especially mysterious now that they were alone. Clad in the fearsome onyx armor, with his face hidden behind the visor of a black helmet, he looked more like a powerful nightmare creature than a human being. Cassie had not been able to glean any information about the master of the Dark Temple. If not for the fact that the three powerful creatures serving him were transcendent, and not corrupted, Nephis would have entertained the thought that he was an abomination. There were other reasons why she did not, as well. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Eventually, though, the earthy smell grew stronger, and the Lord of Shadows halted. A warm wind blew past them in the direction of the citadel. He remained motionless for a few moments, then turned to face her. The visor of his helmet was full of impenetrable darkness, and his even voice was aloof. "I have a request, Lady Nephis." She met his dark gaze and raised an eyebrow. The darkness in the visor stirred slightly. "Dismiss your weapon before we proceed." Nephis was surprised. She tilted her head slightly, then asked in a calm tone, "You want me to enter the hollows without a sword?" The onyx helmet moved slowly from side to side. "You can have a sword. Just not this sword." She hesitated for a few moments. That strange request was loaded with meaning. The sword Nephis used, Kinslayer, was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier. Much more importantly, it was a very special weapon. Not only was its durability equal to that of a supreme memory, but it had also been altered by the King of Swords himself. Which made it connected to him, just like everyone who wielded the blades forged by Anvil were connected to him, and to each other, albeit in a different manner. So, what the Lord of Shadows wanted was to be left truly alone with her, without the possibility of her adopted father sensing what they were doing. Suddenly, Nephis felt a bit embarrassed. That didn't sound quite right, did it? Her heart sped up a little. Was it because of his mocking threats to kill her in the hollows? Luring her into the darkness and asking her to disarm. She stared at the Shadow Saint for several seconds, then unhurriedly dismissed both her sword and its sheath. Left unarmed, she continued to stare at him with a calm expression. His hand rose and brushed against the darkness, slowly pulling a weapon out of it, just like he had done before their duel. This time, however, it was not an odachi. Instead, it was an elegant longsword, both its hilt and blade perfectly black. Nephis received the longsword from the Lord of Shadows and weighed it briefly in her hand, then struck the flat of its blade lightly, watching it vibrate to determine the center of percussion. She was surprised once again. The sword was perfectly balanced and indistinguishable from one forged from real steel, sitting comfortably in her grip. As if made to suit her personal preferences to the smallest detail. What a convenient ability. It had to be an aspect ability. She studied the shadow sword for a few moments, then lowered it and summoned the Nameless Sun, a memory she had received for killing the Crimson Terror of the Forgotten Shore. The Nameless Sun was a weapon-type memory, but of a unique kind. Instead of manifesting as a weapon, it imbued other weapons, enhancing them. The sword handed to her by the Lord of Shadows was not a memory, and therefore could not be augmented by the Crown of Dawn. The Nameless Sun, however, could. Nephis nodded. "We can continue." Her guide turned away indifferently and continued walking into the depths of the narrow passage. She followed, contemplating. What are his motives? The Lord of Shadows had let his disdain for the great clans be known. Now, he requested that she dismiss her sword, hinting that he wanted to keep something secret from the king. Something moved in her heart, surprising her, a sweet, but distant longing. Can he be an ally? It would be so nice, to have someone to rely on. In the past 4 years, no, for as long as Nephis could really remember, after her grandmother's passing, she had been on her own. Carrying a crushing burden without anyone there to lend her a hand. There were people who supported her, sure, the Firekeepers, Effie and Kai, and a few others. But they were not as powerful as she was, and so could not really lessen her burden. The only exception was Cassie. Without her quiet strength and friendship, Nephis might have collapsed a long time ago. But Cassie, too, was her subordinate. And, therefore, her responsibility. Yes, that burden was something Nephis had chosen to carry herself. And yes, it was her own unreasonable ambition that was the cause of everything, most of it, at least. And yet, sometimes, she couldn't help but feel suffocated by the depth and intensity of her own desire, surrounded by enemies and laying awake at night, unable to sleep. Nephis was a human, too. She felt weak sometimes, too, even if she tried her hardest not to show it, as well as many other things she felt. So, if there was really someone out there who was as immensely strong as the Lord of Shadows seemed to be and shared her hatred toward the sovereigns, someone she could rely on to stand side by side with her in the face of danger. It was a thought as sweet as it was dangerous. She wasn't even entirely sure that the Lord of Shadows was a human, let alone that he could be trusted. And yet, for some reason, unexplainably, she found herself really wanting to. Why do I feel this way? It's not like me. If they could really become allies? Forget about it. Following the aloof saint into the darkness, Nephis frowned slightly. In this world, she could only really rely on herself. Everyone else would either betray her, abandon her, or stay by her side and perish as a result. From her childhood and to this day, that had always been the truth. And that was all right. She did not need anyone because she alone was enough. Her will was enough, her strength was enough, and her scorching longing was enough. It was plenty. It's strange. It would have been wonderful if she really had an ally, a partner, even. But she didn't, and had never. And yet. Strangely enough, the Lord of Shadows gave her a sense of unexplainable familiarity. Because of it, trusting him, and in him, was oddly easy. Nephis was wary of that ease. Maybe that is one of his aspect abilities, too. Chapter 1668. Hollow Bones. She couldn't see because everything was still shrouded in impenetrable darkness, but below them the whole hidden world was stretching as far as the eye could see, full of vibrant life. They were currently inside the breastbone of the dead deity, which was comparable in size to a modest continent. Just like the rest of the bones, it was hollow, encompassing a realm of its own. The bone marrow that had once filled the vast expanse of the sternum's interior was long gone. And in its place, a dreadful jungle had grown. The humid air was filled with an indescribable mixture of strong scents. Below them, an impenetrable canopy of countless trees was swaying like a vermilion sea, most of them alien and monstrous, with vibrant red leaves. Primordial ferns towered like blooming towers, with vines and wild bushes rising between the craggy trunks like walls. Blood-red moss covered everything like a soft carpet. Sonny could not really see colors in the darkness, but he knew enough to guess. Outside the fragment of the shadow realm, the jungle shone with its own pale light, so he had seen its true appearance. Here and there, colossal pillars of abominable flora rose to the dome of the sternum, attached to the cracks on its surface. Those were the tendrils the jungle had extended to reach the sky. It used them to drink diffused sunlight when the clouds hid the sun, regrowing them every time they were incinerated. And, of course, there were all kinds of vile things dwelling under the canopy of the subterranean jungle. Hordes of powerful abominations lived here, corrupted, great, and even cursed. Some of them were enormous and grotesque, some so small that it was hard to notice them with a naked eye. All had been baptized by the dire need to be born and grow on the surface, and only those lucky and vicious enough to reach maturity could descend into the hollows and hope to survive here, away from the merciless gaze of the incinerating heavens. The dark jungle was utterly deadly, and most deaths one could find here were utterly horrid. That was the place where Sonny had brought Nephis after being apart from her for full long years. Not exactly romantic. He sighed secretly, then turned his head to look at her. Nephis seemed unperturbed by the darkness, the scent of the jungle, and the indescribable choir of rustling noises that washed over them. There was a calm expression on her beautiful face, her slender body was relaxed, and the point of the sword he had given her was aimed at the ground. the white flame dancing on her palm reflected in the depths of her calm grey eyes. For a moment, Sunny thought that there was a shadow of some sharp emotion in those eyes, but then, it was gone, replaced by her usual reserved composure. How far are we from the ground? He hesitated for a moment. It's better to summon a memory. There is a bit of a fall. She nodded, and then, her alabaster skin ignited with a soft radiance for a short moment. Sunny had expected Nephis to summon the familiar translucent cloak, but instead, a pair of beautiful white wings wove themselves from the light behind her. Nephis gripped the hilt of her sword and then took a step into the emptiness, gliding down with bewitching grace. As she descended toward the jungle, the ball of flame burning in her hand was like a lonesome falling star. He sighed, and then followed her down. As Sunny fell, his figure rippled and turned into a black crow, its feathers indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness. Nephis descended into the jungle like a spirit of light, illuminating the twisting trunks of ancient trees and the red moss growing on them. Her wings fluttered once, sending a powerful gust of wind into the depths of the forest, and then disappeared with a soft rustle. Sunny landed behind her, assumed his human form, and stared at her for a couple moments. His thoughts were in disarray. Beautiful, too damn beautiful. He couldn't even imagine how that poor sleeper must have felt, being rescued from the depths of despair, embraced, and healed by someone so breathtaking. A beautiful spirit of heavenly grace who had somehow found him in the depths of hell. Well, it certainly beat being rescued by a sinister demon of darkness like Sunny. Lucky bastard. Making a mental note to keep Dreamer Ray away from the women in his life, gods knew Sunny had been burned for saving a sleeper before. Sunny walked forward and gestured for Nephis to follow. She did, keeping silent for a while. Eventually, though, Nephis asked, "Should we be so careless?" Sunny had not made any attempts to proceed with caution, walking forward with wide strides. It was a far cry from how someone should have been acting in a death zone, and especially one as vicious and vile as the great hollows inside the bones of the dead god. It was understandable that Nephis was confused by his attitude, strolling through the deadly jungle as if he owned the place. But he did in a sense. Sunny shook his head. "We are safe, for now." As soon as his voice was swallowed by the noises of the jungle, though, they heard a different sound. A deep, hoarse, heavy hiss of something giant breathing. Nephis raised her sword, ready to strike. But there was no need to. A moment later, the trees in front of them parted, revealing a small clearing. On it, a hideous creature was laying on the carpet of moss and rotten leaves. Its body was like a hill of scorched flesh, with terrifying muscles bulging under a rotting black hide. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but the huge head of the nightmare creature resembled that of a jackal, the slightly parted jaws vast enough to swallow a whole building. The towering fangs glistened with a golden sheen, and behind them, a black tongue was hidden, covered in sores and scars. A great monster. Strangely enough, the abomination was not moving. Its giant eyes were closed, while its breathing was deep and sedate. There was no sign that it had sensed them. Nephis stared at the monstrous being for a while, then glanced at Sunny. He was treated to a rare sight. There was a hint of doubt on her fair face. "It's asleep." He glanced at the nightmare creature, then nodded. "Of course, it's asleep." Not paying the great monster any attention, Sunny walked past it with cold indifference. "I'm the one who put it to sleep, after all." Chapter 1669. Questions in the Light. But now, the abominable plants were still and docile. There were paths cut through the jungle, as well, even if no one except for Sunny himself would have noticed them. As such, he managed to maintain considerable speed, getting further away from the nameless temple with each minute. They had to hurry to maximize the chances of finding the two sleepers alive. As the two of them traversed the jungle, they encountered more sleeping nightmare creatures. There were hundreds of them, if not thousands, many of the great rank. Walking among the slumbering horde of abominations must have been a tense experience for Nephis, considering that the power sleeping under the nameless temple was truly dreadful. Perhaps even a sovereign would have been given pause after witnessing it. Sunny was calm, though. All of these nightmare creatures were in the thrall of the dream curse, lost in nightmare's lesser dream domain. Their souls were locked in a maze of nightmares, unable to escape, for the most part. Exceptions happened, albeit rarely. The dream curse was silent and insidious. It had slowly infected every abomination in a wide area around the nameless temple, and because of how subtle the spreading plague was, very few of them had noticed anything amiss before it was too late. Lulled to sleep, they became trapped in nightmares. Those who had been able to resist the dream curse were disposed of by Sunny, a great demon being the last of the abominations he hunted down. The rest were now at Nightmare's mercy. If they died in his domain, their souls would feed the shadow, pushing the tenebrous stallion closer to supremacy. But if they continued to live, their dreams would strengthen his legion of horrors. Of course, there was a possibility that an especially ferocious abomination could destroy all of his nightmares, like Sunny had done in the Kingdom of Hope, but the chances of something like that happening were low. Not only were nightmare creatures less resolute than Sunny had been, but the current nightmare was also much more powerful than he had been all that time ago. The weaker of his horrors were being destroyed, but the stronger ones slowly took their place. As for the Dark Destrier himself, he was currently busy with a very important and sensitive task. After a while, Nephis suddenly spoke. "Would you mind sharing how you put all these abominations to sleep?" Sunny smiled behind the visor of his helmet, suddenly remembering their first meeting on the Forgotten Shore. He kept silent for a few moments, then answered neutrally. "I would not, if you shared something as well." Nephis simply nodded. "That seems fair." Sunny contemplated the answer, then spoke simply. "There is another transcendent terror serving me. His powers have to do with dreams and nightmares. It took a long time to lull the inhabitants of this corner of the jungle to slumber, but it couldn't be helped. My citadel would have never been safe if there was a constant source of danger underneath it. Now, I only have to worry about the enemies coming from outside my territory." Nephis let out a sigh. "I must admit, I am a bit envious. My luck with echoes has never been great." It seemed that way, but actually, if she stopped giving all the echoes she had earned to her companions and followers, the situation would have been different. Of course, Sunny possessed a unique advantage. Unlike echoes, his shadows could grow and evolve to higher ranks. Otherwise, his retinue would not have been anywhere near as powerful as it was now. He lingered for a few moments, then said, his voice even. "My turn to ask, then." Sunny considered his words carefully. "I've heard that you are an enlightened master of combat, Lady Nephis. A warrior who understands battle better than anyone else. So, as a master, if you had no other choice, how would you fight a supreme?" Nephis smiled faintly. "I'll assume that it is a hypothetical question." She lingered for a while, then answered casually. "There are numerous ways to fight against a superior enemy, of course. Deception, manipulation, misdirection, all the usual tricks apply. Leveraging your advantages while making sure that the adversary is at a disadvantage. But, honestly, I wouldn't trust in complicated schemes and ingenious strategies when facing a supreme." Nephis fell silent for a moment and said, her voice devoid of any particular emotion. "At the end of the day, the best way to fight a sovereign is to be a sovereign." Sunny chuckled. Interesting. It wasn't exactly what he had expected to hear. Nephis was currently in the middle of a grandiose and risky scheme, after all, infiltrating a great clan to take down its ruler. And yet, she was disparaging such an approach, saying that the best way to kill a supreme was to first become a supreme. Was she having doubts about her plan? Or preparing to execute a different one altogether? No, that was impossible. She would never be allowed to challenge the fourth nightmare, let alone return from it and live. The jungle swallowed his quiet laughter, and in the ensuing silence, Nephis asked, "What about you, Lord Shadow? How would you fight a supreme?" He thought for a bit, then shrugged nonchalantly. "Me? Simple, really. I would probably wait until the two of them clashed, watch one die and the other become weakened, and then stab the one who survived in the back." Nephis tilted her head slightly. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little amused. Are you very confident in your backstabbing skill, Lord Shadow? Sunny smiled behind the onyx visor. Pretty confident, I guess. None of those I stabbed in the back ever complained. Well, because they were dead. The corner of her lips curled upward. The two of them remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sunny said, I have another question. He guided them to a barely noticeable path. The white radiance of Nefer's flames was stark as it chased the darkness away. The darkness retreated, but not far, revealing the vibrant vermilion moss and the red vines growing on the twisted trunks of ancient trees. As soon as the two of them passed, the darkness returned, swallowing everything anew. Sunny sighed. Do you know the legend of Odysseus? Nephis seemed surprised by his question. Sure. Why? He spoke without turning his head, his cold voice remaining emotionless and even. Odysseus has been gone from his home for 20 years. Everyone thought him dead, and many suitors arrived to propose marriage to his widow. She refused them for a while, but they insisted that she must make a choice. One of them was meant for the throne of Ithaca. Sunny paused for a moment, then continued. Eventually, Odysseus came back and infiltrated the gathering of the suitors disguised as a beggar, bringing himself into the very home where his enemies dwelled. None of them recognized him, assuming that he was weak and posed no threat. They were wrong. The jungle rustled around them as his voice turned a little sinister. Odysseus then ruthlessly massacred the suitors, not sparing a single one. Not only that, but he even viciously killed the maids who had been deemed disloyal. A river of blood was spilled on that day, and scores of people lost their lives, their bodies sliced and mutilated. So, my question is... He stopped and turned, facing Nephis and her pure white flames. Isn't Odysseus too cruel? She looked at him for a while, her beautiful grey eyes filled with dancing flames. Eventually, Nephis said in her usual calm tone, You've never hated anyone, have you, Lord Shadow? It seems to me that you are a very kind man. He laughed. That is a first. I've been called many things before, but kind. I don't think I've ever heard this one. He turned away and continued walking deeper into the jungle. You are wrong, by the way. I know hatred, too. I am a very hateful person, in fact. Granted, his hatred was probably not as scorching as hers. Chapter 1670. Welcome to the jungle. Sunny and Nephis moved with sufficient speed, reaching the edges of the fragment in a matter of hours. They could have been much faster, of course, but he used that time to teach her about the dangers of what lay beyond. The jungle is hidden from the gaze of the sky, but it is much more dangerous than the surface. The nightmare creatures of Godgrave are all born on the surface, yet only those who are strong enough to survive there descend into the hollows. Here, they can exist indefinitely, in theory. In practice, they are all cannibals. The competition for water and nourishment is fierce, so the inhabitants of the jungle constantly fight and devour each other. Nightmare creatures were known to battle among themselves. It was only in the presence of humans that they united to destroy the uncorrupted first. It was much worse in the hollows, though, where every abomination was of a type that had to satisfy its hunger often. Life and death came swiftly, and only the most vicious ones lasted for a while. His tone remained indifferent. Only the strongest and most fierce abominations get to descend into the jungle, and only the most ferocious of them get to survive here. It's a boiling pot of horror, where appalling monsters endlessly fight against each other, and only the most dreadful of them gets to live. As a result, the average power of a nightmare creature from the hollows is truly daunting, and has been constantly growing for centuries. Nephis sighed behind him. Doesn't it remind you of something? Sunny shrugged. It's a bit like a demented, accelerated version of evolution, I guess. She looked at a sleeping abomination nearby, a contemplative expression on her face. I was thinking that they're just like us. He remained silent for a moment. I'm not sure I follow. Nephis looked away from the nightmare creature and used her sword to slice apart a thick vine that barred her path. Her voice sounded a bit wistful. The spell sends human youths into the first nightmare, and only those who are strong enough get to return. Then, it tosses them into the dream realm, where they need to constantly fight for survival. To grow stronger, they need to consume nightmare creatures, or each other. So, we humans aren't that different from the abominations of Godgrave. Sunny smiled darkly. The parallel was indeed there, it was just that the pace of human advancement was magnitudes faster than that of the nightmare creatures here in the Hollows. What had taken the abominations thousands of years could very well be accomplished by humanity in less than a century. The spell was cruel, but effective. He shrugged. In any case, this jungle is teeming with great nightmare creatures. There are cursed ones here, as well. I'll do my best to help us avoid them today. There are some corrupted abominations too. These ones are too weak to contend against the stronger creatures, so they have developed many vile survival strategies. His face twisted behind the onyx visor. Many are tiny and aim to burrow into your flesh. Most are venomous. Some lure their prey into a helpless state with mind attacks or illusions. Pretty much all of them are great masters of disguise, blending in with the jungle. Try to rely on your hearing more than you do on your sight, and if we encounter a swarm of vermin, don't hesitate to burn them all to ash. Sunnis' own most glaring weakness was that he did not possess means of dealing potent damage over a large area. So, he was vulnerable to vast swarms of tiny parasites. In that sense, having Nephis with him was a boon, her ability to control incinerating flames covered for his weakness. They had always made a good pair in battle. He smiled quietly. Everything I mentioned can be applied to the plants here, as well. This abominable jungle is just as predatory as the nightmare creatures populating it. So, be wary of things that seem like they can't move, too. Nephis remained silent for a while, then said, her tone slightly amused. I see that you've chosen a lovely place to live, Lord Shadow. A bit deadly, though. He chuckled. Don't you live in Bastion, Lady Nephis? That place is far more deadly, I think. She didn't answer, perhaps expressing agreement. Slowly, the impenetrable darkness around them receded. They were approaching the boundary of the fragment. Not long after that, the true appearance of the subterranean jungle finally revealed itself. Sunny and Nephis stopped, looking at the wild expanse of vibrant forest in front of them. The hollows were mostly dark, but there were towering pillars of light falling from above here and there. Those were the cracks in the dome of the ancient sternum. Currently, each was connected to the jungle by colossal tendrils of vines, moss, and vermilion growth, each functioning like a twisted sky bridge. When it rained on the surface, great waterfalls fell from the cracks, washing over the jungle and causing devastating flash floods. When the veil of clouds was torn, the vertical bridges ignited in a grandiose conflagration and turned to ash, which rained on the jungle and fertilized its soil. The cracks in the bone weren't the only source of light in the hollows, either. The jungle itself glowed with dim crimson light, many iridescent plants growing in the damp darkness. They were feeding on diffused sunlight through the vines extended to the surface, and then slowly released it, emanating light and heat. The sight of it all was alien, eerie, and frightening. But also darkly breathtaking. Letting out a quiet sigh, Nephis dismissed her flames and studied the jungle for a few moments. Then, she closed her eyes and listened to it. Eventually, she said, I don't think we'll make it in time if we proceed on foot. Should we fly? Sunny glanced at her and hesitated for a moment. I'm not that great at aerial combat, at the moment. Flying will be much faster, yes. But also much more dangerous. Nephis thought it over, then nodded calmly. Then, let's fly. Chapter 1671. For the Sun. It had taken the youth 2 days of wandering to stumble upon the fragment of the Shadow Realm, where he was picked up by Saint. The only reason he had survived such a journey across Godgrave was because Nephis and her people had burned away most of the nightmare creatures on the surface, clearing a path to the vicinity of the Nightmare Temple. Sunny could traverse the distance a sleeper could walk in 2 days in a couple steps, but using Shadow Step in such a manner was bound to consume a vast amount of essence, especially if he had to bring Nephis with him. Transporting her and 2 more humans all the way back was out of the question unless he wanted to find himself severely weakened in the middle of a death zone, not to mention sabotaging his other 2 avatars. In short, he would rather move in a less wasteful manner. Flying suited him fine. As Nephis was summoning her beautiful wings, Sunny extended his shadow sense outward. He was cautious about exploring the abominable jungle. There were many nightmare creatures here who could feel his gaze, and were not shy about gazing back. Soon, his expression darkened. "We will proceed slowly." The white wings appeared in a gust of wind. Illuminated by a soft radiance, Nephis raised her hands to tie her silver hair up. Stopping what she was doing, she raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, slightly confused. "Haven't we decided to fly in order to save time?" Sunny stared at her for a couple of moments, then slowly looked away. "Yes, but if something truly powerful notices us, we'll be stalled. Maybe even forced to escape. So, we will traverse a dozen kilometers or so at a time. I'll scout for danger when we stop." He pointed to one of the vine bridges stretching toward the dome of the hollows. "Head there first." Nephis remained motionless for a few moments, then nodded and bent her knees slightly. Then, she jumped powerfully, raising a gust of hurricane wind with one flap of her wings. Sunny dissolved into the shadows and followed her as a black crow. The two of them soared above the dense canopy of red leaves and flew swiftly to the distant pillar of vines. As they did, countless gazes followed their flight. Not good. A vast swarm of appalling creatures suddenly rose from the jungle, moving to intercept them like a buzzing cloud. Each abomination resembled a mosquito, if mosquitoes were the size of dogs and had glistening bellies full of rotten blood. Sunny let out a resentful caw. "Am I going to have to summon Serpent?" Before he made a decision, however, Neph's black sword suddenly ignited with blinding white radiance. She swung it in the direction of the approaching swarm, causing a single radiant spark to glide above the jungle, seemingly carried by the wind. A moment later, the white spark suddenly blazed, and a hurricane of flame was born from it, enveloping the swarm. Burning abominations fell down like a rain of white fire, disappearing into the damp vermilion canopy. Those that had not been immolated slowed down, trembling. Nephis was shining with a pure white radiance. Flying above the jungle, she was like a small sun, and if there was one thing that the nightmare creatures of Godgrave feared universally, it was the sun. A moment later, those abominations that had avoided the initial conflagration were swallowed by the flame, as well. Just like that, the swarm was eradicated. Sunny observed the scene incredulously. Damn! How convenient! Sunny had a lot of ways to deal with abominable giants and ferocious beasts. But these misbegotten pests had caused him so much grief in the past year, now, he didn't even have to move a talon when they appeared. Hugging changing stars thigh was so great. Those firekeepers were living the life. A minute or two later, they reached the vine bridge. Neph's sword lashed out once again, this time without being augmented by her flames. Nevertheless, the decapitated body of a hideous primate monster plummeted down, crashing into the jungle with a thunderous noise a dozen seconds later. Nephis landed on a thick stalk of a red vine, using the vambrace of her armor to clear the wall of the living pillar of poisonous thorns. Then, she thrust her gauntlet into the moss to find a handhold. Half standing and half hanging above the abyssal drop, she observed the jungle, her eyes calm and focused. Sunny, in his crow form, landed on her shoulder. Nephis glanced at him briefly, but did not say anything. He extended his shadow sense forward once more, sensing several truly powerful adversaries hiding under the thick canopy not too far away from their position. One was already ascending the sky bridge, hidden from sight by the mess of red leaves. The best way to proceed would be. He jumped off Neph's shoulder and glided forward, taking a smooth turn to the right after a couple of seconds. She followed. Just like that, they hopped between pillars of vegetation, not spending more than a few minutes in the air each time. There were other abominations that attacked them in the process, swarms of weaker ones, and truly harrowing creatures as well. The strongest of them was a great monster shaped like a crimson python, who had been pretending to be a part of the vine bridge. The creature's disguise was so thorough that Sunny did not notice it at all. Nephis, however, did. Not only that, but she also knew its exact rank, class, and attributes, making the battle much easier. Cassie must have been helping her from all the way in Bastion. In the end, Sunny used shadow manifestation to immobilize the gargantuan python, while she severed its head with several merciless strikes of her sword. The battle was short, but fierce. It was so intense, in fact, that the commotion attracted the attention of other, much more dangerous beings. Luckily, Sunny and Nephis escaped before other abominations reached the corpse of the great python and clashed for the right to devour its massive body, making the jungle quake. Despite the fact that the two of them had not met in 4 years, and that she did not even remember him. Their cooperation was as seamless and comfortable as it had been before. They moved like two parts of a single whole without having to say or signal anything to each other, raining death upon their enemies. Sunny had missed that feeling. All in all, he had never had such an easy time traveling across the hollows. Before too long, they reached the approximate area that the sleeper had described. The pillar of vines he had used to climb to the surface, at least, was the correct one. Now, they had to find the dead tree under which the other two youths were hiding. If they were still alive, of course. Curse it! Sunny's mood turned somber when he saw what lay beyond the towering pillar. Out there, below them, swallowed by the jungle almost entirely, was a vast ruin. Chapter 1672. All that remains. The ruin was vast and sprawling, but most of it was swallowed by the jungle. Only a few crumbling stone edifices rose above the canopy, covered in red moss. It was hard to recognize them as man-made structures, but the awakened were experts on all things having to do with ruins. The dream realm was littered with them, after all. Nephis tilted her head a little. Ruins? I didn't know that humans once lived here, in Godgrave. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Godgrave was densely populated once, in fact. There was a fairly advanced civilization thriving here. The surface was just as deadly, and I can't say anything about the sea of ash below. But there are many ruined cities in the hollows, some of them as large as the lesser population centers in the waking world. She glanced in his direction, seeing only the darkness. I didn't know that you have such a keen interest in ancient civilizations, Lord Shadow. He smiled. Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it in the future. His words vaguely hinted at a double meaning, but he didn't say anything else. In any case, Nephis was right. Sunny did indeed have a keen interest in ancient civilizations. He always had, even back in the Dark City. Solving the mysteries of the past appealed to some hidden part of his heart. The thrill and charm of exploring forgotten ruins was the closest thing Sunny had to a hobby. Maybe, in a perfect world, it would have been one of his life's passions. However, his interest in the ruins of Godgrave was special. The dead civilizations of the Dream Realm had always been one and the same for him. The people were different, the histories were different, but they all belonged in the pages of the same book. After meeting Windflower in the tomb of Ariel, though, Sunny learned that there were two entirely different kinds of ruins in the Dream Realm. One kind belonged to the people who had lived in the mortal realms, and were destroyed by the war between the gods and the diamonds, as well as its immediate outcome. The other kind belonged to those who had lived in the 5 divine realms, and fell under the tide of corruption later. The difference between the two was very important. The latter civilizations had been infected by the nightmare spell before their eventual fall. Just like the people of the waking world, the 6th divine realm, were. The ruins in Godgrave belonged to the second kind. Because Godgrave had once been a divine realm. If Sunny was correct, then this harrowing place was what remained of the sun god's world after it had been swallowed by the Dream Realm. The immolating white void hidden behind the veil of clouds, the sea of ash below, it had to be the broken realm of the Lord of Light. If so, then the people of this realm must have survived the conclusion of the Doom War. The gods were dead, the nightmares of the forgotten god were slowly devouring the scattered lands, the Dream Realm was being born. But here, a thriving civilization survived and persisted, building populous cities in the bones of the colossal skeleton. He could only imagine how strange and vibrant this civilization had been, with vast cities rising in the glowing jungle, great waterfalls pouring from above to create swift rivers that would disappear without a trace a few days later. The vast sternum must have been the heartland of that civilization, with satellite kingdoms rising inside the ribs, and most remote cities being built in the arm and leg bones of the dead deity. But then, the nightmare spell had descended. And just like the people of the Twilight Sea, the inhabitants of Godgrave failed to meet its dire challenge, being swallowed by the flood of nightmare gates. Now, they were gone. Even the memory of them was gone. The world they had called home was now part of the dream realm. All that remained were these overgrown ruins. Both Sunny and Nephis looked at them with the same emotion, even if they both hid it. Would their world be swallowed like this one, too? Would their people disappear like these people had, one day soon? Sunny sighed and sent his shadow sense into the ruin. After a while, his expression turned grim. Sensing that the shadows around her grew darker, Nephis shifted and asked, her tone a little somber. Are they dead? He shook his head slowly. I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news, Lady Nephis. He paused for a moment, then added with cold indifference. The good news is that the two sleepers are still there, in the ruins. She looked at him with a frown. What is the bad news, then? Sunny took a step out of the shadows, bright sunlight reflecting from the surface of his onyx armor. The crack of his visor, though, still brimmed with impenetrable darkness. They aren't the only ones there. How the hell did that boy survive? Out there, hidden in the canopy of the jungle below them, numerous shadows were moving slowly, each belonging to a powerful nightmare creature. He had never seen or sensed abominations like these before, but simply from the depths of their shadows, he knew that they were powerful. And there were a lot of them. These sleepers must have found the deadliest nest of nightmare creatures in the area to use as a hiding spot. Their luck, well, I don't even know if it's amazing or utterly terrible. They won't survive for much longer, but having survived for that long is already a miracle. She nodded calmly. So we fight, then. Sunny stared at her for a few moments. Or, we grab them and run. Nephis shook her head. I don't think that will be possible. He frowned, not knowing what she meant. A few moments later, though, he understood. The bright light falling on them from high above suddenly grew many times brighter, becoming almost blinding. The clouds? And a split second later, the great pillar of vines they were standing on shuddered, the upper part of it turning to ash. As the tendrils that the subterranean jungle had extended toward the surface all moved and started to fall, torrents of flames spreading swiftly toward their roots, Nephis jumped off the stalk and dashed forward, toward the ruins. And away from sunlight. Don't dally. Cursing silently, Sunny jumped after her, this time neglecting to turn into a small crow. Instead, he turned himself as light as he could and glided on the wind, descending in a somewhat controlled fall. He sighed heavily, and then grinned, his eyes glinting with excitement. I guess that means that we are going to fight. Chapter 1673. Entering the ruins. A moment later, she landed in a small clearing. The vermilion moss softened her landing, but she could feel the solidness of stone under her feet. There were crumbling structures all around her, most swallowed entirely by the vines and creeper plants. Some of the plants glowed beautifully, dispelling the deep darkness. The ruin of the ancient city was suffused with light, shadows, and ethereal twilight. The glowing plants emanated heat, as well, so the humid air under the impenetrable canopy of rust-red leaves was suffocating and sweltering. Nephis inhaled deeply, her alabaster skin glistening with moisture. It's hot. The ground shook as the great pillars of vines crashed into the jungle, wreathed in flame, and sent clouds of burning debris flying in all directions. Ash fell down like snow. A few fiery meteors landed in the ruin, as well, starting small fires here and there. Nephis dismissed her wings and closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the jungle. Far away, there was a cacophony of indescribable sounds. The nightmare creatures populating this vibrant hell were on the move, incited to frenzy by the destruction of the sky bridges. But here in the ruins, everything was relatively quiet. The jungle rustled and whispered with 1,000 voices, but its tone was no different from how it had been before. Which was bad. It meant that nightmare creatures did not dare come here and challenge the masters of this place. She opened her eyes and glanced at the Lord of Shadows, who seemed to possess an attribute or an ability that allowed him to sense many things from afar. It was impossible to tell his expression, of course, because the mysterious man never revealed his face. His figure, however, was just as cold and aloof as ever. He didn't seem concerned, and, strangely enough, that calmed Nephis as well. "How close are we to the sleepers?" His tone was indifferent, competing with her own as far as inexpressiveness went. "A few kilometers." She stared at him silently for a few moments. "Do I sound this way too, by chance? Emotionless, aloof, and deadpan? Kind of haughty?" She coughed. It was not that she did not have feelings. It was just that she had spent most of her formative years sheltered in solitude, so when other children learned how to use their voices and faces to express nuanced emotions in the company of their relatives and peers, she had not. Who was she supposed to express her feelings to if no one was around? Communication was an acquired skill, as well. Nephis knew how to do all these things now, of course, she had to, as a public figure. But her default state was still the same, reverting to how she had been in her childhood. She frowned. "Well, anyway. What about the nightmare creatures?" The Lord of Shadows raised a hand, and a graceful Odachi suddenly appeared in it, its serpentine steel as dark as a moonless night. There were no swirling sparks that usually appeared when memories were summoned, and almost no time passed before the black blade manifested itself into reality. "Already moving in our direction." Nephis nodded. No time to waste, then. Using the longsword he had given her, she sliced a path through the vines and moved forward. The Lord of Shadows followed behind her, his steps not making any sound whatsoever. It was as if he was not there at all. As they made their way deeper into the ruins, the jungle tried to kill them. There were plants that tried to entangle them and pull them into pits of viscous digestive fluid. Vile critters fell from above, aiming to slither under their armor. Glowing flowers swayed beautifully, sending clouds of flesh-eating pollen into the humid air. Nephis had long summoned her helmet. When thick vines moved to imprison her, she cut them. When revolting millipedes and grotesque ticks fell on her from the branches above, she sliced them apart. When clouds of pollen, spores, and poison tried to envelop them, she uttered the name of the wind, destroying them. What a terrible place. The Lord of Shadow simply walked behind her, not doing anything. He seemed perfectly content to use her as a pathfinder, only giving directions when Nephis was getting off course. "Aren't you going to summon your echoes?" He answered succinctly. "No. Do I need to?" Nephis gritted her teeth. Those powerful creatures under his command were protecting the citadel. Was he worried that her firekeepers would come under harm without them, or that his citadel would be harmed by the firekeepers without anyone keeping an eye out? In any case, the Shadow Sense seemed to believe that just the two of them would be enough to escape these ruins alive. Nephis felt a little pleased by his vote of confidence, but also a little incensed. For some reason. Morgan has a lot of echoes, too. Morgan had become much stronger after transcending. The defeat in Antarctica seemed to have tempered her character, too, and it was not as if Anvil coddled her, the opposite, in fact. And yet, there was a huge difference in how Clan Vela treated its true daughter and its adopted daughter. Granted, Nephis suspected that the harsh treatment she received from the King of Swords was actually a sign of affection. He had not given her any powerful echoes, though. It was fine for Morgan to have better equipment than her, but the Lord of Shadows, too. Just when she was considering making a remark, against her better judgment, a soft voice resounded in her mind. "Neph!" She was already raising her sword. "A great beast is approaching. Some kind of a construct, or maybe an undead. Very strong, be careful." A moment later, she sensed it. Not the creature itself, but the pressure of its passing, the very mundane change in air pressure caused by something moving with incredible speed. The mound of red moss in front of her exploded, revealing the dark interior of an ancient ruin. From it, surrounded by flying pieces of moss and shards of ancient stone, an eerie creature appeared, wielding a strange weapon. The creature was twice as tall as Nephis, but shriveled and hunched, like a mummy. It was vaguely human in appearance, with a body made of cracked stone. Red moss grew on it like a tattered robe, and below it. Nephis felt a sense of distaste. There was desiccated flesh under the stone carapace, as if a human had once been imprisoned inside the golem. The stone face of the creature was featureless, except for the eyes, inside the 2 round holes cut on its surface, 2 gaping wounds where human eyes should have been nestled with darkness, and from them, 2 beautiful blossoms grew on black stalks. The mace the golem held seemed to be cut from diamond. He looked like a monk who had gained enlightenment and became one with the world, with the abominable world of spreading corruption, filled with nothing but ancient evil and chilling malice. It only took a split second for Nephis to see all these details. Then, the creature was upon them. Chapter 1674. In Tandem. Killing a great beast could pose no trouble at all, or all the trouble in the world. Beings of that rank were more than mere creatures, each of them possessed a mythical power, reality itself coming undone under the pressure of their existence. When Nephis had been a master, a single great abomination was like a cataclysm. Now, Nephis was a cataclysm herself. Igniting the flames of her soul, she shone with pure radiance and met the eerie golem with the full strength of a transcendent titan. Pain washed over her, bringing the world into focus. Everything was stark and clear in the world of pain, ready to surrender to her will. Except for the Lord of Shadows. The black blade of her sword met the diamond mace of the nightmare creature, deflecting it and dissipating its force. An impact that would have produced a devastating shockwave was suffocated, its destructive potential disappearing without a trace. The golem was faster than Nephis. But she knew its movement well. They were lacking insight and intent, almost entirely without refinement. Because of that, the creature wasted precious moments, while she wasted none. A split second later, the tip of her blade burrowed into the red moss, aiming to destroy one of the golem's shoulder joints. The sword the Lord of Shadows had given her was supposed to be equal to a transcendent weapon, and a potent one, at that. Cutting the flesh of a great abomination would have been hard, but not impossible. Still, Nephis did not hope to break the golem's stone carapace, and aimed at a weak point instead. She already knew that the creature would not be able to avoid her strike. That was Nephis' power. She could not predict the future like Cassie could, and did not possess an aspect ability that would allow her to read the enemy's mind. However, she knew the laws of combat, knew them intimately, instinctually, and comprehensively. From the philosophy of combat to how the atoms interacted with each other to form a steel blade, she knew it all. So, she did not have to see the future. Knowing the laws of combat, she could simply tell what movements her enemy could perform, was most likely to perform, and would perform in any given situation. That was the easiest part of being a master at combat. The hard part was actually dictating the situation to make the enemy move how she wanted them to move. Of course, to achieve that, she had to know the enemy as well. The shoulder joint of the eerie golem had turned out to be far more durable than she had anticipated. Her blade bypassed the stone carapace, but the desiccated flesh beneath was just as tough. Her sword bit into it and failed to cut deep, leaving only an insignificant scratch. Nephis frowned, knowing that she was now open to the creature's retaliation. The diamond mace rose, flying at her head with terrible speed, and was pushed aside by the Odachi of the Lord of Shadows. Not only had he protected Nephis, but he also created an opening for her to deliver another strike. This time, she aimed for the golem's eyes. Fighting side by side with the Shadow Saint was comfortable. Nephis had known that he was a swordsman of exalted skill, that much was apparent from their duel. However, what had stunned her the most was how excellent he was at supporting a partner in a battle, and being supported by a partner in turn. Too excellent, maybe. She would have expected that such a solitary and reclusive person would have trouble cooperating with others. But actually, the opposite was true. It was as though her shadow had really come alive, fighting by her side with effortless ease. The Lord of Shadow seemed to anticipate her every move, and was always exactly where she needed him to be, playing his role both flawlessly and with utmost effectiveness. Even stranger still, Nephis herself was oddly attuned to his style of combat. She didn't have to put any effort into acting in unison with him, as if it was something natural. The warriors of Valor were highly disciplined and promoted unity, often training and going into battle together. And yet, she felt more at ease in the company of this total stranger. Perhaps that was a unique skill of a transcendent with a high affinity to shadows. Shadows never existed on their own, after all. It was their nature to be cast by someone. Her sword plunged into the golem's eye, sinking deeply. That did not kill the great beast, but it did seem to slow it down a little. Just to be sure, Nephis cut the flower growing from his other eye socket, as well, wondering if the creature was actually a predatory plant. But it was not. The flowers, it seemed, were mere decorations. Break the armor. Cass's voice let her know where the creature's weakness lay. Living beings were relatively easy to kill, because they shared the same weaknesses: heart, brain, vascular system. But constructs and the undead were tricky, since destroying them was always a guessing game. Especially if they were powerful enough so that obliterating them completely was out of the question. Aim for the breastplate. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows abandoned their attempts to damage the tough flesh of the abomination, concentrating instead on the cracked armor of the stone golem. She even sacrificed some of her physical augmentation to enhance the black sword instead. Luckily, the manifested blade easily accepted the soul flame, igniting with a strange kind of dark radiance. The battle lasted for a dozen seconds, and by the end of it, an entire swath of the jungle was completely overturned. Nephis and her aloof guide rained a barrage of blows on the breastplate of the great beast, easily avoiding its utterly devastating, but simplistic and predictable attacks. Each of them might have had a tough time of fighting the creature alone, but together, they overpowered it without too much strain. Soon, the ancient stone cracked even more, and then exploded in a rain of shards. The golem staggered, and toppled to the ground. The spell whispered into her ear, its voice mocking and insidious. You have slain a great beast, Azura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. Nephis breathed heavily and dismissed her helmet, loose strands of hair sticking to her fair face. She studied the collapsed golem warily, knowing that this was just the beginning of a dreadful battle. The Lord of Shadows had said that there were a lot of these abominations in the ruins, after all. Her guide, meanwhile, walked closer to the stone creature, stared at it for a bit, and then gave it a kick. Then, he said, a hint of somber emotion in his usually cold voice. It's an MWP. Nephis was surprised. She lingered for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. What? He pointed to the dead golem with the tip of his odachi. This creature, it's an MWP. Mobile war platform. Well, I guess it's more of a powered armor suit. Mundane soldiers used them in Antarctica. The Lord of Shadows remained silent for a while, then sighed. The mummified corpse inside was an awakened warrior, and this golem is the power suit he wore. Of course, it was powered by sorcery, not technology. His voice slowly returned to the usual indifferent nonchalance. They were defenders of this city, I guess. Chapter 1675. Uncovered. The horrors of the forgotten ruin were drawing closer. She frowned slightly, and then dismissed most of her armor. A whirlwind of sparks wreathed her slender figure for a few fleeting moments, and then dissipated without a trace, leaving only a thin white tunic behind. Free of the suffocating weight of her armor, Nephis inhaled deeply and noticed that the Lord of Shadows was staring at her intently. At least, she thought he was. The darkness nestling in the crack of his visor was just as cold and nebulous as always. What are you doing? His voice was emotionless, but she thought she recognized a hint of emotion in it. Confusion, maybe? Yes, he was probably confused. She shrugged, enjoying the feeling of her skin breathing, unobstructed by the weight of metal. My armor won't withstand a hit from a great beast. I'd rather have all the speed and agility I can get, considering the circumstances. That way, I stand the chance of not being hit at all. That was true. Her armor was a supreme memory of the second tier, but after the battle with this Azura, she had judged that it would not protect her from a blow delivered by one of the ancient golems. She could heal her body if it was damaged, but not her armor, and once the armor was wrecked and bent out of shape, it would constrict her movements even further. Now that the presence of the true masters of the ruined city had scared off all the pests populating the jungle, it was better to be fast and nimble. The other reason Nephis had dismissed her armor was necessity. she was pretty sure that she would be forced to use her transformation ability in the upcoming battle, so she didn't want to burn the supreme memory. That armor of hers was pretty decent. It would be a shame if it melted into a puddle of molten steel, like so many previous ones. Cassie had also told her once that it suited her well. Not that it mattered, of course. What am I even thinking about? Nephis looked away, hiding her embarrassment at the inappropriate thought, and summoned two charms, the Dire Warning and the Testament of Malice. One possessed an enchantment that scared off creatures of a lesser rank than her, the other added an element of insidious decay to her attacks, not too powerful, but cumulative. Finally, she activated the enchantment of her tunic, the remaining underlayer of the dismissed supreme armor, and sensed the air grow cool and soft around her, caressing her slightly damp skin like fine silk. That invisible barrier would not do much against sharp weapons, but it could lessen the impact of blunt ones, like the diamond mace the mindless Azura had wielded. Each memory was enhanced by the Crown of Dawn, making the enchantments much more potent. There were many more tools in her soul arsenal, but using them was a matter of resource allocation. Relying on memories too much would drain her essence, which could be better spent on her aspect and sorcery. She couldn't summon the Altar of Denial to lessen the essence consumption either, since that memory could only be used in a static position. Nephis had earned a truly astonishing number of memories in the past for years, but most of them had not been worth her essence. Some had gone to the Firekeepers, and some were sold off to fund them, even with the nominal support of Clan Valor. Maintaining a citadel and a private army of masters was not cheap. The more clandestine affairs, which were handled by Cassie, also demanded a lot of funding, and the Great Clan could not be allowed to learn about them. As a result, Nephis kept only a few tried and tested memories, most of them useful in different kinds of situations. She summoned as few as she could in any given battle, relying on her skill and strength instead, as much as she could. The Lord of Shadows also did not seem like someone who relied on memories a lot, although she wasn't sure if his reasons were the same as hers. In fact, Nephis had not seen him summon a single memory apart from his Serpentine Odachi and his Onyx armor, if those were even memories. At this point, she wasn't sure. His abilities were truly versatile. That manifested sword he had given her was holding up pretty well. With an ability like that and sublime swordsmanship, who needed memories? She wondered what other tricks he had in store. Just at that moment, the shadows stirred and drowned the mysterious scent like a dark tide. She remembered the scene of a black giant rising above the bone plain and was ready to take a step back, but the scale of it seemed much smaller. Indeed, a few moments later, a different kind of creature rose from the darkness. It was entirely black and demonic in appearance, with 4 mighty arms and a long tail, towering above her at least 3 meters of height, just as tall as the ancient golem had been. Its muscular body radiated a sense of chilling, ferocious physical strength and bestial potency. The stone-like armor of the Lord of Shadows shifted, covering the four-armed demon like an onyx carapace, and at the same time, his great Odachi rippled like liquid, growing even longer to match the demon's towering height. What a fearsome sword! Nephis stared at the dark demon in front of her, wondering for a moment. Was that, perhaps, the true appearance of the Lord of Shadows, while the human form he wore was no more than a disguise? The human, the dark colossus, the swift crow, and this shadow devil, was that the result of his transformation ability? If so, it was much more versatile than Nephis had assumed, and any sense she knew possessed. Then again, shadows were formless and shapeless by nature, so maybe such versatility made sense. The form of a shadow demon was very much like the enchanted armor suits the defenders of the ancient city had once worn, in a sense. Was his body encased in a shell of shadows, like theirs had been in Sorcerer's Stone? If so, it was an ingenious application of one's aspect. But it couldn't be just that. The Lord of Shadows could cover his human body in the shell of the four-armed devil and the shadow colossus. But what about the crow? It was much smaller than a human. So, the fundamental principle of his transformation had to be different. As she was contemplating the nuances of his aspect, the Lord of Shadows spoke, his voice still cold and indifferent. "We must hurry." His voice was still the same. Which was a little funny. A voice like that suited a young man of noble bearing very well, but coming from the chest of such a huge and ferocious creature, it sounded a little comical. Absurdly enough, Nephis found herself wanting to laugh. Of course, she did not, maintaining her usual calm expression. However, 2 sparks ignited in her eyes. Yes, right. Let us hurry. Turning away to hide her face, she gripped the hilt of her black sword and dashed into the jungle. Chapter 1676. Inalienable. The wind was cool, soothing her slender body. The Lord of Shadows had taken the lead, his strides like that of a beast. His powerful limbs tore the ground, and from time to time, he used the trunks of the towering trees to leap forward, sending splinters flying back. Soon enough, Nephis sensed the approach of a new enemy. The same kind of golem broke through the wall of vines, and the ground quaked from the crushing impact of its footsteps. The creature looked just like the one they had slain a minute earlier, tall, overgrown with scarlet moss, its ancient stone carapace covered by a net of cracks. This one was armed with a diamond scepter instead of a mace. A split second later, the scepter was already flying at the shadow demon's head. Its speed was so dire that a fatal blow seemed inevitable. The jungle itself swayed, following the trajectory of the diamond weapon. Nephis raised her sword to block. A fraction of a second later, the Lord of Shadows simply disappeared from the path of the scepter. There was a thunderous boom, and a devastating shockwave spread in a wide cone from the point where the Azura's weapon had been supposed to hit. A vast swath of the jungle, hundreds of meters across, was instantly devastated. Sadly enough, Nephis was right in the middle of the cone of destruction. The sword she had raised cut through it, sharp and indomitable, allowing her to continue moving forward without slowing down too much. She jumped, stepped on the diamond scepter, ran across its length, and delivered a dire downward slash, all in a matter of a single moment. The tough stone carapace of the great beast did not split open, but that was not her goal. What Nephis aimed for was to infect it with the decay of the Testament of Malice. Before the creature could catch her, she had already jumped back, twisting gracefully midair. The Lord of Shadows appeared from the darkness behind the creature, his enormous odachi falling down like the blade of a giant guillotine. In that demonic form, encased in fearsome onyx armor, he was no less imposing than the abominable Azura. The might of his strike was so terrible that the knees of the great beast buckled, its feet sinking deep into the moss. The ground itself split open. Stone shards shot into the air like shrapnel. There is another one. Towering above the kneeling nightmare creature, he used 2 of his hands to grab its head viciously, locking it in a choke hold. His other 2 hands turned the black odachi downward and drove its tip into the crack infected by the decay of the touch of malice. Nephis spun and swung her sword. Up until this point, she had only used her dormant ability. At that moment, though, she summoned a spark of soul flame and, enduring the agony, uttered the names of fire and wind. That single spark exploded into a raging inferno, incinerating everything in its path. The jungle in front of her turned to ash, revealing the dreadful form of the second Azura. The abomination's charge had been broken by the shockwave of the directed explosion, and the flame stuck to its carapace, burning hot enough to melt transcendent steel. The stone armor of the Azura held, but was softened by the terrible heat. The desiccated flesh buried within it, though, caught aflame. Wreathed in fire, the towering nightmare creature rose like an infernal fiend. There is no time. Nephis used the momentary delay to lunge at the abomination being held down by the Lord of Shadows. Knowing how to destroy one, they could dispose of it with relative speed, but a great beast was a great beast. It was already a miracle that it could be wrestled to the ground by a saint. Her sword blazed with brilliant radiance, absorbing the full augmentation of her titanic soul. There was an explosion of blinding light, and the abomination's stone carapace crumbled. The joint attack of light and shadow had overcome its decaying resilience, and the perfect unity of their murderous wills had overcome its will to live. The kneeling Azura slowly fell, the diamond scepter slipping from its grip. The second nightmare creature was almost upon them. With cold darkness nestling in the crack of his visor, the Lord of Shadows growled deeply and strained his mighty body. Nephis ducked as the massive corpse of the slain Azura was tossed into the air, its dire mass crashing into the burning abomination like a siege ram. After that, they made short work of the staggered creature. She killed the first, while the Lord of Shadows killed the second. 3 great beasts in just as many minutes, even for Nephis, that was a remarkable result. But it was still not fast enough. Without even stopping to retrieve the supreme soul shards, the 2 of them rushed away. More of these terrible creatures were coming, and the survival of the 2 sleepers was hanging by a thread. As they ran, the Lord of Shadows spoke suddenly. "This place, we might very well die here." His voice was even and clear, as if he didn't care either way. Nephis answered succinctly, long accustomed to feeling the cold breath of death. "That is true." He lingered for a moment. "Is it really worth it, to die for a couple sleepers?" She jumped over a fallen tree, landed nimbly, and lunged forward with stunning speed. "It is." To her, it was a strange question, but then again, people often misunderstood her. She had answered honestly, but the question itself was wrong and misguided. Because she wasn't risking her life for these sleepers. The sleepers were merely a circumstance, but what she was ready to die for were her principles. She believed that saving these teenagers was the right thing to do, and so, she wanted to do it. And it was also the right thing to do because she wanted to do it. Before, a long time ago, Nephis had been truly powerless. She watched fearfully as everything their family possessed was taken away. Their heirlooms, their wealth, their home. Even people who surrounded her were either killed or chased away one after another, disappearing without a trace. Their absence had left a scar. Perhaps because of that, she didn't value material possessions, and many other things that people usually held dear. The things she valued the most were inside of her, and therefore, could never be taken away. Her beliefs, her principles, her will. As long as she held fast to that, nothing could scare her, and nothing could make her feel truly powerless. However, while these things could not be taken away, they could be lost. She could betray herself, and thus discard them. It was the easiest thing in the world, to lose oneself. Then, she would truly have nothing. The thought of that was too appalling. Much more terrible than death. And so, Nephis would rather die. It didn't matter if she risked her life for 2 sleepers or to fulfill her greatest desire. To her, both were one and the same, both were expressions of herself, and therefore equally important. The Lord of Shadows laughed. Why? Hadn't she already told him that it was because she wanted to? It was simple as that, and as deeply complicated as that, as well. She had long given up on trying to explain herself to people. But, somehow, Nephis felt that, maybe, the Lord of Shadows would be able to understand. Running as fast as she could, Nephis smiled faintly. Because otherwise, I wouldn't be me. Chapter 1677. Spark of Longing. The creature, an azure of condemnation, was holding a diamond cleaver in its hand. When the cleaver rose, the world seemed to tremble in fear. When the cleaver fell, reality itself seemed to split apart. A giant tree, its adamantine bark hard enough to resist the end of days, was cut down in one slash and toppled slowly. The wind raised by its fall fanned the flames that had been spreading through the jungle, and bitter smoke permeated the air. The tree had been dead for countless years, and its heart had long rotted away. There was a cave-like hollow between its roots, which was now revealed. 2 terrified sleepers had been hiding in that hollow, and were now hugging each other as they looked at the sinister abominations in horror. The diamond cleaver rose again, spelling their doom. Before it could fall down to reap their lives, however, an equally menacing fiend appeared from the darkness, crashing into the great golem with a ferocious growl. It had sharp claws, twisting horns, and a long tail, its bestial body encased in a fearsome onyx carapace. The darkness itself moved, shrouding it like a mantle. And a moment later, the eyes of the 2 sleepers widened. A beautiful young woman wearing a fluttering white tunic fell from above, surrounded by pure light. Her skin was fair and flawless, like polished alabaster, and her silver hair shone brilliantly in the dim twilight of the jungle. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her beauty was breathtaking. She held an incandescent sword in her hands. Landing on the shoulder of the ghastly golem, she delivered a terrible blow and severed its damaged neck. The headless abomination continued to resist furiously even after being decapitated, but the strange pair, the fearsome demon of darkness and the beautiful spirit of light, cooperated seamlessly, swiftly bringing it down. The diamond cleaver shattered and fell apart. The stone carapace crumbled. The mummified corpse that had been entombed within it turned to ash. The creature was dead before the falling tree collapsed to the ground, making the ancient ruin quake. Nephis jumped off its corpse and inhaled slowly. The Lord of Shadows had been wounded in that last clash, but his towering body was already repairing itself. She was unscathed, for now. Most importantly, they made it to the two sleepers in time. Turning around, she walked to the remains of the giant tree and looked into the hollow space between its roots, where two ashen-faced teenagers were staring up at her with wide eyes. Both were girls, their faces smeared with ash and dirt. One of them seemed to maintain a shred of composure, holding the other tightly. The other girl didn't look too good, and seemed to be slowly falling unconscious. The first sleeper opened her mouth and said, stuttering, "You're Changing Star." Nephis smiled in an effort to calm the girl. That calming smile was not natural to her, but she had practiced her communication skills diligently. After all, she was both a leader and a public figure now. Knowing how to make the right impression was one of the skills she had to master, and had mastered despite not having an innate talent for it. "Yes. I am Saint Nephis of the Immortal Flame clan. This is Saint Shadow, of no clan. We are here to bring you two to safety." The young girl lingered for a few moments, looking at her with a complicated expression. That expression was not what Nephis had expected. "Is she wary of me?" Eventually, the girl nodded and said in a tone that was meant to be steady, but betrayed a slight tremor, "I am Tamer of the Sorrow clan." "Ah." Nephis lingered for a moment. Sorrow was a vassal clan of Song. So, this girl was technically her enemy. It was indeed a bit awkward. The Lord of Shadows stared at her, as if curious to see what she would do. His demonic shell had almost entirely repaired itself, already. Nephis jumped down into the shallow pit, put her sword down, and looked at the second teenager. Then, she turned back to young Tamer. "What is wrong with your friend?" The girl glanced at her black sword, then gripped the other sleeper tighter. "Some kind of infection." She scraped her hand on a vine. Then, her eyes trembled slightly. "Wait, did Ray find you, my lady? Is he alive?" Nephis nodded and kneeled near the unconscious sleeper, looking at her with concern. "He is safe and sound. You don't have to worry." The three must have bonded during their harrowing time in Godgrave. Before that, they had probably spent a lot of time together at the academy. It wasn't strange for them to care about each other. In fact, Nephis was the strange one, having formed no bonds at the academy. There had been a reason for that, of course. She did not know which of the fellow sleepers had been sent to kill her, at the time. Cassie had had her circumstances, too. Still, these girls reminded her of the two of them. Granted, there had been no third member to their small cohort on the Forgotten Shore. There had been no. A moment later, Nephis shook her head lightly, having lost her train of thought. Concerned for the unconscious girl, she gently placed her hand on her gaunt body and frowned. The girl's skin was as hot as a furnace, and her pulse was weak. She wasn't just infected. She was dying. Nephis lingered for a moment, and then glanced at Tamer. She forced herself to smile again. "You are safe now. The worst part is almost over. Fear not, for we are here. And we will get you and your friend out, no matter what." The young girl stared at Nephis for a few moments, then took a trembling breath and nodded. Then, she suddenly slumped, as if finally allowing her exhausted body to collapse. Her eyes glistened with moisture, but she gritted her teeth and held the tears back. Thank you, Lady Changing Star." Nephis nodded and turned away, secretly gritting her teeth. Then, she activated her dormant ability and endured the blinding pain, sending a wave of healing flame into the second sleeper's body. The infection was persistent and had spread to the girl's heart. Nevertheless, it was burned away by the purity of soul flame, leaving no trace behind. It just took a little longer than Nephis had expected. She healed most of the damage dealt to the body of the unfortunate sleeper, as well. The shadows around her stirred, betraying her companion's restlessness. The Lord of Shadows spoke from above. "They're drawing close." At the sound of his voice, Tamer flinched and looked at Nephis, trying to hide her fear. This is Godgrave, isn't it? Can we really escape?" Nephis dismissed her flames and took a deep breath. "Of course. I promised, didn't I?" The young girl stared at her for a few moments, then nodded gravely. "I'll trust in you, Lady Changing Star. I'll strive to survive, no matter what." Her voice sounded resolute. Nephis' smile faltered for a moment. "Good. Strive well." While saying that, she could already feel it. A spark of longing igniting in the soul of young Tamer, and then turning into a gentle flame. Connecting the two of them together, and making her a tentative part of Nephis' nascent, unrealized, almost non-existent domain. Chapter 1678. Path to Supremacy. How could one kill a Supreme? After years of striving bitterly to maneuver herself into a position where resisting the sovereigns was not a foolish, futile, and frivolous delusion, she had come to understand that the only plausible way to defeat them was to attain supremacy herself. Years ago, she had come back to the waking world after an eternity of being lost in the dream realm, defeated and broken. Back then, she had made a decision to join the great clan Vela, knowing that there would be no better way for her to come to know her enemy. When Nephis killed a nightmare creature, she dissected the carcass to examine its anatomy and learn how to slay such abominations better. But she couldn't dissect a great clan, so joining one was the best way to study the enemy from within. She had also harbored other aspirations, to earn the trust of the King of Swords and therefore place herself in a position where striking him down would be tenable. Nephis was a master of combat, after all, of which deceit and misdirection were integral parts. Life wasn't that different from combat, her life was not, at least. But although she had attained some success in her ambition to infiltrate the great clan and become trusted by its king, the more Nephis learned about the enemy, the more hopeless her burning desire to vanquish the sovereign seemed. Even if she knew everything there was to know about Vela, and even if the King of Sword lowered his guard one day, she wasn't confident at all that she would be able to defeat him, despite all her power as a transcendent titan. So, Nephis had to become a supreme titan instead. The problem was that she was not allowed to even try. Times had changed, and there were many more awakened, masters, and saints walking the world today. The sovereigns had relaxed their iron grip on achieving greater power, a little. But they still demanded fealty from the absolute majority of transcendents, and would certainly never let someone rise to the throne of supremacy and become their equal. Anvil and Kisong could not even tolerate the existence of each other. How could they allow someone else to become their rival? Not to mention someone like Nephis, who had a perfectly justified reason to hate them and plot their downfall. They would never let her challenge the fourth nightmare. Even if she found a suitable seed, entered it without permission, and survived, she would be slaughtered immediately after returning to reality. The might of a sovereign lay in the power of their domain, after all, and hers would not be established yet right after achieving supremacy. A newly crowned supreme was only inconsequentially more powerful than a transcendent, considering the perilous threat of the older domains. For these reasons, there was only one path for Nephis to take. She had to attain supremacy without the help of the nightmare spell, by following in the footsteps of the awakened from ancient times. Not only that, but she had to do it in secret. Needless to say, that path was just as problematic. Nephis had learned a little about how the ancient awakened walked the path of ascension from Auntie. However, the old priestess had not known anything about the leap between transcendence and supremacy. After all, there had been no supremes in Weave. In fact, the only sovereign of the river civilization had been the Serpent King, a stranger from a realm consumed by the nightmare spell. It meant that Nephis could not learn the natural way to supremacy from somebody else. She had to invent it herself, discovering the long-lost truth without anyone's help. The task seemed unreasonable even for her, but having no other choice, she had been striving to accomplish it for the last 4 years. She had not been able to come anywhere near becoming a sovereign. But she was mostly sure that she had discovered the key to supremacy, or rather, the correct lock to it. Just like the awakened of ancient times learned to control their essence before forming their soul cores instead of the other way around, Nephis believed that she had to realize a domain first to become supreme. The nightmare spell gave humans a chance to challenge the fourth nightmare, attain supremacy, and therefore the ability to manifest a domain. However, without the nightmare spell, Nephis had to claim that authority herself. It was her ability to be the ruler of a domain that would make her a sovereign, and not the other way around. However, she had no clues about how to manifest a domain either. In the beginning, that was. Now, for years later, Nephis was at least on the right track, at least she thought she was. The secret to going further on the path of ascension was, reasonably, hidden in the changes that the soul of a living being underwent during transcendence. The soul of a saint broke the limits of the mundane and expanded, coming into contact with the world and becoming intertwined with a part of it. The soul of a sovereign, then, had to not only become fused with the world, but also claim authority over its part. That was the essence of supremacy. To be a ruler. But every saint was unique. The nature of the connection they shared with the world was unique, as well. Therefore, each transcendent had a unique path to supremacy. For Nephis herself, that path was easy to understand, but impossibly hard to tread. After becoming a saint, her soul had become capable of being nourished by the ambient essence of the world, the spirit essence. Of course, it was only so for the spirit essence born from a particular source. Most people assumed that her source element was flame, some assumed that it was light. But all of them were wrong. In truth, Nephis' source element, the foundation of her future domain, was longing. In hindsight, she should have known it much sooner. It had always been there in the description of her aspect. Aspect, light bringer. Aspect rank, divine. Aspect description, you are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. The spirit essence Nephis could absorb was born from the souls of those living beings she inspired to yearn for something. It didn't matter what they longed for, and, unlike the loyalty demanded by the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms, she didn't need to be the subject of their yearning. Any kind of aspiration born from knowing her, or knowing about her, became the source of spirit essence for her. Her longing ability also seemed to have evolved after her transcendence, fusing with her presence. Over time, Nephis had noticed that when people were in her presence, their souls grew more susceptible to inspiration, and the flames of their desires burned brighter. That was the foundation of her future domain, which she had already built without even knowing it. Chapter 1679. Beacon of Hope. One was provided by the spell, and depended on the citadels. By becoming the master of a citadel, or having a person who had accepted your authority become one, a supreme could empower and expand their domain over vast territories. A citadel was much more than just a stronghold containing a gateway, it was a daunting construct of impossible sorcery that forcefully subjugated the part of the world surrounding it and brought it under the rule of a supreme. That was why both the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms, who controlled most of the human territories in the dream realm, were so immensely powerful. The second way was innate to each transcendent, and unique to their aspect. Nephis suspected that most domains were territorial in nature, which was the reason why the spell had based its method on territory. But not all of them were. Take the King of Swords, for example. He used the path provided by the citadels to expand his domain, but that did not mean that he limited himself to it. The true vessels of his authority were not lands, but people. Every warrior wielding a sword forged by him was a part of his domain, and thus empowered it. Kisong collected the dead. There was the mysterious Astarion, as well, who didn't seem to rule any citadel. As for Nephis herself, the only way for her to build a domain was to inspire people, igniting the flames of yearning in their souls. At least that was her belief. It had taken countless hours of contemplation and meditation for her to learn how to truly sense the underlying source element of her aspect. She had noticed the subtle shift in her presence first, or maybe that subtle quality had always been there, too weak to be discerned. The souls of people shone brighter in Nephis' presence, their innermost hopes and aspirations igniting with a stronger flame. Her presence was like kindling for their passions, turning desire into yearning. And if that yearning was inspired directly by her, or even the idea of her, then a subtle connection was established between them and Nephis, making the inspired a part of her source element. She had not learned to sense these connections swiftly, though. In fact, it had taken a small breakthrough in mastering her aspect legacy for Nephis to grasp the deeper meaning of longing. Her aspect legacy was a tree of knowledge that bore 7 fruits. She had reaped the benefits of one of them and comprehended the knowledge of fire in twilight. Since then, Nephis had made strides in comprehending a few others. Facing the first seeker in Verge, she had advanced considerably toward the knowledge of corruption. And in the last 4 years, she had not only fully mastered the knowledge of destruction, but also started on the path of comprehending knowledge of passion. It was that last branch of her aspect legacy that had helped her fathom the underlying nature of her aspect better, as well as what she was concentrating on mastering now. Nephis had learned how to sense the subtle connections formed between her and those she inspired. She had also earned the ability to vaguely feel the passions and desires of those around her, which were like sparks and flames burning in their souls. Of course, not everyone was easy to read. The Lord of Shadows, for example, was like a closed book, especially when he wore that mask of his. In any case, after Nephis had gained that understanding, she found out with a bit of surprise that there were already countless people in the world who were connected to her. As it turned out, her fame was the reason. From the day she had led the Dreamer army to siege the Crimson Spire and failed to come back with them, the mighty propaganda machine of the government churned, exaggerating her inconceivable achievements and making her into a tragic hero. A truly brilliant figure, indomitable changing star, the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan. They had even built on the legendary fame of her father and grandfather, turning her into a symbol of human valiance and perseverance. For as long as immortal flame burned, humanity would not be extinguished. These words were spoken often now by the people born into the era of the nightmare spell. There were even movies made about her, horrendous as they were. Her sensational return as the only sleeper in history to conquer the second nightmare had only deepened the reverence and veneration people felt toward her, followed by her adoption into Valor, which added the great clan's storied prestige to her own. So, by the time Nephis became a saint, there were already numerous people for whom she was an inspiration. And after she became a saint, their numbers only continued to grow. She could feel it clearly. Some were inspired to strive for martial strength. Some were inspired to cultivate the nobility of their characters. Some were inspired to live their lives with earnest confidence, and so on. There were even many people inspired with a straightforward carnal desire because of her looks. It was a bit awkward for her to sense the kind of yearning they had for her when she was out and about, and pretend not to notice. In any case, the foundation of her future domain was already vast and potent. But it wasn't vast enough, and it wasn't potent enough. And so, in the past 4 years, Nephis had endeavored tirelessly to make it even more solid. To touch the souls of even more people. She had learned how to carry herself, how to present a perfect facade to the masses. She poured her intellect into grasping the knowledge of passion. More importantly, she put her sword where her mouth was. In that sense, the way Clan Valor treated her was ironically of great help. They always sent her to the most deadly battlefields, dispatched her into the epicenters of the most dreadful calamities, as if wishing for her to die. Wherever there was a crisis, Changing Star and her fire keepers would arrive, dissipating a flood of nightmare creatures with their swords. Nephis played along with the will of Clan Valor, using these opportunities to show the world her incorruptible will and brilliant radiance, which made her fame even more widespread and exalted. Cassie, meanwhile, worked behind the scenes to guide the narrative and fan the flames. Nephis herself, the Ivory Tower, the Chain Breaker, the Fire Keepers, everything was now a recognizable symbol of selflessness, strength, and nobility. They were beacons of hope in a dark and tumultuous world, bringing people solace and inspiration. The number of those touched by her light grew every day, forming countless connections to her soul. Not all of these connections were equal. Some were tentative and feeble, some were radiant and deep. The deepest connections by far were those of the Fire Keepers, her most loyal followers. It was to a degree that she could even reach them with her aspect abilities from a distance. That was one part of what Nephis was doing. the easier part. The harder part, by far, was coming up with a way to actually turn this spiderweb of connections, the nascent form of her future domain, into an actual one. Nephis still had no idea how to take this step. She had spent some time studying the changes that had happened to her soul sea after she bound the ivory tower and let the fire keepers place their anchors there, hoping to find a clue from the mysterious mechanisms of the nightmare spell. But that had turned out to be a dead end. So, for now, Nephis was left with no choice but to search and wait. She had hoped that she would find a hint before the war started, but now that both of the great clans were on the move, that didn't seem possible anymore. Which was why it was so important for her to establish a foothold in Godgrave and ready herself for what was going to happen here. Anvil and Kisong had to fall before the war was over. Because if one of them truly defeated the other, their authority would spread to all of humanity. Once that happened, even becoming a supreme would not be enough to slay them. Chapter 1680. Spirit of Light. There was not much time left. The enemies were approaching. Towering above the three of them, Nephis and the two teenage girls, the Lord of Shadows said coldly, "It's sweet that you promised to save them. But how are you going to do it? Once we start fighting with those abominations, a single shockwave will be enough to finish these two off." Nephis climbed out of the pit and helped the girl she had healed up. Tamer followed. Good question. There was no time to run away, because the Asuras were faster than them. Flying away wasn't an option either, because they would be perfect targets in the air. One toss of a diamond weapon, and there would be no escape. Even if Nephis could evade, she had to carry at least one of the sleepers, and neither of the girls would survive the crushing pressure of such maneuvers. She considered countless strategies in a single second and looked up at the Lord of Shadows. "You take them and retreat. I'll hold the enemy off, and then join you." He remained silent for a moment, and then said flatly, "I refuse." Nephis blinked. "Who?" She had not expected that answer. "Why?" The shadow demon bent down, bringing his onyx helmet level to her face. The darkness nestling inside it was deep and impenetrable. "You might be fine dying for these sleepers, changing star. But I am not fine with you dying." One of his onyx claws pointed at her. "You still owe me a favor, remember? Wouldn't I be cheated if you died before repaying me?" Nephis tilted her head. At that moment, she thought that she felt a hint of desire from the Lord of Shadows. Some people's longing was like a spark, some people's longing was like flame. His, though, to her, it felt like a towering pyre that dwarfed everything around. As it turned out, the Lord of Shadows was a man of dire passion behind that cold exterior. She couldn't make out the details of what exactly he yearned for, but his unwillingness to see her dead before she made good on her promise, at least, seemed rather sincere. It looked like the favor he intended to ask from her was not simple. A moment later, his soul was shrouded in darkness once again, and she couldn't feel anything. Nephis sighed. "What do you propose, then?" The Lord of Shadows lingered for a moment. Then, he scratched his horned head, the onyx claws scraping piercingly against the surface of his helmet. Finally, he sighed. "I'll take them to the Nameless Temple and return. You stay alive while I'm gone." Wasn't that basically what she had suggested? Nephis raised an eyebrow. "How long will it take you to make it back to the Citadel and return, Lord Shadow?" He raised one of his hands and bent a few fingers, then answered evenly. "About 6 seconds." She stared at him silently. Then, she stared some more. "Who? You could make a trip from the Citadel to here in 3 seconds, this whole time? Why did we fight our way here through the jungle, then?" Usually, Nephis had to make an effort to put emotions into her naturally deadpan voice. But now, she was actually struggling to maintain composure and make it sound calm. It was an extremely rare occurrence. The Lord of Shadows shrugged indifferently. "It would have consumed too much of my essence. Carrying these sleepers is fine, but you are too heavy of a burden." Nephis stared at him silently for a moment, then glanced down involuntarily. Her body was lithe and slender, like it had always been. Definitely. Who? The Lord of Shadows remained silent for a moment, too, then added suddenly, his cold tone suspiciously close to sounding a tiny bit rushed. Because you are a transcendent. Your soul is too vast and powerful, that was what I meant. He took a step forward and placed two of his fur hands on the shoulders of the speechless sleepers. Anyway, time is of the essence, so, I'd better go. A moment later, the three of them dissolved into shadows, leaving Nephis alone in the small clearing. A spatial movement ability. She remained motionless for a second, then looked at herself again. A quiet mumble could be heard. Did I gain muscle? Sure, she was not as delicate and pretty as Cassie. And not as elegant and graceful as Seishan. But Nephis was pretty confident in her figure, granted, it wasn't as generous as Effie's. What am I even thinking about? Just at that moment, the jungle around her exploded, and 7 ghastly golems lunged at her from all sides, the world groaning in agony from the violent force of their passing. Nephis was still looking down. Before they could reach her, though, her body exploded with a brilliant radiance, and their towering figures were consumed by blinding light. Nephis had transformed into a spirit of light. In that state, her graceful body seemed to be woven out of immaculate white radiance. That radiance contained an unfathomable ocean of furious flame instead of flesh and bone, and was a beautiful vessel for her fiery, titanic soul. She was like a brilliant star that had taken the form of a human. The moisture permeating the humid air instantly evaporated. The rotten leaves blanketing the ground turned to ash. The remains of the dead tree blackened and caught fire, being consumed at startling speed. But the speed with which the mystical wood was being consumed by the white flame was nothing when compared to the speed with which Nephis moved. Unconstrained by the limitations of mundane flesh, her power exploded. The whole clearing was flooded with blinding light, and the towering figures of the Asuras dissolved in that light. They weren't destroyed, but the red moss covering their cracked armor was immediately incinerated. The mummified flesh within the stone carapaces blackened and smoldered. The 7 diamond weapons fell in unison, but Nephis effortlessly danced out of the way. Almost at the same time, she was suddenly in front of one of the abominations, her radiant fist brushing lightly against its stone breastplate. The massive creature was thrown back. The armor on its chest cracked and melted, and the thick armor plate on its back exploded, shards of stone turning into molten rain as they fell to the ground. The world was stark and clear, awash in annihilating pain. 3 more seconds. Nephis wondered how many of these nightmare creatures she would be able to kill before the Lord of Shadows returned. Chapter 1681. Battle Partners. Not only that, but mundane attacks could not hurt her at all, most weapons would simply turn to ash before reaching her, and those that did break through the immolating heat would find no flesh to harm behind it. Only fire. So, what hurt her the most was her flaw, that pristine soul, and in that form, the danger it posed was much more dire than the suffering she experienced when using her lesser abilities. The incandescent white void of her soul was so pure and searing that it threatened to consume her, burning away her very self. Perhaps forever. At least that was what Nephis feared. She rarely used the power of her aspect in combat, relying on nothing but her martial prowess if there was a choice, and she used her transformation ability even less frequently. Of course, she was not invulnerable even in that brilliant form. There were many beings and weapons there that could harm this fiery vessel of hers, but the damage they dealt would be instantly healed at the cost of her essence. The form of the Spirit of Light was a manifestation of her incandescent soul, and so, one would have to extinguish her soul completely to destroy it. Which was not impossible, especially when facing enemies of higher ranks. The ancient stone wraiths she was fighting were among such enemies. You have slain a great beast, Azura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. You have slain a great beast, Azura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. You have slain a great beast. Nephis managed to bring down 3 of the 7 nightmare creatures in quick succession, but after that, the situation worsened. The abominable golems witnessed her power and grasped it, their movements changing as a result. They were of the great rank, after all. For creatures like these, the distinction between flesh and flame was of no importance. The strange diamond weapons they wielded carried their killing will, and before that will, all would be annihilated. The laws of the world themselves bent to accommodate it. If she was struck by one of the asuras, her soul would not collapse from a single blow, but the damage would be considerable. Even for a great beast, destroying a transcendent titan would not be easy, but there were a lot of these creatures here, so she had to be careful. Nephis gave up on offense and evaded the thunderous attacks of the menacing golems, biding her time until the Lord of Shadows returned. She had not waited for long. On the 7th second after his departure, the shadow demon shot out of the darkness on the border of the burning clearing, his great Odachi plummeting onto one of the asuras a split second later, like the edge of nightfall. Now, there were two of them facing for great beasts. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows glanced at each other briefly, her radiant, graceful silhouette contrasted starkly against his towering, tenebrous figure. Then, they exploded with motion. I wonder? Nephis was concerned for a split second. Her partial transformation was less destructive than the full one, but it still generated terrible heat. The stone armor of the ancient golems withstood it easily, but what about the Lord of Shadows? Very few people were strong enough to fight side by side with her when she went all out. However, she didn't have to worry. The onyx carapace of the shadow demon glistened darkly, reflecting the furious white radiance of her flame, but held. That fearsome armor, it seemed, was of a better quality than her own, or at least possessed a very high resistance to elemental attacks. In any case, he did not seem to have any trouble plunging into the middle of the burning clearing, seemingly unperturbed by the blinding light, scorching heat, and lack of oxygen. His movements were just as swift, ferocious, and sharp as they had been before. That's a relief, then. Her spirits were uplifted. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows clashed with the asuras, the surrounding jungle swiftly turning into a wasteland of splinters and ash. The black sword she had wielded had been long obliterated by flames, so Nephis used her stunning speed and agility to fight the abominations with bare hands. She was swift and much smaller than the towering golems, her technique fluid and flawless. The diamond weapons flashed past, never managing to touch her radiant vessel. However, Nephis herself wasn't able to attack as brazenly as before, either. Using her sublime grasp of the essence of combat, she delivered a constant stream of shallow attacks to her enemies. The stone armor on their wrists, ankles, and joints was gradually melting, slowing the abominations down. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was a much easier target. Not only was his dark body broad and towering, but he was also slower than her, his terrifying Odachi demanding a lot more space to be wielded effectively. And yet, somehow, none of the attacks of the asuras managed to land on his onyx armor. His technique was just as sublime as hers, but it was also strange. Sometimes, his movements did not seem too swift, compared to her, at least, but at other times, it was as if he was so fast as to leave after images behind him. No, not even that, it was as if the Lord of Shadows was sometimes in two places at the same time. It took Nephis a few moments to understand what was happening. Transcendent battle art. His spatial movement ability was intricately woven into his battle style. The Lord of Shadows masterfully used short-distance teleportation to maneuver around the battlefield, blinking from place to place with such speed that it seemed as if he was in several places simultaneously. The graceful movement of his sword flowed uninterrupted between the jumps, so a slash that started in one spot could land dozens of meters away. An enemy attack could be blocked despite him being nowhere near its path. In a sense, the whole battlefield was within the reach of his serpentine Odachi. There was also another detail. His jumping between shadows. After noticing that detail, Nephis also realized with a bit of surprise that the Lord of Shadows was anticipating and making use of her own movements. Currently, she was the brightest source of light on the battlefield, so the direction of the shadows cast by the massive bodies of the asuras was dictated by her position. The Lord of Shadows was paying attention to her movements to anticipate the movement of the shadows, and was therefore able to escape the danger freely, unfailingly appearing behind the abominations to deliver a terrible strike and dissolve into the darkness before they could retaliate. It was an utterly beautiful display of flawless technique, firm intent, and devious ingenuity. Diabolical. Nephis was impressed. Dodging the crushing blow of a diamond staff, she floated into the air to avoid being thrown off balance by the quaking earth, and shot forward. Her incandescent palm touched the elbow of the ancient golem, and its elbow joint finally cracked, falling apart in a rain of molten stone. Now that the enemy was unable to wield the heavy staff effectively, she had a window of opportunity. Landing lightly on the burning ground, Nephis spun and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the towering abomination. Her long, slender leg connected to its abdomen, and the Azura was thrown back, its entire torso exploding and catching fire. By the time the burning golem fell to the ground, it was already dead. But just as it died, more Asuras appeared from the depths of the ruin, lunging at Nephis and her battle partner with silent malice. Chapter 1682. Hasty Retreat. She was coming closer and closer to the cusp of fatigue. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, seemed to be holding back on using his teleportation ability. He must have told the truth when saying that carrying the two sleepers all the way to the citadel and coming back would put a strain on his reserves of essence. It had to be conserved now. Luckily, their goal was not to obliterate all the ancient wraiths. Their goal was simply to escape. Granted, there was some bad luck involved, too. The easiest route of retreat would have been to escape to the surface through the nearest crack in the dome of the colossal breastbone. But the veil of clouds was torn right now, and the surface was bathed in the light of the annihilating sun. That path was not an option. Nevertheless, Nephis wasn't too concerned. She was still holding back the most destructive of her powers. She had no doubt that the Lord of Shadows had a few tricks up his sleeve, as well. And yet... What was that cold, heavy weight pressing down on her heart? Move back. His voice was just as cold as ever. She didn't hesitate and pushed the ground with her foot, leaving a scorched mark on it and flying more than 100 meters back almost in an instant. In the next second, a small lantern of black stone appeared in one of the shadow demons for hands. His onyx armor shifted and retreated under his obsidian skin, revealing his powerful physique. Left alone, the Lord of Shadow lingered for a moment, seemingly unable to evade the attacks of the abominable golems in time. Everything that followed happened in a split second. Their diamond weapons landed on his muscular body, mangling it gruesomely. A tide of darkness suddenly flowed out of the stone lantern and came alive, enveloping the advancing Asuras with 1,000 black chains. Even though the great beasts tore the chains apart with ease, they were still stalled for several precious moments. In those moments, the broken, savage body of the Lord of Shadows swayed slowly and dissolved into nothingness. Nephis' radiant eyes flashed. He? But then, a familiar human figure stepped out of the shadows by her side, the onyx helmet closing to hide his face. Completely unharmed. She let out a silent sigh of relief. I suggest we hurry and get away, Lady Nephis. Utter indifference. Well, to be fair, her face was also motionless and impassive. Not that he could see her features in the torrent of brilliant light. It's good that he's alive. Was it good, though? If the Lord of Shadows perished, his citadel would be hers to take. Bringing such a precious gift to the King of Swords would further her goals greatly. And yet, Nephis was happy that he was unharmed. Using the momentary delay of the sinister Asuras, the two of them made a hasty retreat. They ran through the ancient ruins, getting closer to the border. The golems gave chase and were gaining on them slowly, not as slowly as Nephis would have hoped, but enough so to give them a chance to escape into the jungle. There were still a few of the ancient golems stalking the ruin, though. One of them barred their path, prompting Nephis and the Lord of Shadows to perform a flawless pincer attack without exchanging a single word. His black Odachi fell. Her radiant hand flew. The ghastly nightmare creature crumbled to the ground. You have slain a great beast, Azura of condemnation. The rest of the abominations were right behind them, but the edge of the ruins was already close. Nephis could already see the remains of an ancient wall, overgrown with red moss and twisting vines. But the cold feeling grasping her fiery heart only grew stronger. She frowned. A saint's intuition was more than an unreliable gut feeling. Transcendent beings were greatly attuned to the world, and could sense subtle changes in it. The flow of spirit essence, the movements of the underlying laws, the changes in the fabric of reality. Something was very wrong. What is that? Both Nephis and the Lord of Shadows halted, realizing almost at the same time that the edge of the ancient ruins was somehow getting further away. No matter how fast they ran, the distance between them and the overgrown wall did not diminish. They glanced at each other somberly. In the next moment, the entire world quaked violently, and something massive moved behind them. Turning around, Nephis saw the ground at the heart of the ancient city moving, rising above the jungle like a mountain. Countless trees toppled and fell down, the sea of vines and bushes drowning in the rolling soil. The ancient structures were revealed from underneath the carpet of red moss, only to crumble moments later. It was as though something colossal had been sleeping under the ancient jungle, and was now rising from below, its slumber disturbed by the incinerating heat of the white flames and the clamor of fierce battle. She suddenly felt horror. Horror was not something Nephis felt often, and definitely not on her own accord. The only reason for that feeling was that her mind was being affected by an external force. Nephis' flames dimmed a little when a dire realization surfaced in her mind. Her lips parted, and she whispered a single word. Condemnation. The great beasts they had been battling were called the Asuras of condemnation. She had thought that they were simply a swarm of nightmare creatures populating the ancient ruin, their name hinting at some forgotten mystery of the past. But now, Nephis realized that it had a much more literal meaning. As the mountain of raised soil started to split open, revealing the appearance of the being that had been buried underneath, she thought that her horror had been quite an appropriate reaction. The Asuras of condemnation were not a natural swarm of great beasts bound to a single location. Instead, they were here together for another, much more sinister reason. They were the minions of a much more powerful being. Their name simply pointed at whom they belonged to. Their master had to be of a higher rank, after all. The Cursed Tyrant. Condemnation. Chapter 1683. Dark Deity. Nephis felt an unfamiliar emotion that she couldn't quite describe. Or, perhaps? Or maybe hatred. The pure flames of her soul roared, surging restlessly in the presence of the harrowing adversary. Cursed nightmare creatures were the epitome of terror. Each of them was equal to what a sacred being would have been, not that there were any of those around. Nevertheless, sacred beings held a special meaning for humanity. That was because of what the steps of the path of ascension meant, at least as far as humans theorized. If the path of ascension was the road to divinity, then each step brought those treading it closer to godhood. Transcendence was the step of breaking away from the limits of the mundane. Supremacy was the act of asserting one's power over the world, thus establishing the foundation of their future apotheosis. But it was the next step, which no awakened of their world had taken before, that signified truly attaining the qualities of the divine. A sacred being was already a deity, albeit a lesser one. The same could be said about a cursed being. The Cursed Tyrant, condemnation, could very well be called a deity. A profane deity of abyssal corruption. And so, in a sense, today was the first time Nephis would face a god in battle. But not the last. Time seemed to slow down as condemnation rose from beneath the ruins. The gargantuan shape of the ancient fiend was still hidden behind the layers of collapsing soil and crumbling buildings, but it was already like a towering mountain. The quaking earth, the scale of it all, seemed more like a natural process than the movements of a living being. Or rather, unnatural. Witnessing the sleeping giant wake from its slumber, Nephis could finally guess how this ancient city had been destroyed, and why it had fallen despite the dire might of its defenders. The warriors that wielded the dreadful power of the sorceress exosuits and the sublime diamond weapons, the Asuras, had perished when the Cursed Tyrant descended upon their city like a cataclysm. Even their impossible strength had not been enough to save this land, which was now a forgotten ruin. One of many similar ruins swallowed by the jungle. Such was the caliber of enemies the civilization of Godgrave had faced before extinction. It certainly made one wonder if the same fate awaited the civilization of the waking world, the last human civilization. America had already been lost to the advent of a Category 5 gate, Antarctica to the chain of nightmares. Humans were migrating to the dream realm now, but what would happen if a cursed tyrant was attracted by the smell of human souls and attacked Bastion? Or Ravenheart? How long would the great clans last if the true horrors of the dream realm abandoned the death zones to roam its vast expanse freely? Safety was an illusion. The waking world was dying, but the dream realm was a death trap as well. Of that, Nephis was certain. Which was why the sovereigns had to be eliminated. Not because they had killed her father. Not because they had sent assassins after her and turned her childhood into a cruel nightmare. Not because they had brought the immortal Flame clan to ruin, although Nephis would lie if she said that none of that mattered. It was not even because of the countless lives lost because of their schemes in Antarctica. The reason was that the sovereigns were not up to the task. They were incompetent, strangling humanity's power in pursuit of misguided reasons. Kisong, Anvil, Astaion, none of the three was wise enough, determined enough, and desperate enough. Their achievements were great, and they might have thought that their cynical tyranny was for the greater good. But they were not someone who could defeat the nightmare spell. That said, to have a chance to defeat them and bring about change, Nephis had to survive the meeting with this cursed tyrant first. She gritted her teeth. There is no escape. A cursed tyrant was like a deity, and a deity could exert great power upon the world. The ruins of this ancient city were condemnation's territory, and so, its will here was like a law here. If it didn't want to let the two saints leave, they wouldn't be able to leave. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows had already witnessed how space itself was preventing them from escaping into the jungle. What other option was there? If they couldn't escape, they had to fight. But defeating a cursed tyrant in battle was not something either of them was capable of. Even surviving a single attack by the profane being was questionable. The gap was too great. Nephis glanced at the Lord of Shadows and asked, her clear voice resounding in the roar of the quaking earth. That spatial ability of yours, can you escape? He shook his head. Not this time. Not this time. It sounded as if this was not his first time encountering a cursed nightmare creature. Just what kind of life had he led? Nephis took a deep breath. Or rather, she mimicked the familiar motions of taking a deep breath. The radiant spirit did not have lungs, after all, and neither needed nor was capable of breathing. It was simply a vessel containing a vast ocean of flame. She had been prepared to unleash her full transformation if things went south. However, the current situation was way worse than even her worst prediction. Even if she did allow the spirit form to dissolve, releasing the ocean of flame contained within its brilliant figure, she wouldn't be able to contend against the cursed tyrant. No other choice, then. Well, it couldn't be helped. She had managed to come closer than usual to fully saturating her soul cores this time around, already. The important part was to make the sacrifice count. Watching a vague figure reveal itself from beneath the mountain of flowing soil, Nephis glanced at the approaching Asuras and said evenly, "Hold back these creatures, then. I'll create an opportunity for the two of us to escape." Surrounded by radiant light, Nephis concentrated for a moment and reached into her incandescent soul. Chapter 1684. Pure Agony. In that situation, the only way out Nephis saw was to create a momentary lapse in the tyrant's concentration. It was the abomination's profane will that was preventing them from reaching the jungle. If that will was weakened, even for a few moments, a path to freedom would be theirs to take. Nephis had no hope of killing the evil deity, and no confidence to face it in a prolonged battle. However, she was pretty sure that she could at least hurt it. She knew pain better than most. She knew how hard it was to keep calm and steady when your body and soul were being blackened by flame. How it felt to burn alive. Anyone's will would be shaken by that agony. But her adversary this time was a cursed tyrant. Not any flame would be able to hurt it, and her usual attacks were woefully insufficient. So, she had to give it her all. Which required time. The Lord of Shadows had to buy her that time. As the pursuing Asuras closed in on them, he glanced at her briefly. Then, he sighed and let go of his black Odachi. The tenebrous sword fell to the ground, but rippled like liquid in the air. She thought that she saw a glimmer of serpentine scales. A moment later, the Odachi turned into a torrent of shadows, and then coalesced into a human form, that of a woman, both her clothes and skin perfectly black, her hair like a waterfall of silken darkness. She was standing with her back to Nephis, so her face was hidden from view. And yet, it felt like the mysterious woman was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. More than that, her presence was that of a transcendent. A moment ago, there were 2 saints facing the great beasts. Now, there were 3. Pulling another sword out of the darkness, the Lord of Shadows lunged at the ghastly Asuras without wasting any time. The black woman followed, moving with dire speed and indescribable grace. They clashed with the abominations a split second later. Sadly, Nephis could not observe their battle. She was reaching into her soul. The blinding light emanated by her radiant figure grew even more intense, its heat more unbearable. The vines and moss covering the ruins around her turned to ash, revealing ancient stone structures. The weathered stone started to melt. It's going to hurt. Her goal was to cause the cursed being pain, but to achieve it, she had to withstand her own share of agony. As something too harrowing to witness and too appalling to see slowly revealed itself from beneath the collapsing soil, Nephis steeled her will and ignited her soul. It was different from summoning soul flame or activating her abilities. What she was doing was a derivative skill of her aspect, something she had always been capable of, but only truly learned how to do in Twilight. Instead of merely burning soul essence, she was burning her very soul. But unlike the crude way she had done so in Twilight, Nephis was doing it in a much more refined and controlled manner now. With each moment, her soul cores grew weaker, and her counter of soul fragments plummeted with dire speed. Each soul fragment she sacrificed turned into a torrent of immolating flame. That incandescent inferno grew and grew, the terrifying power contained within it reaching a truly chilling scale. Nephis could detonate a soul core to produce a tremendous explosion. But an explosion was a wild thing, it spread in all directions, annihilating everything in its path. Such a calamity could obliterate a vast number of enemies, both weak and strong. To deal a wound to someone as strong as a cursed tyrant, however, such a dispersed tool of destruction was suited poorly. She needed something much more concentrated, targeted, and controlled. Consumed by a harrowing agony, Nephis endured the feeling of her soul being burned to ash, and slowly raised a radiant hand. In front of her, the Lord of Shadows and the mysterious saint he had summoned were drowning in the tide of great beasts. She concentrated deeply, and whispered several names, shaping them into a verse. Channeling that verse put a terrible strain on her mind, her burning soul, and even her brilliant vessel. The name of the fire to control the flames. The name of the wind to fan them. These 2 were easier. The other 2. Nephis trembled as she uttered a terrible word. It was the name of destruction. The name of destruction to greatly enhance the destructive force of her soul flame. And finally, the last one. Perhaps the most important one. She smiled darkly. Condemnation. The true name of the cursed deity, the hint to which had been so generously provided to her by the spell. To bind the devastating flame to the ancient fiend, and bind the fiend to the flame. Names were a powerful thing. And so, Nephis called flame and destruction upon the tyrant, using her own soul as fuel. In the next moment, a perfectly white ray of concentrated flame shot off her palm, connecting it to the terrible shape of the rising giant many kilometers away. Its arrival was instantaneous. Its passing burned the world itself, leaving a scar on it. Even though it consisted of flame, it seemed like a ray of pure white light. That light bit into the flesh of condemnation, slicing it apart like a sharp blade. Terrible burns were left in its wake. And just as Nephis was drowning in terrible agony, the cursed tyrant convulsed, its mind pierced by unbearable pain. An indescribable, deafening, harrowing sound shook the world. It was a sound that would drive a mundane person, no, even an awakened, a master, a weaker saint, mad from simply hearing it. Condemnation was screaming. Ah, run! Nephis swayed, her radiance dimming. Her transformation was dismissed, and she once again turned into a human. The white tunic she had been wearing was singed and burned, barely holding in place. Right. I should summon the rest of my armor. But she was momentarily dazed, paying the price for burning away a part of her soul. Nephis had told the Lord of Shadows to run, but found herself unable to follow her own advice. Before she could do anything, though, two strong arms grabbed her. Raising her unceremoniously, he dashed away without saying a word. The onyx surface of his armor was smooth and cool to the touch. Am I being carried? She was stunned. When had something like that ever happened to her? Grab a hold of yourself, princess. Despite the situation, his voice sounded as cold and arrogant as always. Maybe even a little colder than usual. She closed her eyes for a moment, then summoned the rest of her armor. By the time it weaved itself from sparks of light, the Lord of Shadows let go of her, and they ran toward the edge of the ruins together. The echoes of the cursed tyrant's pained howl were still traveling across the hollows when they escaped into the jungle, leaving the forgotten city behind. Just like that, their one-on-one expedition into the hollows was over. Asterisk. A few hours later, Nephis was sitting on the steps of the nameless temple. The world was mercilessly stark, black and white, with no place left for feeling or compromise. As it always happened after she overused her aspect, her emotions were dampened and weak, almost gone. Her heart was cold. Or maybe it was so impossibly scorching that it felt cold. She was tired, but couldn't feel the tiredness. One could not remember pain, but remembering having suffered pain was all too easy. Raising a hand, she allowed a soft radiance to ignite under her skin and stared at it silently. It still hurts. Good. That was good. Nephis knew that she had not truly lost herself as long as she could still feel the pain and fear it. She sighed. It was time to return. The firekeepers had already gathered in front of her, ready to depart. The three sleepers were also there, looking around with awe and amazement. Even Tamer, the legacy girl, was subdued by the solemn atmosphere of the dark temple. The master of the temple, meanwhile, had not come to see them off. Only his echo was watching. The Lord of Shadows. Such a mysterious man. Nephis tilted her head a little, remembering how he behaved in the forgotten ruin. Not during the battle, but before it. Surprisingly enough, the Cold Warrior seemed to have a lot of interest in history, almost like an explorer. That was a side of him she had not seen before. Which was understandable, considering that they didn't know each other too well. However, at that moment, her indifferent eyes glinted slightly. She thought back to their first meeting when he challenged her to a duel. The style he used once belonged to her family. Naturally, Nephis had asked the Lord of Shadows who taught that style to him. And what had he answered? Her lips parted. Nobody. Chapter 1685. Booming business. Aiko's voice sounded a bit confused as she glanced at Sunny with a dubious expression. The petite girl was floating near the ceiling, taking inventory of their liquor shelf. He, meanwhile, was busy cooking and cursing under his breath. There were a lot of customers today, but Sunny could not even manifest an avatar to keep up with the flood of orders. That third guy. Selfish bastard. He gritted his teeth. Where did all my essence go? The gloomy shadow, left to its devices for once, was staring at him mockingly. Sunny glared at it back. What? I know we're the same person. It's a figure of speech, okay? The phrase "you have no one to blame but yourself" had never been so poignant. The last few days had not been easy on Sunny, and it was all because of his third avatar. First, there was the problem with Weaver's mask. He had intended for the Lord of Shadow to wear it at all times, but in practice, it made having any kind of sensible conversation impossible. Well, not impossible, maybe. But definitely way too frustrating. So, Sunny had been busy crafting a special memory for the third avatar ever since returning from the mirror maze beneath Bastion. He could not really reproduce the Mantle of Lies. Weaver's mask was a divine memory, after all, so making a copy of even a single enchantment was utterly beyond his ability. He could create a knockoff weaver's mask, though, by using an alteration of the nebulous mantle's enchantments. He had even added a bit of the autumn leaf, one of the memories he had lost, into the mix. As a result, the Lord of Shadows could still remain a mystery. His voice, height, hair color, and mystical traits were either hidden or distorted. Of course, he was not immune to all forms of divination unless the real Weaver's mask was summoned, but since Cassie already knew the truth and had agreed to hide it, there was no need for such a level of secrecy. For now, at least. Until the forces of the great clans arrived at Godgrave. In any case, creating this memory, which Sunny lazily named, "Definitely Not Me," had kept him awake for a few nights. It was imperative that he created it, though. Awakened with affinity to shadows were already very rare, and if the humble shopkeeper in Bastion was discovered to not only share this rare trait with the mysterious Lord of Shadows, but also have similar height and build as the mysterious saint, his peaceful life would be over. Pulling a few all-nighters was a bit of a chore, but he could manage it. But then, he had to go and waste an ocean of essence in Godgrave, as well. Traversing the hollows and fighting great beasts was already bad enough. But then, Sunny decided to transport the two sleepers back all by himself. The ruins of the Forgotten City were situated in the vicinity of the Nameless Temple, but only relative to the overall size of the region. In truth, there was close to 200 kilometers between them. It was well within his power to make 3 or 4 consecutive jumps while carrying 2 dormant humans, and then come back the same way. The essence cost of such travel was very high, though, draining his reserves to a dangerous degree. So, now, Sunny felt rather helpless. He couldn't even allow himself to manifest an additional avatar, let alone do something more strenuous. Whatever essence he had left had to be preserved in case there was an emergency. It was a good thing that Nephis had left Godgrave with the Fire Keepers. Gods knew he wouldn't want her to see him in such a pathetic state. So, Sunny had no choice but to suffer and curse silently. Ready. Send it to the 7th table. Aiko used her telekinesis to send a beautifully plated dish into the dining hall, and he finally had a minute to rest. Sunny sighed, took a sip of water from the endless spring, and frowned slightly. Sunny. Cass's voice suddenly resounded in his head, creeping him out. He was still not used to that. But at the same time, it strangely felt too familiar. Yes, St. Cassia. A moment later, her soft voice resounded again. About the memory commission. I'll send someone to your shop today to explain the details. He raised an eyebrow. She was already whispering into his ear, figuratively speaking. Was there really a need to send someone? Couldn't she just explain what she wanted straight away? Maybe Cassie was conserving essence, too. He shrugged. All right. Is there anything else? Sorry, I'm a bit busy, lots of customers today. She remained silent for a moment. There is nothing else. Well, actually, I do have something to say. Sunny's expression darkened. What was going on? Had she received a vision and wanted to hint at something? That couldn't be right, hadn't Cassie told him that the future could not be seen clearly anymore? He looked down. I'm all ears. Strangely enough, she lingered for a while this time. Eventually, though, her voice rustled in his mind once more. It's nothing important, really. Just a little piece of advice, in the future, you might want to avoid using words like heavy and burden when speaking to women. You know, just thought I would share. His eye twitched. Cass's tone was polite and serious, but he couldn't help but feel that she was suppressing laughter. Sunny cleared his throat. Oh. That's funny. Almost as funny as the fact that I've lived peacefully on my own, but just a couple of days after the woman in question showed up on my doorstep, there was suddenly a cursed tyrant trying to gobble me up. A person with less decorum than me could call that a bit burdensome, don't you think? There was no answer. He waited for a while, then took a deep breath. Damnation! Sunny was slowly starting to realize what the most terrible thing about Cass's ability was not that she could spy on almost anyone undetected. It was that she was the one in control of who had the last word. Muttering under his breath, he returned to cooking. Asterisk. The day passed in a blur. Sonny was so busy that he had not sat down once until the evening, which, in theory, was a good thing. Why would he complain about how popular his restaurant was becoming? Cass's commission was bound to be very profitable for the brilliant Emporium, as well. It was just that working hard and working hard while also working hard in two other places were two entirely different things. As the sun rolled behind the horizon and the crescent moon appeared in the velvet sky, the dining hall of the brilliant Emporium became deserted. Aiko had left, leaving Sonny to close down on his own. He was carrying a tray of dirty dishes to the kitchen when someone approached the door. Must be the person Cassie sent. He turned to the door, waiting for the person to enter. When the silver bell rang, though, Sonny suddenly tripped and fell on his face. The dishes rolled on the floor. What is she doing here? Laying on the floor, he cautiously looked up. Long legs, slender waist, a light summer dress, alabaster skin. The silky hair was black, but it was hardly enough to disguise her. Sonny's eyes widened. The person Cassie promised to send is Nephis. Indeed, there was no mistake. Nephis, who had just left the nameless temple yesterday, was now somehow here, in the brilliant Emporium. Looking down at him in confusion. She hesitated for a moment, and then asked in a polite tone. Master Sunless? I've been told that you can create powerful memories. Chapter 1686. Acts of Humanity. She had been in Godgrave just yesterday. Back then, they had waited on the steps of the nameless temple for a long time for its master to come and take them back to the waking world. Nephis could have carried her warriors across the threshold of realms herself, but the tentative agreement with the Lord of Shadows was preventing her from placing a tether in the vicinity of his citadel. In the end, the mysterious scent walked out of the darkness and silently brought the firekeepers, the three sleepers, and herself away from the dream realm, one at a time. She suspected that he could carry more than one person across realms. Nephis herself could carry 7 other saints, or more than 100 mundane people, but Shadow kept his secrets close to his chest, as always. She had been idly curious where his tether in the waking world would be. Saints usually had an established base there, most within the well-guarded walls of their clan's compound. Nephis herself, as well as the firekeepers, operated from the former manor of the Immortal Flame clan. It was a bit of a contentious topic, actually, because the elders of Valor wanted them to reside within the great clan stronghold in NQSC, officially, for safety reasons, but truthfully to control them better. But the relationship between the firekeepers and the rest of Valor forces was generally a bit awkward, not the least because of the 6 months the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had spent hiding in the Dream Realm to avoid the fallout of Cass's conflict with the Great Clan. It had only been resolved after Nephis returned and agreed to become Anvil's adopted daughter. In any case, there were no independent saints, really. Everyone either had a legacy clan supporting them or worked for the government. So, Nephis was understandably curious about where the Lord of Shadows tethered himself in the waking world. Was it a secret compound in NQSC? An unassuming residential building? A stronghold of a minor legacy clan in one of the other quadrants? The remains of an abandoned government facility, perhaps? She had idly imagined all kinds of places, thinking that they might hint to his real background. Curiously enough, though, the tether of the Lord of Shadows was carelessly placed in the middle of an empty street in the outskirts of NQSC. The outskirts were much more desolate now than they had been before, with many people having left for the Dream Realm. There were many abandoned areas like this one, where there was hardly any foot traffic. While unconventional, the placement of the tether seemed to be dictated by nothing except for pure convenience, which had not told her anything at all. Nephis had been the last one to be brought over. The Lord of Shadows did not waste any time on saying goodbyes, nodding at her curtly before dissolving into the darkness. Just like that, her expedition to Godgrave was over. There were a lot of things she had to do after that. Nephis visited the 3 sleepers at the academy to check on them. Since they had never managed to anchor themselves in the Dream Realm, they would have to request the help of a saint, pass through one of the dream gates, or wait for the next winter solstice to complete their awakening. She would have offered her help, but considering Tamer's allegiance to the Song domain, having her anchor in Bastion was not an option. After that, the Firekeepers either returned to the Immortal Flame Manor or went straight back to the Ivory Tower. They needed some rest. As for Nephis herself, she made her way to the compound of Clan Vela. Then, it was a whirlwind of briefings and reports, as well as a lot of waiting. Luckily, Cassie was there to help her manage the most tedious parts. It was not until the morning of the next day that Nephis had a chance to rest and recover. She ate a late breakfast, took a long shower, and put on some mundane clothes. Going through the motions. It was a bit annoying. Everything not having to do with furthering her goal was, in her current state. Eventually, she ended up making an appointment with her therapist. Nephis had been assigned a psychological counselor after returning from her second nightmare, and was seeing one periodically to this day. Of course, it was a bit of a farcical affair. She believed that there was some benefit to receiving counseling. Gods knew, her mental state was far from untroubled. It had been especially bad after the second nightmare, and would turn cold and emotionless every time she overused her aspect. Nephis was concerned about losing the sight of her humanity, which was the reason she had agreed to therapy. However, it wasn't hard to guess that her assigned therapist was making regular reports about everything she said during their sessions. At first, the reports had gone to the government. After Nephis joined Clan Vela, her initial counselor was suddenly unavailable, and referred her to a colleague. The new counselor was unmistakably making detailed reports to the elders of the great clan. So, it was a charade. Nephis pretended not to know and continued to visit the therapist to nurture the feeling of false control Clan Vela had regarding her. That said, even a charade could be useful sometimes. There were many useful things she had learned from the counselors while they were learning fostered from her. For example, the act of wearing mundane clothes. Nephis would have been comfortable never dismissing her armor memories, but it was these small acts of human behavior that tethered her to humanity. She was also often encouraged to participate in mundane leisure activities and communicate with ordinary people more. There were other small things she had learned to do, as well. Nephis found these tasks a bit tedious, but beneficial to the state of her soul. It was also good to her current endeavor of mastering the knowledge of passion. She tended to spend all her time in the company of a certain kind of people, awakened warriors, and elite ones at that. Their passions burned bright, but were usually colored with similar hues. Experiencing a wide range of human hopes and aspirations was bound to help her understand that elusive branch of her aspect legacy better. And so, Nephis listened to her counselor well. Which was why she arrived at the quaint cafe in a remote part of Bastion feeling very uncomfortable in a light summer dress. Chapter 1687. Suddenly, and without warning, the city sprawling around the beautiful lake had changed tremendously since then. Of course, Nephis was familiar with all these changes. She gazed down upon the bustling streets of Bastion often from the tranquil height of her heavenly island, studying the lively flow of human activity from a distance. Every time the Ivory Tower returned here, the city seemed different. The humans, however, were the same. Sadly, Nephis did not enjoy diving into their liveliness today. She was still recovering from the battle with condemnation, after all. Her stroll was not entirely for leisure, either. She had left the castle with a specific purpose in mind. Nephis had long been searching for a talented enchanter. She and the Firekeepers received plenty of memories by slaying nightmare creatures, sure, but those memories were too dependent on the whims of the spell. Very few of them suited her needs perfectly, or were powerful enough to make a difference. That was where awakened enchanters could help. The problem was that craftsmen capable of forging memories, or even enchanted items, were extremely rare. Most of them belonged to the Vela family, and while Nephis could easily commission a memory from her own clan, that would defeat the purpose. It was precisely because her most powerful memories were either known to or directly created by the great clan Vela that she was searching for an independent enchanter in secret. Yesterday, Cassie informed her that their search had finally borne fruit. Not only that, but the person in question resided right here, in Bastion, and as a cherry on top, he even happened to possess an extremely rare affinity to shadows. The last part was of no importance for the commission, but given the sudden entrance of the Lord of Shadows on the stage, Nephis was curious to learn more about this unusual element and its nuances. Therefore, Cassie had decisively sent her to meet the enchanter personally. Nephis was not sure why she had to go herself, but since Cassie assured her that this person could be trusted to keep a secret, she arrived at the place late in the evening, knowing her friend, the man, would have passed an extensive background check, so there was no reason not to. That said, it wasn't easy for Nephis to walk freely on the streets of Bastion. Her fame was too great to remain unrecognized. So, she used several cosmetic memories to slightly alter her appearance. Even then, she had only ventured out after it was already dark. Reaching the quiet Lakeshore Street, she glanced at the cozy brick cottage, and then at the sign hanging above the door. Sunnis Brilliant Emporium, Cafe and Memory Boutique. For a moment, Nephis tried to imagine what it would have felt like to live in a simple cottage like that and make a living by doing peaceful things, away from the bloodshed and stench of the battlefield. All of it seemed so alien. And yet, that was exactly how this humble enchanter, and most people in the world, lived. This peaceful life was what she was trying not to lose sight of. Well, the peaceful part was true, but very few people lived in a cottage quite as unique as this one. Cassie had warned her that it was a strange kind of echo. Otherwise, there was a risk that Nephis would misunderstand things and accidentally burn it to the ground. Nephis took a deep breath, prepared herself mentally for the awkward feeling of meeting an unfamiliar person, and walked inside. A moment later, there was the sound of plates scattering on the floor. She froze, looking down in confusion. The enchanter was sprawled on the floor, staring at her with a stunned expression. He seemed to be a very clumsy person, to have tripped on his own feet like that. No coordination whatsoever. A person like that would definitely not last long on the battlefield, which was fine. Not everyone was born for combat. They stared at each other silently for a few moments, and then the young man jumped to his feet, dusting off his clothes in embarrassment. Having done so, he smiled at her as if nothing had happened. "Welcome to the Brilliant Emporium." Nephis was momentarily stumped. When Cassie had told her about a talented master capable of forging powerful memories, she had imagined an older man, sharp and austere, like most smiths of Valor were. What she had not expected was that the shopkeeper would be so young, delicate, and good-looking. Nephis was used to being in the company of extremely attractive people, of course. And yet, the proprietor of the Brilliant Emporium stood out even among them, most saints included. He was not very tall, with a slender build and delicate features. His skin was smooth and white, like flawless marble, while his onyx eyes were like darkly glistening gems. His raven-black hair was carelessly gathered in a knot, and there was a subtle sense of calm confidence to him, one that seemed understated, but almost demanded attention. He was like an elegant porcelain doll dressed in fine black silk. This softer kind of beauty of his was so unlike the rugged handsomeness of the seasoned warriors Nephis usually encountered. More than that, the young man entirely lacked presence, the mystical kind, hinting that he wasn't very powerful a master. Which made sense. Not every awakened was a warrior, and after Antarctica, there were even plenty of masters who had ascended out of necessity, not choice. Someone with a utility aspect did not have to wield a sword, and many lived without experiencing much strife or violence. Or even none whatsoever. No matter how distant and strange such a life seemed to Nephis. Cassie did not tell me. She suddenly realized that she had been silent for too long. Keeping her face expressionless, Nephis spoke. Yes. Master Sunless, I presume? Saint Cassius sent me. The enchanter looked at her strangely, hesitated for a moment, and then said politely. Indeed, I am called Master Sunless. Please forgive me, Lady Nephis. Saint Cassius did not warn me. Nephis nodded. Yes. She didn't warn me, either. He blinked. Sorry. She cleared her throat and looked away in embarrassment. No, nothing. I am here to talk about a memory. Chapter 1688. Cherry on Top. Sunny kept a smile on his face to hide how startled and rattled he was. It may have looked a bit sheepish, and he may have looked like a bit of a clown, but there was nothing he could do about that. It already took a titanic effort for Sunny not to glance at the dirty dishes scattered on the floor, or summon a swarm of shadows to quickly clean them away. Keep calm. Nephis was here, in the brilliant Emporium, looking at him with a strange expression. Well, of course her expression was strange. He had just made a fool out of himself right in front of her. And that was technically their first meeting, no less, which started with him planting on his face. Sunny wanted to fall through the floor. Actually, that might be possible. It would not take a lot for the marvelous mimic to swallow him into the basement. Struggling to throw these thoughts out of his head, Sunny asked in as polite of tone as he could manage, given the circumstances. Indeed, I am called Master Sunless. Please forgive me, Lady Nephis. St. Cassie did not warn me. Not only was Nephis here, but she was also wearing a dress. A dress? That should have been categorized as a crime. Her light dress was simple and white, with not much decoration. It covered her shoulders and had a modest neckline, the hem resting somewhat high above her knees. Nevertheless, the modesty of the dress only served to accentuate the graceful line of her slender body, and the stark contrast between her alabaster skin and black hair only made her grey eyes look more striking. Suddenly, Sunny was thankful that it was already dark outside. Otherwise, Neph's appearance might have caused the brilliant Emporium to be besieged by a mob of admirers. And then he would have had to hold himself back from minting a fresh batch of soul coins. Suddenly, he realized that Nephis had said something. He had no idea what. Sunny blinked. Sorry. She cleared her throat, then looked away, perhaps in displeasure at his lack of manners and mental faculties. No, nothing. I am here to talk about a memory. Sunny forced out another smile, then gestured to one of the tables. Please, take a seat. I will be with you shortly. He pulled out a chair for her, then swiftly picked up the scattered plates and escaped into the kitchen. Before going in, though, Sunny hesitated for a moment. Would you like something to drink? We just received a fresh batch of coffee beans and tea. She shook her head. Water is fine. He nodded and entered the kitchen. A moment later, Sunny leaned against the wall and breathed heavily. What the hell? He had been anticipating meeting Nephis for a long, long time. So, he was mentally prepared to face her, but the one meant to face her was the Lord of Shadows. Not him, the humble and unassuming shopkeeper. There was no reason whatsoever for someone as exalted as Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan to visit the brilliant Emporium, so Sunny had never once imagined that she would. Calm down. Sunny took a deep breath, then quietly checked to see if the nebulous mantle was working. Everything was fine. His presence was hidden, and his facade of a harmless artisan was sufficiently maintained. In fact, this year of living peacefully in Bastion had smoothed out his edges, so this incarnation of his looked somewhat gentle. There was no way someone would associate the innocuous owner of the brilliant Emporium with the antisocial, menacing Lord of Shadows. Good. Still, what the hell was Cassie thinking about? St. Cassia, what the hell? As he poured water from the endless spring into a glass, she answered pleasantly. What do you mean? The glass almost exploded in Sunny's hand. Why is Changing Star here? He could just imagine the blind seer laughing somewhere across the lake, in the castle. Why wouldn't she be there? The memory I wanted to commission is for her. She is the best person to explain what she needs. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, not knowing how to answer. What have you told her about me? Cass's voice resounded in his head, calm and steady. That you can forge powerful memories, can be trusted to keep a secret, and have an affinity to shadows. The last part was a bit problematic, but after thinking about it for a moment, Sunny had to admit that it was for the best that Nephis had been warned in advance. She would have noticed the nature of his aspect sooner or later, anyway. It was better to inform her first to prevent her from getting the wrong idea. Or rather, the right idea. In any case. Carrying the glass of water back. Sunny somehow found himself also carrying a small plate with a piece of cherry cake on it, as well. He had made the cake this morning to prevent the batch of Beast Farm cherries from going bad, but as to how it ended up on a plate in his hand right now, Sunny's recollection was foggy. He was suddenly full of suspicion. "You didn't erase my memories, did you?" For the first time in a while, Cass's voice sounded confused. "Who?" He gritted his teeth. Of course, she didn't. She wouldn't have been able to in such a short amount of time, not to mention without looking him in the eyes. Never mind. It was already too late to turn back. Returning to the dining hall, he placed the glass of water and the piece of cake in front of Nephis. She stared at the cake silently, then looked up and glanced at him. Her serious eyes were way too tantalizing. Crap. This whole situation was wrong. Why wasn't she wearing her armor? Had she destroyed her armor again? Is that why she was wearing a dress today? Was the memory she wanted to commission an armor? Then he had to finish the commission as fast as possible. On the other hand, really, it wouldn't hurt to take his time with it. Would it? He wouldn't want to make anything less than flawless if it was for Nephis. Keeping his expression neutral, Sunny sat down across from her and said with a polite smile, "You probably haven't heard that our cafe is famous for its desserts." Of course, she hadn't. Because it wasn't. But then again, Nephis had made him dessert once. So it was only fair for him to return the favor, right? Chapter 1689. Satisfactory answer. Right. It's a cafe, as well. She picked up a small silver spoon and tasted the cake, simply to not seem impolite. I wonder if he is really capable of forging a memory that would not lose to those created by Vela. Hey, wait, why is it so tasty? Placing the spoon down, she looked at the handsome shopkeeper and remained silent for a moment. Eventually, Nephis said, "It seems that you have already recognized me, Master Sunless. I'll be straight, then. I need a memory forged, and a potent one at that. Saint Cassir informed me that you are a talented enchanter who is only unknown because you prefer to keep your talents hidden. I can understand why, and it even makes things easier. But are you really good enough to satisfy the needs of someone as powerful as me?" The young enchanter looked at her, a strange expression appearing on his charming face for a moment. Was he, perhaps, stumped by her question and felt insecure about his talent? Creating a memory for one of the most renowned saints in the world was not an easy task, after all. Master Sunless coughed and briefly looked away. Seeing that subtly bashful expression of his, made Nephis understand why this cafe was so famous. Needless to say, it was probably not because of desserts. "Cassie, what the hell?" Cassie's pleasant voice resounded in her head a moment later. "What?" Nephis kept her expression neutral. "Why is this enchanter you found so? Cassie answered innocently. "So what?" Nephis sighed. "Never mind. It was a silly question, anyway." She had just been startled a little. Master Sunless, meanwhile, seemed to find his confidence again and answered with a faint smile. "I can promise that you'll be satisfied, Lady Nephis." His eye suddenly twitched, for some reason. The poor man must have been nervous. Nephis knew that meeting her had that effect on many people. The enchanter continued in the same pleasant tone. "Let me rephrase that. What I mean to say is that the memories I create are top-notch. That said, can I ask you a question?" Nephis wanted to answer that he could, but suddenly found herself unable to. That was because, at some point in time, another bite of the delicious cake found its way into her mouth. She didn't even notice how. It was very strange. "Is my blood sugar low?" "Yeah. That must be it." Pulling the spoon out of her mouth slowly, she nodded with a deadpan expression. Master Sunless hesitated for a moment. "You are a princess of the great clan Vela. Surely, the renowned forge masters of your clan have no shortage of powerful memories they've created. Why come to me?" Nephis shrugged, not seeing a reason to hide the truth. It is precisely because you are not a Forge Master of Clan Vela. The young man seemed to have a keen mind. He understood what she meant instantly, and leaned back with a hint of amusement gleaming in the depths of his onyx eyes. I see. Master Sunless remained silent for a few moments, thinking about something. Finally, he asked, "What kind of memory do you wish to commission?" Nephis answered in an even tone. "A sword." She needed a sword. The one she wielded, Kinslayer, was a beautiful weapon. It was an immensely powerful weapon, as well, and one that suited her well. Nephis had slain numerous nightmare creatures with its sharp edge, and had won countless battles while wielding it. But Anvil of Vela had branded the Kinslayer, and so, it did not really belong to her anymore. She wasn't foolish enough to try cutting the King of Swords down with one of his own blades. This time, the charming enchanter remained silent for a while, studying her face with a strange intensity. Nephis could feel his desires faintly, they were subdued, as if something was obscuring them, but she discerned a volatile mixture of hope smoldering beautifully somewhere deep in his soul. It reminded her of the King of Swords, a little, maybe because both of them were spellsmiths. It vaguely reminded her of someone else, as well. In any case, Master Sunless seemed to be sincere enough, and held no malice toward her. On the contrary, he appeared to have been inspired by her, a little bit too much. Inwardly, Nephis was surprised. Is he smitten by me? She couldn't be sure, but something like that would not be an unfamiliar situation. Being a saint meant having a strong effect on people, and it was especially true for her. That said, at least Master Sunless had enough decorum and composure to hide his feelings. They didn't seem to be of the distasteful kind, either, although there was such an element, as well. Of course, there was. He's a healthy man, after all. Accustomed to such things, Nephis did not hold it against him. In fact, she might have felt a tiny bit pleased with that reaction. It seems my soul is recovering faster, this time. Feeling anything was already a good sign. Eventually, Master Sunless spoke. If that is the case, then there are 3 ways for me to make a sword for you, Lady Nephis. She tilted her head slightly. Oh. He nodded. The first way is the most straightforward. I can take an already existing memory and alter it to fit your needs. That method is the easiest, but also the most limited. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Cassie had not told her that Master Sunless was proficient enough to alter memories granted to Awaken by the spell, not just create his own. Even among the enchanters of Vela, that was a rare skill. In fact, she didn't know anyone except for Anvil himself who was capable of that feat. And the young enchanter called it the easiest. The charming young man, meanwhile, continued. The second way is to create a memory from scratch. That would take longer, and would require me to use both suitably potent materials and soul shards of a high rank. Of course, the result would be much more lethal. Your current weapon, the Kinslayer. I am confident that I can forge something just as deadly, given enough time. Nephis was impressed. Her sword was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Strangely enough, it was as powerful as many supreme weapons were, but, of course, Master Sunless would not know that. While the name of her sword and its rank were well known, very few people had detailed information about it. It was more or less a military secret. Still, it was quite remarkable for an Ascended to be confident in creating a top-tier transcendent weapon. It seemed that he was supremely competent in his craft. Being one herself, Nephis liked competent people. What is the third way? He smiled softly. The third way is the longest, and the hardest as well. It would require a lot of effort, from both of us, actually, not just from me. We will also have to spend a lot of time together. But if I succeed, the resulting memory will be truly powerful. Nephis took a sip of cold water, suddenly feeling invigorated. She lingered for a moment, then asked evenly. How powerful, exactly? Master Sunless looked at her seriously, his smile dimming. After a short pause, he said with a hint of sober ambition in his pleasantly melodious voice. Powerful enough to kill a god, I'd say. Chapter 1690. A blade to slay the gods. But you are merely an ascended, forgive me for being blunt. How can an ascended create something that powerful? Sunny could see how she would question his ability to keep such a promise. However, he meant what he had said. Because he had been thinking of a way to achieve something like that for a long, long time. He lingered for a moment, then sighed. It's easier than you think, not that any random ascended would be able to, of course. But my way of creating memories is rather unique, so I can do more than most. It would be easier for me to show you. Would you mind following me? Nephis did not move, looking at him intently. I don't mind following, Master Sunless. But not yet. He frowned a little. Not yet? She nodded slowly, her face still and motionless. Her voice sounded even. Yes. Nephis paused for a moment, then added stoically. Haven't finished my cake yet. Sunny thought that he had heard her wrong. What? He blinked. But Nephis ignored his confused stare, picked up her spoon elegantly, and turned her attention to the piece of cherry cake. She ate it unhurriedly, maintaining a composed expression. He couldn't tell if she enjoyed the taste or was simply reluctant to waste food. A couple of minutes later, Nephis put her spoon down, wiped her lips with a napkin, and nodded courteously. Thank you. How much do I owe you? Sunny slowly shook his head. No. It's on the house. What was going on in that head of hers? They had been talking about killing gods, and then paused, for cake? Not that Sunny was complaining. In fact, he would have enjoyed watching her eat an entire cake instead of just a small piece, if she wanted to. 10 cakes, even, although that would be a bit costly. Shall we go, then? He stood up and guided her to the basement of the marvelous mimic. Unlike the day he had led Tell of White Feather to retrieve the belated apology, though, Sunny headed for the back of the boutique. Nephis followed him, looking around with a hint of curiosity. He explained helpfully. This is the memory boutique part of the brilliant emporium. As you might know, I don't advertise my ability to craft memories, so most of the customers think of me as a merchant with a wide network of connections. They peruse our inventory here or commission us to search for a memory that fits a set of custom parameters. Nephis nodded. The interior is very tasteful. It suits you well. Who? Sunny was not sure what she meant, but smiled in appreciation. Thank you. Most customers only ever see the boutique, but it's actually just the front side of the business. My workshop is beyond that door over there. And beyond this door is where I keep valuable materials. As Sunny was opening the door, Nephis asked in her usual even tone. Can I ask why you are so reluctant to reveal your talent, Master Sunless? He lingered for a moment. You certainly can. There are many reasons, but mainly, I just don't like the great clans. Please don't take offense, Lady Nephis. She smiled faintly. I won't. Sunny led her into the material storage, which was a vast hall drowning in darkness, with only a few lanterns illuminating its expanse. The lanterns were there for Aiko, who sometimes assisted him in crafting. Nephis paused at the entrance. The material storage was very different from the refined shopfront. The atmosphere here was cold and ominous, sinister, even. That was because it was full of monstrous remains, most of them belonging to truly harrowing nightmare creatures. There were grotesque bones, hollowed-out carapaces of vile abominations, and odd artifacts of all kinds. The remains of the winter beast were here. Shards of frozen shadows were here, too, among other trophies Sunny had collected in the past for years. He walked to the middle of the vast underground storage and turned to Nephis, pointing around. A powerful memory has to be crafted from potent materials, otherwise, it won't survive the burden of its own enchantments. The remains of nightmare creatures are the most easily accessible source of such materials, albeit not the only source. Nephis looked around with subdued interest. Have you chanced upon the remains of an unholy abomination, then? Is that what gives you the confidence to claim that you can forge a god-slaying sword? Sunny smiled and shook his head. No. Actually, what I wanted to show you is not the materials, but rather the storage itself. Have you noticed how large it is? Nephis nodded slowly, prompting Sunny to smile. St. Cassie must have informed you that my shop is actually an ascended devil. In fact, the volume of its interior seems a bit too vast, doesn't it? She lingered for a bit, then shrugged. It is hard to say without knowing what creature you killed to receive this echo. But yes, I would have expected it to be much smaller. Dimensional storage memories of the ascended rank are usually much more modest. Sunny pointed at himself. But, you see, this dimensional storage is a bit unique. Because its volume does not depend on the creature's rank and class, but rather on the potency of the creature's master's soul. Which, in this case, would be my soul. Nephis remained silent for a moment. It seems that you have an unusually potent soul, then. He chuckled, causing a small smile to appear on her lips. Thank you for the compliment. That is not the point, though. She frowned, then suddenly pierced him with an intense gaze. Do you mean to say? Sunny nodded. Indeed. It is not impossible for me to create a memory that is bound to its wielder's soul, and is thus as powerful as the wielder is. You strike me as someone who will continue to grow stronger, Lady Nephis. So, it is not impossible for your sword to become sharp enough to slay a god, one day. Sunny was being a little dishonest, but only a little. In truth, his ambition was not to replicate the enchantment of the covetous coffer. What he was after, and had been trying to achieve for a while now, was to replicate the bound trait of the onyx mantle, which was responsible for that attribute of his being as potent as his soul was. The reason for that was the shift in his perception of power, and his views of memories, after becoming transcendent. Sunny had long realized that truly powerful beings did not pursue greater power from the weapons they wielded and the tools they used, because they themselves were the power. The weapons and the tools were only meant to channel their own strength, not be a source of external might. And yet, it had always been the opposite for Sunny. He had made himself into a lethal warrior, yes, but most of his victories came from cleverly using the enchantment of his powerful memories, which he could utilize better than other awakened due to his eyes having been altered by blood weave. Being banished from the spell, he had lost most of these memories. That had shown him, in a rather cruel manner, the difference between internal and external power. So, even though Sunny could craft himself a diverse arsenal of potent memories, he had not done so. Because he was powerful enough to not need it, and did not wish to be led astray by excessive reliance on undeserved strength. He would rather achieve such strength himself. That way, he would be following in the footsteps of those who were truly divine. So, the only memories Sunny wanted to craft for himself were those that would help him channel his own power better, or provide simple convenience. He also wanted these memories to be able to keep up with his progress. Therefore, he had to master the bound enchantment. The problem was that forging a memory that possessed such a trait was not easy, since it had to be intricately tied to one's very soul. But it would be different if Nephis and her soul flame, as well as the Crown of Dawn, were there to help him. Chapter 1691. Skill issue. A weapon that was as powerful as its wielder was. Slowly, white sparks ignited in the depths of her eyes. A growing memory. They did exist, but were exceedingly rare. Most of the ones she heard of had not even been received from slaying nightmare creatures, but were instead aspect legacy relics. Having a sword that would allow her to fully express the power of her aspect was already exciting enough. But if that sword could also reflect her power as a transcendent titan, and one who had inherited the lineage of sun god as well, such a blade would indeed be worthy of slaying gods. As long as Nephis was worthy. She glanced at Master Sunless, who remained calm and composed. Was he really capable of forging such a memory? Suddenly, the young man seemed to possess a different kind of allure in her eyes. The precious resource, I mean. Cassie has really outdone herself this time. If what he had said was true. Nephis hesitated for a moment. Can you really do it? Master Sunless gave her an electric smile. I haven't done it before, but I am confident that it can be achieved. It might be that nobody else is capable, but I am. She raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to distrust his confidence. Not just because it was hard to imagine someone who looked like him being dishonest, but also because she could vaguely sense his passion. Nephis had no doubt that Master Sunless was an inspired artisan. She was familiar with artistic ambition, and his was of the kind that could produce miracles. Of course, he could simply be delusional. But Cassie would not have sent her here if there was any doubt about his ability. How had Vela failed to scout this talent? She looked away, studying the abominable remains surrounding them. It was quite a collection. Since the charming young man did not seem like much of a fighter, he must have procured these material with soul shards and coin. That alone spoke volumes of his dedication. Nephis sighed. How are you so different from all the other enchanters? He smiled. It is simple, really. Have you read the exploration report of the tomb of Ariel? Master Sunless suddenly fell silent, and then paled a little. In quite an endearing way. Oh. I am deeply sorry, Lady Nephis. I said something stupid. You were there yourself. He shifted from one foot to another, trying to hide his embarrassment. In any case, you must be familiar with the cult of the nightmare spell mentioned in the report. There used to be sorcerers of a very special kind among those cultists, called weavers. Nephis nodded. Indeed. So. The young enchanter hesitated for a moment. Every person creating memories today is capable of doing so because of their aspect. In truth, they aren't the ones who are making the memories, it's the nightmare spell who does it for them. He pointed to one of his onyx eyes. But I am different. Due to one of my attributes, I possess the ability to see the sorceress weave of memories. And since I can see it, I can strive to understand it. So, my memories are not the product of a symbiotic fusion between my aspect and the nightmare spell. They are a product of skill. My skill, which I have bitterly honed and improved upon for many years. Nephis listened to his words intently. What she heard was rather wondrous. It was a good reminder to never underestimate people. This humble young man did not seem outstanding when compared to thousands of other masters and the exalted saints. He lived his life quietly, away from the spotlight, and lacking fame. And yet, he too was a singular existence. In his unique craft, there was no one more accomplished. There were an infinite number of attributes, aspects, and memories out there. Anyone could be a wonder in their own way, and be capable of things that everyone else would think impossible. Nephis made a decision. I'll trust in his skill. There was no downside to trusting the charming enchanter, anyway. Even if he failed, Nephis would simply be back to where she had started, lacking a weapon to face the sovereigns, but having no other choice. She suddenly found herself responding to his slight smile with one of her own. In that case, I commend your ingenuity and persistence, Master Sunless. Nephis lingered for a moment, then asked. You mentioned that creating such a sword would require a lot of effort from both of us, and that we would have to spend a long time together. What did you mean? He sighed, then gestured for her to leave the ominous storage room. As they passed the elegant shop front of the Memory Boutique and returned to the dining hall of the cafe, the charming young man explained in a pleasant tone. The first part is easier to answer. In short, I will need your assistance at certain stages of forging. It is no secret that your flames are born from the soul, Lady Nephis, so, I'm inclined to believe that they are most suitable for forging a soulbound weapon. He remained silent for a moment, then continued hesitantly. The second part is more sensitive. Usually, I don't have much problem selecting suitable enchantments for the memories I create. But this one will be rather special, and so, it must fit you and your powers perfectly. Such a fit won't be possible unless I have a deep understanding of your powers and how you conduct yourself in battle. It would be very helpful for me to observe your swordsmanship and your aspect closely, and not just in a sparring ring. Nephis gave him a curious look. Are you very knowledgeable about swordsmanship, Master Sunless? The charming young man smiled. Well, I might not look it, but I do indeed know a thing or two about swordsmanship, as well as how to wield other weapons. After all, if one wants to forge a weapon, they have to know how to wield one, don't they? He paused for a moment, looked around, and then said with a hint of badly hidden pride in his voice. Actually, I don't want to brag, but I once placed very high in the Dreamscape tournament. Nephis blinked. The Dreamscape tournament? That illusory game? Suddenly, she felt a very unfamiliar emotion rise in her cold and scorched heart. The contrast between the shy pride written all over the charming enchanter's beautiful face and the sheer silliness of the thing he was so proud of was so cute. Nephis had to look away. Ah. I see, how remarkable. Well, in that case, we can arrange something. With that, she took a deep breath and headed for the door. It's getting late, and I need to return to the castle. We will be in touch. Oh, and thank you for the cake, Master Sunless. It was delicious. He seemed a little startled. It was? All right. I'll be waiting, then. Good night, Lady Nephis. The silver bell rang melodiously as she left. Walking outside, Nephis felt the cool wind caress her cheeks. She kept her expression neutral as she headed toward the ferry to the castle. Well, what do you think? Cass's voice resounded in her head a moment later. Nephis contemplated for a few moments. I like what I saw. Even if he fails to forge a worthy sword for me, we should work on recruiting him as a memory master for the Fire Keepers. Cassie remained silent for a bit. You liked what you saw, huh? Nephis did not deign to reply. Why was Cassie acting so mischievously these days? Well, actually, she was glad to see her friend coming back to a semblance of normalcy. Although very few people noticed, Cassie had not been doing well for the last few years. It was a good sign if she was in the mood to joke around. Nephis felt relived. Just as she thought that, though, her friend suddenly spoke again. But, Neph, I have a little piece of advice. You know, just something to think about. The next time you meet a young man and like what you see, maybe don't start the conversation by demanding to know if he can satisfy your needs. You might give him the wrong idea. Nephis frowned. What is she talking about? Satisfy my... She thought back to her conversation with Master Sunless and froze. Suddenly, the wind did not feel so cool anymore. Blushing deeply, Nephis covered her face and walked away. Her steps might have been a little hurried. Chapter 1692. Return Customer. The streets of Bastion had long turned dark, and he was enveloped by a peaceful silence. Some time later, he looked down and stared at the gloomy shadow. I did not imagine the whole thing, did I? The shadow stared at him back and shrugged. Nevertheless, it seemed strangely elated. Maybe. No. Nephis had definitely been here just now. Her plate was still on the table, and her glass was still mostly full of water. Not only had she been here, but Sunny was now apparently making a soulbound sword for her. Slowly, his face paled. What did I do? It all seemed perfectly reasonable and cunning in the moment. Not only would he be able to fulfill his ambition of replicating the bound enchantment with Neph's help, but she would also reveal the secrets of her transcendent battle art to him, completely of her own volition. Not to mention the hefty sum he would earn for the commission. But now, Sunny was panicking. Why did he insist on spending lots of time with her? That was the exact opposite of what the humble shopkeeper was supposed to do. His only task was to stay as far away from Nephis as possible and live a tranquil, peaceful life. And now, in the span of just a few days, Sunny ended up being entangled with Nephis and Cassie both. Somehow. This wasn't a part of the plan. But it was also not that bad. Despite how contrary to his plans the current situation was, Sunny found himself smiling. In fact, despite his panic, he was just as elated as the gloomy shadow. Too much so, even, to the point that his second avatar was currently humming a happy melody in Ravenheart, which made Rain stare at him weirdly. Sunny abruptly stopped humming. Crap. He had did it now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, Sunny informed somewhat sleepy Aiko that Changing Star had visited the shop late in the evening to commission a memory. The petite girl just stared at him for a moment and then asked, her voice gruff. Oh, yeah? Who else came in? Was it Santa Claus? Hearing the unfamiliar name, Sunny frowned. St. Claus? Who is that? Is there a new transcendent in the sword domain? Aiko just shook her head and looked away. Never mind. So, you're telling me that both Cassie and Changing Star herself have visited the brilliant Emporium, but both waited until I was gone to spend some time with you alone. Am I getting this correctly? Sunny blinked a couple of times. I mean, that is a strange way of putting it, but yes. That is basically it. She nodded. Sure. Why not? I shouldn't be surprised, really. By that point, Sunny was starting to get offended. What's the matter? I thought you would be happy. We'll get a pile of soul shards soon. Aiko yawned. Yeah, that's great. Don't forget to give me a fat bonus, then. Her tone told him to leave her alone, but Sunny was not willing to. It's true. She even complimented my cake. The petite girl silently floated up to the ceiling. He stared at her in confusion. What are you doing? Aiko responded sarcastically. Checking the liquor. I just made an inventory yesterday, so don't think I'll fail to find out how much you guzzled after I left. Sunny threw his arms up. Is this how you talk to your boss? She scoffed. I apologize. Don't think I'll fail to find out how much you guzzled after I left, boss. Shaking his head, he mumbled a few curses and went about getting ready for the morning customers. A few days passed in idle tranquility. There was not much happening in the brilliant Emporium, so Sunny simply waited to be contacted by the Fire Keepers. Funnily enough, the Lord of Shadows was in the same situation. The elders of Clan Vela were taking their sweet time discussing how to negotiate with him, so he had nothing better to do than wait. Only the Avatar in Ravenheart was busy, since he and Rain were in the initial stages of planning a hunt for the awakened abomination. A few more days passed, and then, Sunny was distracted by the sound of plates rolling in the dining hall. Looking up from the stove, he wiped his hands and went to check what had happened. When he left the kitchen, what met him was the sight of Aiko having planted face first into the floor. There was a new customer standing at the entrance, sunlight pouring over her shoulders and illuminating her slender figure. The customers were staring at her in silent awe. Nephis, meanwhile, looked down with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Aiko, are you all right? She was wearing civilian clothes once again, this time having replaced the criminal summer dress with fashionable white trousers and a fitted black blouse. The petite girl mumbled a stifled curse and slowly picked herself off the floor. Ah, yes. I'm perfectly fine, Lady Nephis. What brings you here? Sunny had the same question. He had expected for Cassie to summon him telepathically, or maybe one of the Fire Keepers arrived to hand him an invitation. The fact that Nephis arrived personally was rather strange. Did she have a lot of free time? As a matter of fact, she probably did, waiting for the elders of Clan Vela to make a decision. The same way the Lord of Shadows was waiting. But that still did not explain why she had come to the brilliant Emporium. Secretly stumped, Sunny walked over and made sure that Nephis could not see, and gave Aiko a smug look. Then, he turned away with a pleasant expression. Welcome, welcome. I didn't expect you to visit our establishment again so soon, my lady. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then said neutrally. I'm here to continue the discussion we started last time. Oh, Anne. Her expression remained stoic. I'm a bit parched. Would you mind serving me some tea? And something to go along with it, cake will do fine. Sunny's smile wavered for a moment. He sighed. I'm afraid we don't have cake at the moment. But... His chin rose a little. I've been told that my waffles are to die for. Please have a seat. I'll be with you shortly. Chapter 1693. Convincing lie. I think I've outdone myself this time. If I do say so myself. He was in a great mood. Sunny wasn't sure what had come over him, but he was especially inspired today while making the waffles. It almost felt like he was on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck of his culinary skill. Perhaps the missing ingredient was not the waffles themselves, but the customer for whom he was making them? Contemplating these profound issues, he sat across from Nephis and smiled. She wasn't wearing that clumsy disguise of hers today, so he could enjoy the sight of her lustrous silver locks. The few customers present in the dining hall were frozen in stunned awe, the name-changing star ready to fall from their lips. Sunlight seemed especially radiant in her presence, bathing the brilliant emporium in a warm glow. Sunny felt his heartbeat quickening. Nephis spared him a short glance, then looked away to take a sip of tea. Finally, she picked up the fork and took a small bite of the waffle with an aloof expression. She won't even look at me. Well, makes sense. Why would she? Unlike Sunny, who couldn't help stealing glances at Nephis, she was probably preoccupied with different thoughts. He sighed. I can't help but notice that you are not hiding your identity anymore, Lady Nephis. I was under the assumption that you wanted to keep the commission secret, though. What changed? She put the fork down, gave the waffles a strange stare, and then finally faced him. I still do. However, plans had to change due to our last conversation. Considering that we will have to spend a lot of time together, trying to hide our connection from Vela is not an option. They'll discover a new person in my immediate circle sooner than later, so we will have to resort to a bit of misdirection instead. A subtle smile touched her lips. Congratulations, Master Sunless. You are now the official memory purveyor of the Firekeepers, an independent specialist we've hired to handle sales and acquisitions of sorceress equipment. Of course, you will receive a generous commission for every deal you facilitate, which will pay for the actual commission. As Sunny froze, unable to speak, she studied his face for a few moments and then returned to the waffles with a small, but seemingly pleased smile. Goddamn! We've struck it rich, Aiko! Signing an official contract with the Firekeepers was not much different from receiving a government tender. The memory boutique side of the brilliant emporium was about to explode in revenue, all of that simply to bury the exchange of soul shards for the actual work Sunny was being hired to do. Very crafty. It was Cassie who had come up with that scheme, without a doubt. However, something still did not make sense. He frowned slightly. That is great news, and I am definitely delighted to hear it. But, my lady, even so, isn't it a little bit too strange for you to deliver the news personally? Surely, sending one of your subordinates would have been much more in line with such an arrangement. Nephis was an exalted existence even among saints. She would have never had to deal with something as mundane as hiring a procurement specialist personally. So, there was an obvious contradiction between her intention to create a cover for him and her actions, which only served to blow it. She remained silent for a while, savoring her tea and dessert, or pretending to savor them, most likely. It was hard to tell from her expression if she was really enjoying the taste of what Sunny had cooked, which, honestly speaking, was a little heartbreaking. But that was how Nephis was. She had never really had a sweet tooth. Still, her acting skills must have improved tremendously in the past 4 years. Her pretense of being engrossed in his waffles was incredibly convincing. Sunny wasn't sure that he could have put on such a performance himself. Eventually, she put the fork down with a masterfully acted-out hint of reluctance. Ooh? Oh. You are correct, but that would not have solved the problem. You and I are going to be seen together often, after all, and there needs to be an explanation. So, I am here to sow the seeds of that explanation. The memory purveyor position is an intentionally flimsy misdirection, no one would really buy it, considering the circumstances. Nephis paused for a moment. So, there will be a deeper layer of deception hidden beneath it. Sunny smiled. A double misdirection? She smiled faintly in response and nodded. Once someone becomes suspicious of your official position and digs deeper, they'll discover the prepared explanation and come to a false conclusion, thinking that they've discovered the truth. not knowing that what they've discovered is actually another, more convincing lie. Definitely Cass's idea. Sonny tilted his head a little. And that more convincing lie is? Nephis shifted a little. Well, I mean, no offense, Master Sunless, but nothing about your background suggests that you are worthy of my attention. However, how do I say this? You must have looked in the mirror. What do you think people will assume when they see me keeping someone like that by my side? He blinked a couple of times, confused. Actually, I avoid mirrors. I'm sorry, Lady Nephis, but I don't quite understand what you mean. Strangely enough, Nephis seemed stumped. She remained silent for a while, then took a sip of tea. Then, she cleared her throat. What I mean to say is that people will assume that I am infatuated with you. That I've arranged for you to have a position with the Fire Keepers because you are my paramour. So, I am here today to plant the seeds of that impression. Master Sunless. A paramour. Sonny froze. He was suddenly happy that he had not brought himself a cup of tea, as well, because he would have definitely spat it all out at that moment. The implications of what Nephis had said slowly seeped into his mind. It wasn't that outrageous, on the contrary, it was an ingenious lie that would perfectly explain why the two of them were spending time together. People loved nothing more than salacious rumors, after all. But, still. What she's trying to say is that my cover will be that I'm her boy toy. Sonny was mortified. But also, intrigued. But also mortified. The mix of emotions must have been apparent on his face, because Nephis suddenly picked up her cup, looked away, and said evenly. It is just for the sake of deception, of course. I'll understand if you're uncomfortable with this arrangement. Sonny slowly shook his head and forced out a pale smile. I'm not uncomfortable. She looked at him with a hint of concern. Are you sure? Come to think of it. I didn't even ask if you have a partner. I wouldn't want for your girlfriend to misunderstand. Sunny's smile grew brittle. I am sure, and there's no one like that. This arrangement works, for me. I think it's a splendid idea, very deceptive. Internally, though, he was imploding. Saint Cassia, care to explain yourself? Chapter 1694. Facing the Consequences. In any case, after that bombshell of a revelation, Sonny sat quietly and stared into the distance for a while. He was trying to understand how he had ended up in this situation. It was all his fault, of course, really, Sonny had no one but himself to blame. Had he not suggested creating a soulbound memory for Nephis on the spur of the moment, there would have been no need for them to interact, let alone do so while hiding the real reason from Clan Vela. The Lord of Shadows would have continued to play his role as her battle partner, while the humble shopkeeper would have continued living his mostly peaceful life in solitude. But now, I'm going to be a kept man. Gods, why am I so handsome? That pretty face of his was a curse. If Sonny had a more rugged appearance, Cassie would have had to come up with a different explanation for his presence near Nephis. The Lord of Shadows, who always wore a ferocious mask, received nothing but respect, but when Sonny showed his face, the most people could believe was that he had caught the princess's fancy due to his pleasing looks. Surely, being a saint and ruling a citadel in a death zone had nothing to do with the difference in treatment. I can't believe it. Jet had once told Sonny that he could become a flower boy one day. Who knew that her words would not only come true, but also come back to bite him one day? He glanced at Nephis furtively. She was finishing her waffles with a calm expression, seemingly not affected by the sensitive nature of their conversation at all. There was no hint of agitation or embarrassment on her beautiful face, and her posture remained graceful and poised, like always. Well, it made sense. It was nothing but a strategy of deception for her, after all. She did not know Sonny, and only saw him as a valuable resource. A talented enchanter who could create a powerful memory for her to use. But it was different for Sonny. Because, to him, she meant so much more. Throwing another glance at her, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. What happened happened. There's no point in worrying about it now. In fact, he should just accept the situation and allow himself to enjoy it. Sonny would have lied if he said that he didn't feel a little bit excited about the whole situation. After all, if Nephis was calm, then why couldn't he be calm, as well? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He's looking at me, what do I do, should I? He's looking at me again. Pretending to be nonchalant, Nephis tried to concentrate on the stunningly delicious waffles that Master Sunless had made for her and not show any sign of her distress. She didn't quite understand how she had allowed Cassie to convince her to go with this plan. When they discussed how to go about allowing the charming enchanter to stay close to her without alerting Clan Vela to the true purpose of the arrangement, the idea seemed quite reasonable. Strategically, it was sound. There was even the added benefit of shielding Nephis from the pursuits of the prospective bachelors from other legacy clans, somewhat. It was only this morning that she had gotten cold feet. Knowing herself, Nephis had rehearsed the conversation in her room extensively, and finally realized how deeply embarrassing it would be to say something like that to the charming young man's face. Nevertheless, she had gone through with it. She was not someone to back down from a challenge, after all. But now, she had to face the consequences. He looked so put upon? Well, why wouldn't he? Despite his alluring looks, Master Sunless was an incredibly talented craftsman, first and foremost. He must have taken a lot of pride in his skill. To be reduced to such a role had to be extremely humiliating, from his point of view. Yet, he graciously accepted their scheme without voicing any complaints. Being involved in all the lies and deceit surrounding the royal family of the Sword Domain could not have been easy for a decent and honest person like him, either. Nephis was starting to understand better why such a talented sorcerer had chosen to stay away from the great clans. She felt a little guilty. When her plate became empty, she sighed with regret and looked at Master Sunless. I should protect him well. There was no choice now but to proceed with the plan, now. If you are ready, we should go to the castle. The charming young man seemed a little startled. Go to the castle? Right now. Having calmed down somewhat, Nephis nodded. Yes. We need to sign the contract officially. Apart from that, the more people see us together, the better. Don't worry, though, there is no need for you to do anything extra or force yourself to act in any kind of way. As long as we are simply seen together, those who need to get the wrong impression will convince themselves of the falsehood. So, you won't need to compromise your dignity. She lingered for a moment, and then added in a serious tone. You have my promise, Master Sunless. She meant it. He looked at her silently for a while, his expression unreadable. Eventually, the young man nodded. All right. Give me a minute to give instructions to Aiko, and we can go. He stood up and retreated into the kitchen of the small cafe, leaving Nephis alone. She was using a memory to make it impossible for anyone to eavesdrop on their conversation, but people could still stare. So, she couldn't allow herself to show any sign of losing composure. Even though all Nephis wanted to do was slump in her chair and bury her face in her hands. And maybe order another serving of those delicious waffles. Cassie. Her friend's voice resounded in her head a moment later, composed and calming. Yes? Nephis lingered for a few moments. Prepare the contract. There was a little pause, and then Cassie replied neutrally. Already done. Nephis was a little surprised. She hesitated for a bit, then asked mentally. You already did it? But what if he refused? Her friend chuckled. Why would he refuse? There's an army of men out there who would kill for the opportunity to act as your romantic partner. Don't sell yourself short. Nephis frowned. That was true. She was beautiful in her own right, young, wealthy, renowned, and had the backing of a prestigious family. So, then? Her frown deepened a little. Now, wait a second. So why did he look so put upon? Who does he think? Her thoughts, however, were interrupted by Cassie's pleasant voice. Oh, I wanted to say something. The way you found out if he has a girlfriend, well done. Very slick. Nephis blinked. What? Then, her eyes widened a little. A moment later, Master Sunless appeared near her table. He seemed to have regained his composure. Sparing Nephis a bright smile, the charming young man bowed slightly. "We can leave?" "Lady Nephis? Are you all right?" She took a deep breath. "Yes. I am fine. Let's just go." Chapter 1695. All according to plan. The Avatar did not have the benefit of wearing the nebulous mantle, but his transcendent presence would be safely contained as long as he did not enter the dining hall. Since the entire interior of the brilliant Emporium was situated in the dimensional storage of the marvelous mimic, anyone would find it hard to catch a glimpse of what was happening in the kitchen. The cafe would still close for the day as soon as the current customers left, though. When Sunny told Aiko about the contract with the Fire Keepers, she was beyond happy for a few moments. However, pretty soon, they discovered a problem. Although the real purpose of the memory purveyor position was to hide the commission of an enchanted sword for Nephis, that cover still had to be maintained. Which meant that the brilliant Emporium would really have to handle the sales of the memories earned by the Fire Keepers, as well as the acquisition of the memories they wished to purchase. The problem was that Sunnis' reputation as a memory broker was all a smokescreen, and he did not really possess a network of connections to facilitate such deals. Luckily, Aiko still had some contacts from running the brilliant Emporium alone in the past, so she had to come up with a business plan and accomplish a lot of relevant things with utmost haste. The petite girl seemed daunted by the sudden task, but he could almost see piles of coins reflecting in her eyes. In any case, that was what was happening to Aiko and the Avatar in the brilliant Emporium. Sunny himself, meanwhile, was accompanying Nephis on a leisurely stroll across Bastion. He had to admit that they made for quite a pair. Nephis looked elegant and sharp in her crisp civilian clothes, while his attire was refined and tasteful. Sunny noticed that the two of them collected a lot of stares, some people even turned around to watch them go. Some of them recognized Nephis, some of them didn't. He felt a little uncomfortable with all that attention, but knew that it was the very reason they were out in the open. The streets of Bastion were lively at that time of day. Nephis looked around with curiosity, a faint smile playing on her lips. Eventually, she asked, "Have you lived in Bastion long, Master Sunless?" He shook his head. "No, only for about a year." She raised an eyebrow. "Where were you before?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "After Antarctica, here and there. I spent some time exploring the wilderness after the nightmare." Sunny did not specify which nightmare he meant, letting Nephis make her own wrong conclusion. There was nothing strange with saying that he had wandered the dream realm for years before settling in Bastion either. It would have been a deadly affair before, but after the dream gates were open, there was much more travel between various citadels. Both the sword domain and the song domain were swiftly turning into actual states, as opposed to loose alliances of isolated strongholds. There were all kinds of activities going on in the wilderness of the dream realm these days. Roads were being constructed, trade routes were being established, fortified relay stations were being constructed, and so on. As the infrastructure of the domains was being built at a staggering speed, there was a need for all kinds of people to head into the wilds. The vast expanse of the dream realm, the part of it conquered by humans, was not a place where only warriors could survive anymore. Of course, every team had to be guarded by awakened escorts, but there were geologists, mapmakers, builders, explorers, messengers, merchants, and numerous other specialists traveling across it now. Nephis most likely assumed that he was a part of a large merchant caravan in the past. She smiled. "I've been here for about 3 years, I guess. But actually, with how often I am away, the actual number of days I've spent in Bastion won't even account for 3 months. So, in a sense, you've been living here longer than me." Her smile grew a little wistful. "How does it feel to live in Bastion? On this side of the lake, I mean." Sunny thought about it for a few moments, then answered in a light tone. "Well, it's sort of tranquil, for me, at least. There is always something going on, and the city is boiling with activity, but unlike the cities of the waking world, it's less suffocating here. Both literally and metaphorically. The air is clean, and the people are optimistic about their lives. Back on Earth, everyone spent their days pretending not to know that everything was falling apart. Here, everyone is working together to build something from the ground up, instead. It's nice. He paused, then added somberly. Of course, it's not all bliss and sunshine. Most of the people on this side of the lake come from Antarctica, so they are scarred and traumatized. In the worst cases, people reach their breaking point and snap. Crime is not exactly rampant, but it does exist. Worse than that, with how many awakened there are now, the government and the legacy clans can't police them all effectively anymore. It is one thing if a mundane person suffers a mental breakdown or succumbs to greed, but if it is an awakened, well, you can imagine. Sunny looked at Nephis and smiled sheepishly. Sorry. I seem to have spoiled the mood. She stared at him for a moment, then hurriedly looked away. No, it's all right. It is exactly what I wanted to hear. People like me are tasked with protecting humanity, but, strangely enough, we mostly exist in isolation from the actual people we are meant to protect. So, it is good to learn such things. So that we don't snap. They reached the waterfront and followed along the shore of the lake, heading for the distant ferry. This section of the lakeshore was fashioned into a park, and there were a lot of people here, resting on the grass. Many young couples included. Sunny suddenly felt a little hot. He caught himself staring at Nephis, whose profile was contoured by the radiance of the sun, for a moment too long. Does it bother you? The isolation? She looked at him and wanted to answer, but at that moment, Sunny's eyes suddenly widened. His expression changed. What the hell, not again. That was because just then, a powerful tremor shook the nameless temple in the distant god grave. He was momentarily distracted, and slipped on a wrapper someone had carelessly dropped on the ground. This can't be happening. I'm a saint. A saint, for the love of gods. Why was it that every time he saw Nephis, he ended up tripping over his feet? Sunny considered whether he wanted to perform a sudden somersault to regain his footing, but that would look even more ridiculous than falling. Using Shadow Step was out of the question, as well, since that ability was already known to belong to the Lord of Shadows. So, he resigned himself and prepared to hit the ground. A moment later, though, Nephis took a step forward and wrapped her arm around his waist, gallantly stopping his fall before his back could touch the cobblestones. Sunny suddenly found himself face to face with her, his entire weight effortlessly supported by her strength, staring into her calm grey eyes. Their bodies were almost pressed against each other. Looking at him calmly, Nephis asked in an even tone. Master Sunless, are you all right? Sunny's heart fluttered. He stared at her silently, his face growing pale. He was not all right. What the hell is that? Am I in a romantic drama? If so, why the hell am I the one being caught? It's the man's job to catch the pretty female lead. Although romance was not his genre of choice, Sunny had consumed a lot of such stories during his years in the outskirts. Back then, he had always mocked the hapless female leads, who always seemed to trip, slip, and fall right into the arms of the cold and aloof male leads, of course. He had even suspected that there was something in the water wherever the characters lived, since their coordination seemed non-existent. Who knew that he would find himself in the same situation one day? And in the wrong role, to boot. He cleared his throat. I am fine now, thanks. You can let me go. It seemed that Nephis only realized that she was still holding him at that moment. There were a lot of people staring at them with wide eyes. She remained silent for a few moments, then smoothly pulled him to his feet, unwrapped her arm from his waist, and touched her hair lightly. Her expression remained perfectly nonchalant. I see. That is good. Sunny straightened the nebulous mantle, trying to chase away the memory of her warm touch from his mind. And failing. Turning away, he sighed, bent down, and picked up the wrapper. Then, he walked to a nearby trash bin and tossed it inside. Returning to Nephis, he smiled apologetically. What was he supposed to say now? I dislike people who litter. What was that? She nodded, still looking away. Yeah. Let's hurry to the ferry, now. I think we put on a good enough act, already. Well done. Sunny blinked. Yeah, a good act, right. I thought I'd improvise. The two of them continued on their way to the ferry, both keeping quiet. Sunny was too indignant and embarrassed to speak, while Nephis probably didn't care to. There was something strange about her, though. Had her shoulders trembled a few times? No, it was probably just his imagination. Chapter 1696. VIP Treatment. There were 6 ferries carrying people and cargo across the lake to the castle, operating in pairs. The one Sunny and Nephis approached was located on the eastern shore, and was meant for passengers. There was another pair of ferries on the southern side of the lake, in the direction of the Dream Gate, mostly used for transporting cargo. The last pair was on the northern shore, usually used by the awakened warriors departing on expeditions. Every time Sunny returned to the waking world, he had to purchase a ticket, wait in line, and then spend some unpleasant time on the crowded passenger deck of the ferry. Most masters had access to much more comfortable accommodations, but they also had a higher status than him. Since Sunny did not serve any established power and preferred to remain low-key, the treatment he received was much less glamorous than what an ascended deserved. He didn't mind it too much. Today, however, his experience was entirely different. Not only did Nephis not bother to buy tickets, which made sense, considering that the enchanted ferry technically belonged to her family, but they were even immediately guided to the luxurious VIP deck. There was no crowd here. In fact, there did not seem to be any other passengers on the smaller deck, at all, at least not yet. Instead of the crowded standing arrangement, there were soft sofas and tastefully engraved tables. There were even refreshments and beverages provided, served on a separate table. The deck was situated at the front of the ferry and raised, so nothing obstructed the beautiful view of the vast lake and the picturesque castle rising from the waters in the distance. A soft breeze blew across the lake, playing with Neph's radiant silver locks. Sunny enjoyed the view for a few moments, then looked away and inhaled slowly. They walked to the beautifully laced wooden railing and looked at the sunlit vista. There was some time left before the ferry would depart, so they had nothing to do but wait. Both were silent, but strangely enough, Sunny did not feel awkward at that moment. Instead, he felt at peace. After a while, Nephis suddenly asked, "Master Sunless, you possess a high affinity to shadows, don't you?" He nodded slowly. "I do." She considered her next words carefully. "What can you tell me about shadows? And people whose aspects have to do with them?" Now, it was his turn to choose words. After thinking for a bit, Sunny shrugged. "I can tell you a lot, actually, but also not that much. I am ashamed to say that I don't understand my element well, myself." Which is a bit fitting, if you think about it, considering that Shadow God was also the god of mysteries. Shadows are a unique concept. Someone considers them to be the opposite of light, but actually, shadows and light are just two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other. It is true darkness that is their enemy. He paused for a moment, secretly studying her reaction, and then added, "Shadows are also intimately tied to souls. In fact, I am not even sure where the soul ends and the shadow begins. There are very few beings out there who can deal damage directly to one's shadow, but if a shadow is hurt, the soul is hurt as well. Granted, things without souls also have shadows, it's all very mysterious." She remained silent for a while, contemplating his words. Then, she asked neutrally, "Do you know of any other awakened with shadow aspects?" Sunny hesitated. "Well, I only ever heard of one." That seemed to pique her interest. "Oh." Sunny nodded. "Yes. There was a man who went by the name Shadow Blade Kurt. A really vicious fellow. I heard that he used to handle some truly distasteful tasks for a legacy clan, back in NQSC. I'm not sure which clan, though." Nephis raised an eyebrow. "Used to?" He smiled somberly. "Yes. He was one of those awakened who couldn't handle their nightmares, overusing stimulants to stay away from the dream realm. He eventually lost control and was dealt with by the government. That was the last anyone had ever heard about Shadowblade Kurt. She sighed with a hint disappointment. That doesn't sound like the kind of person I would want to know about. Thank you, though. Sunny smiled. No problem. I'll go get us something cool to drink. He walked back to the table with the refreshments and poured them 2 glasses of light wine. As he was about to head back, however, Sunny froze for a moment. What is this familiar feeling? Suddenly, he had a terrible premonition. Oh, no. He walked hurriedly toward Nephis, but before he could reach her, a new passenger arrived. She noticed Neph's slender figure, grinned, and walked past him with wide strides. Princess! Effie hugged Neph around the shoulder with a bright smile. When did you return to Bastion? No, wait, you're not leaving right away again, are you? Nephis opened her mouth to answer, but Effie gave her no choice. Great! Listen? She leaned closer and whispered loudly. You're still single, aren't you? Well, let me tell you, that won't do. A beauty like you should not just be worshipped by the masses, but also appreciated by a dashing man. The masses won't warm you on a cold and windy night, after all, well, unless you're into that kind of thing. Neph's eyes widened. Effie. The huntress laughed. I'm saying all this for a reason. How about you let me set you up with someone? Princess, I found you a perfect match. He's a young master here in Bastion. Homeowner, runs a successful business. None of that tiresome legacy baggage, either. Oh, he's an amazing cook, as well. Gods, I am starting to salivate just from thinking, oh, and to be clear, I don't mean thinking about the food. Neph trembled. Effie, wait. But Effie just smiled mischievously. What? You were the one who told me that you were researching passion. How are you going to learn passion without, getting a little taste of passion? In any case, I saved the best for last. That guy, he's so cute. If I wasn't a married woman of modest disposition, I would have gobbled him up myself. He's just, wow. Speak about tasty things. And you can tell that he hides a great body under that apron, as well. Nephis grabbed her hand forcefully. Effie! Stop talking! Effie looked at her in confusion. Then, her smile slowly froze. She remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a stifled tone. Oh. He's standing right behind me, isn't he? Chapter 1697. Actionable Strategy. Nephis slowly released Effie's hand, suddenly feeling weak. It was too late. Oh, gods! She briefly considered lighting the ferry on fire. That would resolve the situation, wouldn't it? Yes, she would not have to face Master Sunless, at least. That was an actionable strategy. But, no, she couldn't. The ferry had cast off moments after Effie showed up, which meant that the passengers would have nowhere to escape and drown in case of a fire. It also meant that Nephis, Effie, and Master Sunless were stuck on the VIP deck, just the 3 of them, with nowhere else to go. There was no escape. Nephis barely suppressed a shudder. I can summon my wings and flee. But that would mean leaving the charming young man alone with Effie. She was unwilling. No, actually, she was vehemently against it. For some reason. So, Nephis just stared at the boisterous huntress impassively and said in an even tone. Yes. He is. Effie trembled. Nephis wanted nothing more than to sigh and hide somewhere. She had just managed to regain her composure after the incident in the park. And now? Oh, no. Why did I think about what happened in the park? To her distress, the image of the beautiful enchanter making timid excuses for his clumsiness resurfaced in her mind, and all her composure evaporated. The memory of embracing him tightly surfaced next. At that moment, Nephis did something that she never thought she would do. Maintaining a nonchalant expression, she took a casual step left and hid behind Effie. With Effie's robust body hiding Nephis from Master Sunless, she suddenly felt much better. Wow! Did you just heartlessly abandon a friend? Cass's voice made her flinch. Nephis gritted her teeth. I did not. I just retreated. To support her from the rear. Cassie answered with a dubious hum. Effie, meanwhile, remained motionless for a few moments and then slowly turned around. Oh. Master Sunless. You were here. Her light-hearted tone sounded a little forced. Nephis could not see the charming young man from behind the tall huntress, but she could hear his pleasant voice. He answered after a short delay, maintaining perfect decorum. Yes. It is a pleasure to see you, Saint Athena. With that, he took a step forward and appeared in view, carrying 2 glasses of wine. Luckily, Nephis had settled down a little, by that point, and was able to meet his gaze calmly. Master Sunless smiled lightly, then handed her one of the glasses. Your wine, my lady. He hesitated for a moment, then offered the second glass to Effie. The huntress silently took the wine and gulped it down in one go. Ah. I see. Has the brilliant Emporium been contracted to provide catering for the ferry, now? Good job, good job. Vela has deep pockets. The charming young man remained silent for a bit, then shook his head subtly. No, we are not providing catering for the ferry. Effie seemed confused. Oh? Then how come you are here on the VIP deck? Not that I'm complaining. In fact, it's nice to see a pretty face, a friendly face. I meant to say a friendly face. Nephis observed their conversation without saying anything, secretly stunned. This was probably the first time she had seen Effie tongue-tied. Amazing. Master Sunless was far more formidable than she had thought. Of course, his advantage was not going to last long. Knowing the vivacious huntress, she was going to double down on her suggestive remarks soon. And if that did not work, well, quadruple down, then. It was all but impossible to fluster Effie. Anyone she aimed her sights on was doomed to be flustered, instead. Granted. Nephis wouldn't mind seeing the charming enchanter flustered. What am I even thinking about? Feeling a little guilty for hanging Effie out to dry, even though the huntress had no one but herself to blame. Nephis decided to clear the air and explain the situation. She would share the news about the memory purveyor position first, and then let Cassie explain the more scandalous layer of deception to Effie in private. After all, if the huntress heard it right now, she would not be able to help herself and tease the poor young man relentlessly. Yes. Nephis had to protect him from her vulgar friend. Him. Definitely not herself. She opened her mouth, intending to say something. But Master Sunless beat her to it. Walking over, he leaned on the railing beside her. And gently took her hand. Nephis froze. Well, how do I say this? I am on the VIP deck because Lady Nephis invited me to be with her on the VIP deck. Her eyes widened slightly. Nephis' hand was suddenly burning from his soft touch. Do not. Spit your wine. Nephis. She gulped the wine down and smiled weakly. Right. No, but how is his hand so soft? Nephis used to have rough, calloused hands, the hands of a swordsman. Later, as her body was fortified and tempered by the awakening, ascension, and transcendence, it rid itself of imperfections. Those calluses were long gone, and her skin was flawless. And yet, it was nowhere near the smooth silkiness of the beautiful enchanter's hand. Nephis was unyielding and lived a life that was harsh and full of hardships. So, she wasn't used to soft things. I'm spacing out. Luckily, so was Effie. She stared at the charming young man with her mouth agape, then slowly turned to Nephis. Then, she looked back at Master Sunless. And then back at Nephis. Nephis suddenly had a terrible premonition. Oh, no. Gradually, a wolfish grin appeared on Effie's face. Oh, no. She giggled. Oh. Oh, damn. I see. Wow. Cassie sure works fast. The boisterous huntress leaned closer and whispered in an intimate tone. All right. I've already given this one the talk about the birds and the bees. Master Sunless, who was looking at Nephis with a prideful expression, as if asking her to praise his act, suddenly tensed. Effie, meanwhile, patted him on the shoulder. So, kids, let Auntie Effie tell you about safety now. Maintaining a calm expression, Nephis turned and looked across the lake. The castle was so terribly far away. Chapter 1698. Auntie Effie's Lessons. In hindsight, Sonny should have known that he was digging his own grave. It was just that he did not see Effie often these days, and so, he had forgotten. That Effie's corrupting influence was just as terrible as the corruption of the void itself. No, was it even more terrible? In any case, the opportunities to stump the boisterous huntress were too rare. He simply could not pass on the chance to fluster her. More importantly, while Sonny knew that Nephis and Effie were close, Master Sunless had no way of knowing that. So, based on what he was supposed to know, the correct course of action had to be furthering the agreed-upon deception. Therefore, Sonny passed the wine to Nephis. And then took her hand. Why did he do that? Well, simply put, because he could. If there was an opportunity to hold Nephis' hand, why would he not? Effie had accidentally provided him with a convenient reason as well. It was all working out great. Sonny had promised himself to enjoy the odd situation, and he was going to enjoy it as much as he could. Nephis' hand felt soft and cool in his grasp. He remained comparatively calm. That was not the first time the two of them held hands, after all, so there was no reason for him to lose composure. Sonny enjoyed the feeling silently, a small smile finding its way onto his face. Of course, it was only a familiar situation from his point of view. For Nephis, suddenly holding hands with a stranger must have been surprising. Her expression did not really change, but he could feel a subtle tension in her shoulders. It seemed that she was a bit uncomfortable with his bold action, maybe even dismayed by it. Did I mess up? It was then that Effie's rattled expression slowly turned into a mischievous grin, and Sunny's eyes widened slightly. He had realized his mistake. But by then, it was already too late. Oh, gods! Soon, he found himself sitting on a sofa side by side with Nephis, listening to Effie explain contraception to them in gruesome detail. What the hell? Weren't you the one who got pregnant in the middle of a disastrous military campaign? Why are you, of all people, telling me this stuff? On the other hand, perhaps Effie was the best person to teach people about safety, considering that she knew the consequences of carelessness better than most. Not that Sonny needed any teaching. Although, truth be told, his knowledge on the topic was mostly limited to the precautions meant for mundane people, awakened at most. At higher ranks of power, things progressively became much more complicated. Nephis remained silent and nonchalant, but he found himself listening with interest. There was business to be made there, as well. That was definitely the reason why he was paying attention. Wait, why I am acting this way? He frowned slightly. Truth be told, while his actions earlier were very much in line with his personality, Sonny felt strangely extra at the moment. After thinking for a while, he took a deep breath. He was being affected by Effie's presence. No, actually, his mood had been a bit strange ever since he met Nephis in the Nameless Temple. Was there such an element to her presence, as well? If so, there were two different sources influencing him, mixing and fusing in a chaotic manner. The influence was in no way strong, and he could easily suppress it if he wanted to. But it did seem to release his natural inhibitions, a little. What a mess. Spending time in the company of powerful saints was a strange affair. Getting himself under control, Sonny decided that he had enough of Effie's teasing. He smiled politely at her, waited for her to pause, and then asked leisurely. Oh, by the way, Saint Athena. I couldn't help but overhear, did you mention wanting to gobble up something tasty earlier? Was it something we serve in the brilliant Emporium? Effie, who was taking a sip of wine, suddenly spat it out. Sunny elegantly raised an arm, shielding Nefer's white trousers from the rain of wine droplets with the folds of the nebulous mantle. I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? Effie coughed a few times and shook her head. No, it's all right. And thank you, but no. I have a husband. Now you remember. He smiled. How is Ling's dad doing, by the way? Sunny did not have a lot of friends in Bastion, and apart from Aiko, that nameless guy was the closest thing he had to a buddy. They often shared stories about managing the beast farm and the brilliant emporium, exchanging ideas, and the like. However, Ling's dad seemed to be busy lately, so they had not had time to catch up in a while. Nephis was looking at them with a hint of curiosity and a hint of relief. She had seemed utterly unaffected by Effie's graphic tirade before, but maybe Sunny was simply underestimating her poker face. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "You know each other?" Sunny nodded. Yes. Effie wiped her chin and smiled. Ah, yes. We've had a surplus of produce at the farm for some time now, and the brilliant emporium is our main buyer. I haven't had the pleasure of dining there often, though. Still, Master Sunless is an incredible chef. Oh, and he also helped us a lot by enchanting a few items for the farm. She hesitated for a moment, and then gave Nephis a bright smile and a thumbs up. Princess, I approve. Handsome, cooks well, and is great with his hands. The last part was said with emphasis, and accompanied by a wink. Nephis tilted her head in confusion. Well, yes. That is why I approached him. Effie choked on her wine again. Sunny, meanwhile, closed his eyes for a moment. He knew that Nephis failed to understand the double meaning in Effie's words, and was referring to his skill as an enchanter. However, did she forget that they had not shared the details about the sword commission with the huntress, yet? He let go of her hand, afraid that his palms would become sweaty. A memory commission. That is what she meant. Nephis looked at him strangely. Of course. What else would I have meant? Effie waved a hand in the air. Sure. I believe you. Followed by another wink. Damnation! Effie laughed, then put down her wine and looked at them, her eyes glistening with curiosity. Was that how the two of you first met? Nephis nodded. Yes. But Sunny, compelled by his flaw, answered at the same time. No. Both Nephis and Effie looked at him with surprise. Sunny forced out a smile. Crap. Chapter 1699. First Impressions. Over the years, he had gotten used to his flaw, and it rarely landed him in real trouble these days. That was why he had relaxed a little, allowing himself more leeway while holding conversations. There was also the fact that the true reason why the flaw was so dangerous, his true name, was gone now. But there were still things he should not say. Crap. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then said calmly. Lady Nephis might not remember, but we actually met before. It would have been extremely inconvenient if she asked when or where, so before either Nephis or Effie could, he added of his own accord. We briefly met in Antarctica, near the end of the campaign. Both statements were true, and since he had volunteered them without being prompted, there was no question that would have demanded a more precise explanation. Of course, the statements were also not connected to each other, and although each of them was factual, together they created a false impression. That Sunny had met Nephis for the first time in Antarctica. She raised an eyebrow. Really? I think I would have remembered someone so. She paused without finishing the sentence, remained silent for a moment, then added evenly. Remembered someone, so to speak. Who? Her wording was a bit odd. Sunny pretended to be embarrassed. Oh, it was on the day the Sword King defended the SQSC. It might not have been very memorable for Lady Nephis, considering everything else that was going on. Well, I was also covered in dirt from head to toe, so anyone would have had trouble recognizing me. She stared at him for a few moments, and then asked suddenly. Was meeting me very memorable for you? Sunny froze momentarily. What kind of question is that? That meeting of theirs, yes, it was quite memorable. In fact, it was seared into his memory like a brand, still festering even after all these years. That was the moment he had learned about his existence being erased from the hearts of everyone who knew him, after all. Their actual first meeting was fresh in his memory, as well. Back then, on the bridge in front of the academy, he had been attracted by how aloof and detached from the world young Nephis looked, standing there calmly with her headphones on. He had also felt a subtle sense of kinship with her, because she had been the only other sleeper wearing the standard-issue police tracksuit, just like him. Sunny smiled. For me, it was unforgettable. Nephis kept her gaze on him for a brief moment, then looked away. Then, a corner of her mouth curled upward slightly. A second later, though, they were interrupted by Effie's excited squeal. I can't. The two of you are too cute. She laughed, then poured herself more wine and viciously attacked the plate of refreshments. As she was chewing, her gaze landed on the floorboards of the deck. Effie lingered for a bit, then asked curiously. By the way, Master Sunless, it seems that you don't have a shadow today. He followed her gaze, noticing that Neph's shadow was all alone, painted in black across the floorboards. Gloomy was currently serving as an avatar, after all, channeling Sunny's consciousness to help Aiko. Sunny shrugged nonchalantly. Oh. I seem to have misplaced it. It was not a big problem to be seen without a shadow while he was strolling with Nephis or here on the ferry, but once they reached the castle, he would prefer to keep the strange nature of his shadow a better guarded secret. What to do? Sunny hesitated for a moment, then used shadow control to call over one of the wild shadows populating the ferry. After it glided across the deck and glued itself to his feet, in reverent awe at the prospect of pretending to be the Lord's own shadow, he shaped it to resemble the contours of his body and nodded. Is this better? Effie blinked a couple of times. Nice trick. Right, so you were in Antarctica, as well? I don't think I ever had a chance to ask. Were you one of us army grunts? Sunny sighed. I guess. It was nothing spectacular, though certainly not anything worth bragging about. I had a cushy assignment at Army Command before ending up in a nightmare. By the time I returned, there was nothing left to do but get on a boat and escape. Sunny did not mention that he had been a member of the 1st Irregular Company and the Special Reconnaissance Unit before landing a position as a special government envoy to Clan Vela, technically assigned to Army Command. He wanted everyone to believe that he had been a mere paper pusher in the vast military machine. That suited his harmless persona much better than being known as a decorated officer who had fought on most of the deadliest battlefields of the Southern Campaign. Effie shook her head gently. Frontline, Army Command, it's all the same. Everyone did their part. Anyone who survived that hell deserves my respect. Then, she grinned. We are comrades. So, how about a military discount next time I come to eat at the brilliant Emporium? One soldier to another, wait, actually, how about a family discount? Princess and I, we are practically sisters. Right, Neph. She looked at Nephis expectantly. Nephis remained silent for a moment, and then said in an exceedingly even tone. I don't know her. Effie stared at her with a betrayed expression. Then, she whispered loudly. Come on, Neph. Help a sister out. Marry this guy fast so that I could save some money. Neph's eye twitched a little. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The ferry floated across the lake, slowly approaching the castle. The conversation flowed naturally, with Effie easing up on teasing them, a little, after getting her fill. Sunny was not supposed to know much about the inner workings of Bastion, so he mostly kept silent, letting the two women catch up after not seeing each other for a while. Effie was leaning back, looking at the water with a wistful expression. Anyway, I don't have much time to waste. As soon as we reach the castle, I'll be rounding up people and bringing them back to NQSC. There's trouble in the Western Quadrant, again. I'm afraid that I'll be gone for a while, this time. Nephis frowned, a hint of concern written on her face. How bad is it? Effie chuckled. Bad enough that they're sending Jet, as well. That should tell you everything you need to know. Oh. I'm sorry, Master Sunless. Beast Farm is going to be gone from Bastion for a few weeks, maybe even a couple of months. You'll need to find a new supplier. He shook his head. That is okay. Don't worry about it. He had other means of getting ingredients, albeit not as fresh and delicious as what Effie's husband grew. The brilliant Emporium would have to cut down on food services, too, with him being busy following Neff around and crafting a memory. Effie smiled, then looked at Nephis. What about you? Where are you off to next? I don't believe that those Vela Bast. She glanced at Sunny, then corrected herself. That those wise Vela elders will let you rest for long. Nephis lingered for a moment, then answered in a calm tone. Back to Godgrave, I suppose. The huntress suddenly seemed excited. Oh, right. You must have met him. That mysterious saint, the Lord of Shadows, what is he like? Sunny was suddenly all ears. Chapter 1700. His own worst enemy. Pretending to be oblivious, Sunny looked at Nephis and Effie with a little bit of masterfully performed confusion. Nephis spared him a short glance, then shrugged. The Lord of Shadows, he is just as the rumors say. Immensely strong, more than a little bit sinister, and highly eccentric. Effie chuckled. Well, anyone who chooses to live in a death zone has to be a lunatic. Still, to be called immensely strong by you, princess. I am at a loss for words. Is there really such a monster in the world? Sunny blinked. Hey! What did she mean, highly eccentric? He was the picture of perfect mental health. Well, maybe not. Still, Sunny was a little hurt. Nephis, meanwhile, smiled faintly. At the same time, he is nothing like what the rumors say. He is surprisingly considerate despite his tyrannical strength, kind despite wanting to appear sinister, and very shrewd despite his eccentricity. Effie blinked, then briefly glanced at Sunny with a strange expression. Princess, well, why are you smiling that way? In front of your, actually, never mind. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Oh? Was I smiling? I didn't mean to. Sunny took a sip of wine. No, no. Smile more. Why was Effie raining on his parade? What an insufferable woman. The insufferable woman in question, meanwhile, grinned. That's fine and all. But what does he look like? Is he handsome? I bet that even if he is, he can't be as handsome as Master Sunless. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Nephis shrugged again, seemingly uninterested in that topic. I don't know. The Lord of Shadows never shows his face. He is always either wearing a mask or a closed helmet. In fact, you can't even tell if there is a human body inside that armor, most of the time. Effie seemed excited, for some reason. Really? Damn, what a pity. I guess he's horribly disfigured. Or just naturally ugly. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Wait, what if he is bald? Or missing teeth? Did you say he never takes his armor off? He must really reek, then. Gods, what a slob. Master Sunless here is definitely way better. He smells very nice. Simply delicious. Am I right, Master Sunless? Sunny stared at her wordlessly. Why is she dragging me into this? No, wait, what the hell does she mean, bald? I'm not bald. But having feigned ignorance, he couldn't really defend his honor, the third avatar's honor. No matter how much he wanted to. Hiding his frustration, Sunny said weakly. I guess? I never really paid attention to how I smell. To his surprise, though, Nephis suddenly came to the Shadow Saint's defense. No, you're wrong. The Lord of Shadows, he is not disfigured or ugly. He is, well, he seems like a very outstanding young man, in all regards. Sunny nodded subconsciously. You tell her, Neph. But then, he frowned. No, But why are you defending that bastard so much? I'm right here. Sunny was confused. The Lord of Shadows was him. But Nephis didn't know that. So, was she praising some random guy in front of her supposed romantic partner? That was unacceptable. But then, their relationship was fake. They had only really met each other a few days ago. So, technically, she knew the Lord of Shadows longer and better. The two of them had even fought side by side against a harrowing cursed abomination. It was so confusing. What is this situation? How was he supposed to react? While Sunny was questioning his life's choices, Effie scoffed. If he's such an outstanding man, why is he hiding his face behind a mask? What is he, an 8th grader? Nephis frowned. Maybe it has something to do with his flaw. Maybe he needs to hide his identity for an important reason. In any case, all I know is that a man whose swordsmanship is so beautiful can't be unsightly. Effie glared at her silently, as if wanting to say, "Princess, take a hint." What was the hint Nephis was supposed to take, Sunny did not know. The huntress took a deep breath. Well, anyway, that guy seems to be hiding a lot. Unlike Master Sunless, who is like an open book. An honest and sincere man like Master Sunless doesn't need to hide behind a mask, not to mention that hiding that face behind a mask would be a crime. She seemed to get distracted for a moment, and then laughed. In any case, it seems that we are going to be arriving soon. Shall we change the topic? Nephis shrugged, seemingly confused by the whole conversation. You're the one who asked. Effie smiled, then looked at Sunny apologetically. Oh, by the way, have you heard the news about the House of Night? It seemed that she really didn't want to talk about the Lord of Shadows anymore. Sunny, who had been excited before, was now unsure how he felt about it. It was nice to hear Nephis praise him, but also made him angry, for some reason. What was going on with him today? He spaced out for a few moments, listening to Nephis and Effie with one ear. Have they conquered another citadel? Effie nodded. Yes. It's the 7th one in 2 years, quite remarkable, actually. Their leadership has been making one miracle happen after another recently. I guess the descent of the Dream Gates really lit a fire under them. The House of Night has never been that active, that daring, or that successful before. Nephis sighed. It still won't help them maintain their position. They are at too great a disadvantage without a supreme. Not only in terms of raw power, but also in terms of relevance and population, both mundane and awakened. I'm afraid that the House of Night is doomed to lose its status. That was true, but although the third great clan was now miles behind the other two, without any hope of catching up, it was still vitally important. Both because of the role its ships played in the waking world, and because of how they could break the balance of power in the upcoming war. An alliance with the House of Night could very well be the linchpin of the entire clash between the two domains. Not even due to their saints, but because the Twilight Sea bordered both the Sword Domain and the Song Domain in the south. Song and Valor were only clamoring to conquer Godgrave because the House of Night was stubbornly maintaining neutrality. If either of the great clans managed to lure the Nightwalkers to their side, they would be able to launch swift attacks into the enemy territory while bypassing the barrier of the death zone separating their territories. Effie grimaced. At least they're trying, and by the look of it, the House of Night is dead set on staying away from both Valor and Song. Well, I can understand why. Even if they join the winning side, there will be no future for them but to be absorbed and assimilated after the whole mess is over. Sunny sighed quietly. He wondered how Neve was doing somewhere out there, in the Twilight Sea. The friendly Nightwalker must be having it hard, considering how swiftly the fortunes of his clan had changed. Nephis, meanwhile, gave Effie a guarded look and then silently gestured to Sunny. You guys finally remembered that I'm not supposed to know anything about the war? Good for you. Effie blinked a couple of times, then shook her head. By the way, Master Sunless, did you know that all the legacy clans are about to go to war? Nepha's eyes widened. Effie. Before he could answer, the huntress smiled with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. A war for this beautiful, but Dent's princess right here. Now that she has shown interest in you, every legacy clan will probably scramble to get her hitched to one of their scions before it's too late. The elders of Clan Vela might put pressure on her, too. So, that talk about safety I gave you. Effie grinned. Forget everything I said. As a former soldier, you must know the value of a preemptive strike, so aim well and get her pregnant as soon as possible. That will show them. The wine glass cracked in Nefer's hand. Sunny did not move, but somewhere far away, the Lord of Shadows gracelessly fell off his throne. The ferry docked at the castle, the silence broken only by the bright sound of Effie laughing uncontrollably.